I have been forced under the Constitution to, in a criminal case where, again, this ongoing legal battle with the state of Oregon, which is not the state of Oregon. I mean, they use the state of Oregon SWAT team in this case to SWAT this ministry, this residence here where I reside here at Silver Rock Ranch, where all the animal, they ran over all these, caused physical damage to myself, my animals, the property. So if they're going to accuse you of something criminal under your Sixth Amendment, there's rights. So I have filed for a change of venue, or at least I'm making an attempt to, for the safety of the community that I'm in, here for the safety of the targeting that I have now documented. I have people contacting me, letting me know that I'm in their stacks. These people have kept good documentation. So having some health issues, my eyes and my chest with respiratory, some stuff from breathing, tear gas. So I appreciate the Father. I didn't give thanks first, I never do, but he's always, I was himself with the Father before I came in, and I'm a teacher, so that always, a pastor, and that always comes first to me. I know he's watching all things, and that's where, if somebody gets away with something in this lifetime, I know the Father pours out a just measure. He will through judgments through, under this covenant, the New Testament, he sent his bride. So, or no, he sent, we are the bride. He sent his son. I apologize. He sent his son, and Hamashiach. And so I thank the Father for that this covenant. And so I'm forced to, this is the last, I now have I'm filing criminal charges against the county investigator who came out to the property to try to serve papers for Elijah's trial. I asked if he had warrant, and I know my Fourth Amendment, I have the right to be secure in my house as papers, persons, and effects. I have the right to warrantless search or seizure, so nobody can enter your property. That's clearly posted private property. I'm out in the middle of the country, and it does have Second Amendment items on the, on the signage itself. Even if you do have signage, brothers, sisters, you can't just shoot under the Fourth Amendment somebody if they come on your property, okay? And under that Fourth Amendment, you have to give them warning. Somebody could, maybe they don't take their medicine, maybe they don't know where they're at, maybe it's a hot day, they're having some heat exhaustion, they wander out, this out in the country, but this is clearly marked. There's fencing out here. So if somebody enters your property, okay, and without warrant, and they continue forward to you, if you deem under the Fourth Amendment they are a threat to your persons, you yourself, you got kids, you got wife, you got animals, your effects, your house, your home, if they're going to cause, you have the right to deem the force necessary to, if you feel they're going to be a threat to any of those, to eliminate that threat. So that's your Fourth Amendment right. And I'm continuing to pursue criminal charges because he entered the property, asked if he had warrant. He said no, and he continued towards me. So there's a lot of bias in this case of what the logistics are not being followed. That man could have been shot dead on this property, and I didn't do that. I'm a pastor. I teach to be meek and turn your cheek. It says 7 times 70, so I have nothing of the sort. So please do not put anything in the live stream. This is an evidentiary Sixth Amendment. Under my Sixth Amendment of the Constitution, under criminal prosecution, you have the right to speedy trial, fair jury. There's other clauses such as the bias. Let's go over this here for documenting purposes about what it is that under this right here that you have under the Sixth Amendment that also protects you. Speaking of the Fourth, I'm a prior veteran. It might have something to do with This country doesn't treat veterans very good. If you watch, and have a history. People who speak out against the criminality on being targeted. I apologize. They're looking for a charger. Here's a block. We'll find us a charger block. I need to plug this phone in. I've been trying to document for the safety of the community that I'm in. I have people now contacting me because I have posted forward on the community page about if you have criminal and feel like you've been targeted. And I do have people that have come forward with more targeting, more issues out here with parole and probation. Not all judges are saints under this. There's another under the Sixth Amendment clause. If I have the right to, again, if there's a prejudice by the juror or the jury as well, it has a lot. I'm very aware of this. Interesting. That one's not working. So we'll plug this one in. Thank you for your time. Sometimes life ain't Burger King. Can't always have it your way. So let's see if I can get this to work here. Because I want you to be aware of your constitutional rights. We all have that right. They can't take away your rights. They have to follow the rules too. So in this case, there's plenty of legal evidence, documental evidence to prove that there's bias by the judge, and this county has put the so the right to fair trial. The defendant may believe that he cannot receive a fair trial, and the original location has a lot to do with I'm out here in this little hick town, and I've documented now through other, not just myself, many, even I've done on evidentiary streams in past of that the real estate gentleman where they gained warrant to come on this property and raid, do a SWAT warrant with, I believe was unnecessary and shows excessive force where I received physical damage to my property. This property is a ministry, Silver Rock Ranch out here. They wrecked the ministry there's things I can document that they caused excessive damage after they said they would not. Just so many things that would have this, it has to go to a change of venue. It can't be even tried now in this county, or I even believe maybe in the state. It should go to appellate court and Supreme Court for the safety of the community. Under the Sixth Amendment for fair trial, again, you have the right. Obviously, I'm not going to give every single portion, but I want to give you the reason why. In this case, it's the epitome of why they put in what is called a change of venue that I'm filing under this change of venue I'm not going to get a fair trial. So under the witness conveniences, there's many clauses under this Sixth Amendment that talks about the trial may be convenient for the witnesses if the venue is changed. In this case, I'm concerned for the safety of witnesses that haven't even been called, and once they are called to summons, that they will have issues with their safety because of the targeting out here in this county by the local sheriff's office, who I have now several people, again, many people now stepping forward, bringing forward more evidence against these. They're very scared out here. This town, you could look it up, and it is known for having heavy-handedness. Again, that real estate, that gentleman has sold thousands of acres out here at in this county, and he organically said that the law enforcement, the community is afraid of the law enforcement. So we're known for that. This town that's just what it is. Improper venue, this covers the change is because it's been filed wrong with the court. I'm not saying in that, but the defendant's status in the community, that is portion of this Sixth Amendment clause covering the defendant's status. And I'm known in the community. I've stood up for the community in past during the COVID, things like that. I'm obviously being targeted. Others are, and the defendant may particularly be subject to hostility by the local community. And a lot of this is the rich farmers out here who are in cahoots with the cops. They can send out and do what they want. And then there's obviously a lot of people who are very afraid out here. So people kind of run towards that Stockholm syndrome, if you will, where they side with their captor, like these cops who have this town captive by force. And Tina Flowers, a lady who had found money in a clear bag, a plastic bag followed every single logistical thing, even to the fact she didn't know what to do. So she looked up on the internet, provided a separate location without spending anything. It put it into a bank, so there was no spending of this. Nobody could take it. She looked at how long she needed to hold it. These were all documented evidence on this one woman, where under the ORS 9005, she looked up what she needs to do, how long she holds it, because it's not marked, it's in a clear bag. This is just, there's no identifying marks. How long should she hold it? Under the ORS 90015 says if the sheriff's or a law enforcement comes to surrender it, that she has to turn it. But that happened the next day, and so she cleared her account out to make sure that nobody would have access to it. It'd be in a safe place. It was documented. Now it's in safe. Nobody's going to get to it. She made sure she kept a clear bag, documented what denominations it was, and then when the police came the next day, they asked, because they saw her on camera. She said, yeah, I told them what she did. Hey, I looked online. I didn't know what to do with it. So this is what she said. Exactly what I just told you, looked up online, found out what happened, what she should do, how long she should hold it for under the Oregon statute. And then they came and saw her on camera. She said, okay, gave it to them. And then 6 months later, they arrested her for grand larceny or something. It was like $4,500, threw her in jail. Because they couldn't find her, and she's always at the same location. She's very outspoken. So there's that judge and that district attorney or targeting an individual. That lady was going to move. She was so afraid. She came to me and old man Gary, where we need to talk about his case too, how his license was taken for fleeing the scene of an accident by the state police, I believe, who he left in a life flight. He was incapacitated. And how would you take an old man's license who had left on we don't have emergency services out here, so he left in a helicopter, and they yanked his license for fleeing the scene of an accident. There's a lot of criminality at state level as well in the state of Oregon. If you just look at the state outside from Indy, like, yeah, I've heard of that stuff going on in that state. Well, and not just myself, Tina, in this case, Gary, Tina was coming and saying, hey, I'm moving. I'm out of here. I'm being targeted. This is crazy. I can't take it here. I'm going to sell my property. I'm going to leave. She had to go completely to a completely different town to get her groceries, because they kicked her out of the store that she found the money at, and made her like out she's a criminal when she just found money and gave it to the cops the next day. Brothers and sisters, there was criminality beyond my case that runs so deep out here. You wouldn't you lock a woman where did that money go? I still want to know where's the money? Who did that? Was that turned over to? Brothers, that's just one simple case. You want to be on the other end of that? She was so scared. She had to go, brother, sister. She stayed in this community. She had to go, and she had to go to another town over there. They only have like this much groceries compared to this much over here on this side where she got kicked out of, because the little town, there's two, that woman was so inconvenienced, so afraid for her life that she was going to be targeted again. She was going to sell all her property out here and move into her car. And I kept telling her, lady, you've done everything that you needed to do. They can't. There's nothing. You did exactly what you looked up what to do with the money. You know what I'm saying? How don't worry. They're just targeting you. Tina, you were very outspoken during the COVID. They don't like this. They don't like that you have a voice out here. They like to squash people, keep people down, have their little town shut up. We're not going to grow. Us farmers, we're making the millions and sending all the hay to China, the Dinsdales, the Guthers, the churches. Yeah, I'm not afraid of these people who got the money. They said when I got out here, they're going to send those farmers out to shoot me out here if I didn't shut up. I sat on their Chamber of Commerce. It's ever since I got out here and told them, you can't suppress the little man. God says, be with the downtrodden, the sick, the widow, he didn't hang out with the rich. So I'm a teacher. I'm a pastor. I'm not going to let this. He doesn't want one above another, brothers. That's called pride. So I'm not going to let these people send in all their hay to China. And I have, as a farmer, struggled to get hay, Timothy, and feed in my own community. That's not right. Talk to the Dinsdales. They send it all to China. They don't want people talking about this. They don't want people talking about Tony Karsten, a rapist that was allowed to run free for a whole year in this community, never convicted of. I have discovery of evidence in my son's case with his 180-hour case, him at the scene saying he's there and he sees them going in through a window. He's an accomplice. That's conviction to his rape sentence that he already had served 13 and then released into the poorest county, more rapists, murders, and pedophiles. Moving, a pedophile has to let somebody know. We want to know where our pedophiles are moving around to, right? They have to notify the rapist. He was doing that, and I'm notifying the county that this man's putting this people's in jeopardy, can rape it. They don't care. They don't care. He's part of this paid to be here system. They convict him, they lose all their funding on him. He goes bad. They don't want that. They want the people he brings into their little rat ring as he does their ring of, like in my son, a teenager, my other one, teenager, child. They're all kids, not literally, but to just turn one was still a minor child. This 41-year-old rapist can rape a Hispanic woman high on methamphetamines and get a 25-year sentence, be convicted, and then come out to this county, not be watched by Lily Frank, the probation officer. Me bring it up, and then I start getting targeted because that. And yeah, I can move around the community and then lie. People are onto this dude, and then look up online because you can see people's crimes. This isn't hidden that he's saying it's his girlfriend, and it's not. There's a big mix up, and you shouldn't lie about your crime. If you rape somebody, you need to, like my son in this case. If you do the crime, you do the time. 5 guys. The one who was a rapist, the only one to go to jail was my son. The rapist to this day is still not be convicted. So this should go to appellate court with this case. There's so much bias. And that's what's the issue out here is now they've convicted my son and me because they want to convict my son of something when he got in trouble for that theft crime. And all these kids who now have charges, they're adults now, and they were, and now the rapist still to this day doesn't. That needs to be looked at. Why? Because they would have lost their funding. They eventually moved him out of this county, but I was on this. I never let up. And that's why, again, when they continued to target me, target my son, target other community members like myself, I run a heavy hand out here because I've been doing this since I came out here. They don't like that I came out here, and a lot of the things I taught them, how the growth of this town with economic cycles and don't keep the little man down. There's more growth in this county, brothers, sisters, than there ever has been. Conditional use permits are high, and now this county's losing its funding for 911. Help this county, brothers, sisters. Please find somebody, call out. I'm going to put this change of venue on my last. I don't have any other choice. There are other communities like Lake County, Oregon, in your country, if you're a U.S. citizen, where they release more rapists, murderers, and pedophiles within the counties on these contracts, put into these probation and parole systems to fund the county's parole and probation and all the other, obviously there's judges over them and district attorneys. And, this is part of this ugly system out here that has from top down. I do believe when this goes to appellate court, Judge Vanderberg, the judge who is presiding over this case, in my case, where he thinks he's going to take this to trial in 2 days, and he has not provided even an attorney. The district attorney will not listen and talk to me, and I've called him 50 times. I've documented everything. I documented the SWAT raid where they sent the state of Oregon in to come SWAT my house. And I don't think that if separately or organically, none of them heard anything of this to this date, if brought to the side in questioning by some outside source and said, can you tell me that day that man was, oh, wait, hold on. Tell me what you know. The word never, 180 hours would never come out of their mouth. They would not know what that means. And that's the whole case is about the original 180 hours that my son had completed his terms of release from Lake County, where he got in trouble to be moved forward over to where his mom and his brother and I only myself live out here in the desert. His mom and his brother and his aunts and his uncles, and it's all that, his papa, his nana, all these people are over there. I'm the only one out here, and he wanted to move us. So that's not some kind of inorganic move why he wanted to do that. Well, he didn't like out here how he had been treated. Imagine me the only one of 5 guys to go to jail. There's all in on it. It don't matter who the ring is. If my son was the ringleader, if the rapist was the ringleader, if the little 17-year-old child was, it didn't matter who was making. I'm just trying not to put bias. That was my issue from the beginning. Why is this rapist not in jail and my son is sitting in this county jail for nearly a year? And why is he allowed to move around the community? And he's performing. Here, have some evidence. If my son did this, he's buying them cigarettes. That's contributing to all these minors. You got to be 21 in the state of Oregon. People tell me, why are you giving them evidence? Because I taught my son, if you do the crime, do the time. He's sitting in there. If he did it, he's getting time served. Whatever it is, what it is. I don't want this rapist running around my community, and I don't know why the other guys aren't. And they're all supposedly under my right of discovery. They're all there. Why are they not in jail? Why is my son 1 out of 5 the only one to go to jail? I mean, this is not something's bias here. There's targeting. There's something going on. Why is the rapist still running free? And why still is there not a conviction of Tony Karsten? I mean, this is out of control. And so I continue to push and push and push. And I'm not going to let up. I care about this community. Even if I am target, I do care about this community. I do care about this country. I do care about the state people who live in the state. They sent the state of Oregon and a SWAT team. It's just me in this little county having issues. And then all of a sudden they call in the state of Oregon to SWAT me. And I'm sure there was at least a couple of those armored vehicles that I asked them to bring during the COVID to protect Kathy's business out here. She was trying to save her business from closing. I asked them to bring, well, the elected sheriff could. You ever watch the Bundy standoff? There's a lot. I'm very involved in this country, brothers and sisters. I'm talking about a Sixth Amendment right now. Your First Amendment right to free speech. Congress shall not establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech of the press, and that's your right to film and audit your public officials in public. You don't have the right to expectation and privacy in public. You need to create your own privacy and free religion. Okay, I'm a pastor, and they wrecked this ministry. They ran over a teacher and a pastor's, I stand up. I was providing a sanctuary for my son. We did leave, and that's a little bit of the issue with how they were able to gain warrant to this house, but it wasn't some pursuit or fleeing. It's all unnecessary. And as soon as somebody would even look at such evidentiary from outside this, that's why I'm filing this change of venue, to even see if the 5 witnesses that these 180-hour case from the original rapist who got involved, he never had to do any time, by the way, never did, because he didn't get convicted. And these guys all have criminal convictions, but the rapist doesn't. This probably grab you by your gut and go, what are you talking about? This happens, brothers, sisters. This happens to many people who get caught up in the probation. This is happening across the United States. There are more rapists, murders, and pedophiles released into the poorest counties, not in all, but throughout the United States. This is not an isolated case. This is how they fund these criminal. In my case, I have proof that the Lily Frank, who is allowing a rapist to run around without notifying of the movement like a pedophile. You don't want that. That is putting the public in jeopardy. And when you contact the elected sheriff to let them know, hey, you got parole and probation corruption, and some of these cops, I'm involved in some other stuff here with some other cases, they're not acting according to the law. They're acting outside the law too. And I've actually got your judges and stuff there. I know, because you're the elected sheriff. Remember the Bundy standoff? Get out of here. Federal government on the bridge. See, people forget. I'm a veteran, okay? I'm going to stand for the rights of the Constitution. I don't care if my tour of service ended, honorable discharge. That doesn't end for me. It says defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we have domestic enemies right here in my hometown. It's called the Judge Vanderberg, who I prove criminally will either, it's going to go to appellate court. This someday I did today. Under your Miranda rights, brothers and sisters, they have to provide you legal counsel. They arrest you for some criminal charge. They have to take your body into custody. They have to provide warrant, probable cause, written warrant, and signed by a judge. Okay, this is all a procedure, and every single thing has to be followed by. They have broken 50 legal procedures as far as my son's attorney representing me. That's co-counsel. Every defendant needs to have a different attorney. My son's attorney represented me, and I believe who they kidnapped my daughter that day without warrant, because they didn't have her on paper and show cause and took her. Acosta Miranda, you have to take somebody's body. You have to have a warrant signed by, if you're going to put criminal charges. Brothers, sisters, there was been so many. They kidnapped my daughter. My son's wife came that day and just, they didn't plan, brothers and sisters. I can prove in cellular data what I'm hoping that will come up in this case. Will be a Supreme Court case like I've showed them now. You guys are running from cellular data evidence showed that the Trump second shooter sat in the bushes for 12 hours and got 45 miles. They have all this information. Don't think these phones aren't. You better not forget that it's looking at you and tracking everything you're saying every time. It's grabbing, Siri and all these things are devices. Some guy came in here and used that term CIA. No, he didn't. He said conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy theory was given to the public by the Central Intelligence Agencies to take people's eyes off the prize so they don't point out things like this, like you're some kind of nutbag that some judge can never do wrong, and Judge Vanderberg should never go to prison. He can never make a bad decision is by judgment. This man is over family and criminal court, brothers and sisters. I got a case that's pulling at my heart where a man's child was just ripped away from him. And that's just family. But they're like Tina. Imagine being thrown in jail after you give the money back to the cops the next day, right? You give that back to them, here it goes from you found it. Did it come from them? Or did they set Tina up on that case? I'm wondering. I ain't trying to see conspiracy theory. I really wish people would just look at the facts. That happened again out here. Somebody found some more money in a clear bag at the same exact restaurant in the same exact location. You tell me. So, but moving on. It is what it. Would you like to go to jail after 6 months when you gave the money to the cops the very next day and you didn't break a single law after being inconvenienced for freaking 6 months and then being kicked out of the restaurant? You can't. That is criminal. And I hope that the Tina lady was compensated. She came to me and Gary, I'm moving. I'm selling my property. I'm getting out of here. I can't take this. They're targeting me. I know, Tina, but I'm just going to go somewhere else. I can't be here. They're on me. I'm like, Tina, you didn't do anything wrong. Yes, you are being targeted, but stand your case. They're going to have to drop this. You have done nothing criminal. And they did. They eventually dropped the case on her, brother. So, but what about all her time? She got she was an outcast by this restaurant, like she had done something wrong. They kicked her out of that store. It has a little Cooper's restaurant. If not for 6 months, she couldn't go there. I stand for the people if this has been wrong. I've got more community members coming forward, brothers, sisters, very well documented. I lit this town on fire, and now using this Sixth Amendment clause going to continue. Have you been targeted by this department, this sheriff's office? And I'm telling you, I've had people coming forward, brothers, sisters, and they've got files. They were smart enough to keep emails and keep phone conversations and things that I'm going to show you that I just filed for a change of venue. And under my Miranda rights, they have to provide, you have the right to remain silent, which you should apply and get legal counsel. Brothers, sisters, once they accuse you, I mean, you're best not to just give them evidence like I did in my son's case for like, hey, if he was there with all these guys, then he's giving them cigarettes. That's contributing to a minor. If my son was there, they're all passing around like a hippie, like smoking a joint or something. It'll have his DNA on it. It'll have all of them because he's buying it. You'll find my son's DNA somewhere on that. I want him to go to jail. I taught him, people are like, why would you give him that? Yeah, I gave him evidence, and they found a cigarette, but never did find any DNA on Elijah John Werner. See, I got to take this to the appellate court, brothers and sisters, because they're going to look at his past, and there's issues with Dad in the past, with him, his involvement with me being very what by people call politically active. It's not political to speak about your First Amendment right, brothers and sisters. It's not to speak out against presidents, and that you say something about a president doesn't mean you're political. That's a historical fact. You better back off with your left and right, red and blue. I'm not a corporation, so for evidentiary purposes, I will never be part of this corporation called a democracy. This is not a constitutional republic. That is long gone. They're not following these we had a Bill of Rights. If this serfdom over people by taxation, no taxation without representation, they threw taxes in the harbor over 3%, brothers, sisters, that Bill of Rights, this serfdom from the Queen, all this, they're part of this bar still. That's what people hadn't figured out. They went back to that system. They gave their authority back to the Queen, even the bar, even that hired attorney, you pay him millions of dollars. He still works for the bar. He doesn't work for these 50 states. He's a separate entity under the Washington District of Criminals. I mean, Columbia. That's not part of the United States. So, I will get targeted, I'm sure, until I die. See, this is going to be hard to bring this into a court system where I say the whole court system has been converted and it's a fraud under maritime law. That's why they want to become an inmate, part of their, want to take from my bond, and my birth contract in blood under this man in this black robe is enforcing this Maritime District of Criminal Columbia corporation straw man law that I'm not part of a corporation. I am a part of a constitutional organic. I remember my rights, the constitutional rights. Remember, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense. Watch out. They just made Senate pass where they can use posse comitatus as null and void. They can use the military against you, American citizens. Now, you better be careful what this government is doing right now, making these massive steps. Yeah. In order for a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare. We, the people, established this Constitution. It was the people. We, the people, hold the right. If we just stopped with this monkey law of I'm some corporation and I'm in capital letters and they're going to extort my bond that was taken. It's a credit card called a social security card from birth contract by blood written by your birth certificate. People don't think this is real, but this is what is called it. They made a movie. It's called The Wizard of Oz, and they don't like me because I am Apocalypse and I pull the veil back so you can see. They want you to fear 97% of cases take a gain for the bar, or they extort your bond. That money that your treasury, your bond that's sold on the corporate stock exchange, on the New York stock. You think this is funny. People think this is a joke, but this is the reality. It's not a movie. The movie is about your straw man, the one that is not you. Is your name all capital? That is a mandate, a code, and an ordinances are for corporations, brothers and sisters. That's a lot of what they force. And many of them are unconstitutional, which under our Constitution says we don't have to follow laws that are unconstitutional. So I don't have to give my authority to their maritime. Like last time, I will not. 2 times before, I was offered by this tyrannical thug criminal Judge Vandenberg, who I hope someday to see have him turn around and put his hands behind his back, get some shiny bracelets, Michael Taylor shiny bracelets, Ted Martin shiny bracelets. All of them need to do prison time. Not that I'm seeking vengeance, but they have done criminal actions within the community, put the community in jeopardy, such as Michael Taylor asked to come out and deal with the rapists, ask why is there such bias. I've even said murder to these people and doesn't get anybody's attention. It doesn't. Murder doesn't seem, well, we hear that a couple times a year. That's not, it's incredible what has been documented. I appreciate Father for giving me the background, which I don't like in law enforcement, being able to document these things, triplicate memory from military. My time as a, veteran, served 95 Bravo military police, have an understanding of how law and command, how this, and I have a commander who is doing these things. This man, I have fear not like Daniel. I know, although tough, I have to fight a larger battle now, and I know why, because now it has to be put into a what is considered a change of venue. There's the public's at safety, I am at safety, risk my son, I can show bias. See, under your 6th Amendment, if there's bias towards a jury or a judge, or even if they cannot provide you a fair trial, which in this case I have the county investigator saying they're forcing us to go to trial, which means they're not wanting to do this. That means you're not going to get the proper forcing us to go to trial. And then when asked about the 180 hours, which the whole case was over the SWAT raid of my son didn't do these original hours, which he had to have done to even leave the county. They're just have poor records. It's just over a records thing. And there's no way that just cellular data will show that my son, if they just ping the phone, remember like Trump shooter and sat in the bush for 12 hours, then he went here, everywhere my son went, we don't leave our tracking devices. It'd be like American Express. Don't leave home without it. I mean, anybody that old, I just went there, little jingle, but I'm serious. Everything will be tracked, his phone alone. And then how about the 5 people who were with him who did his 180 hours? Maybe he might not have done all of them with him, but most of them they did, which would document easily separate. And then eyewitness. They don't want to look at this evidence. They've never to this day, under my Miranda rights, have provided counsel for, well, I do have actually counsel, but he hasn't done anything. I had to force the right of discovery and suppression of evidence to get the evidence from the county showing what the state did and what the county's actual physical evidence is against me, body cam, docu cam, whatever, warrant, all these things. I have that. They should have been given that actually under my right of discovery and suppression of evidence at the time of my release illegally after being kept an extra week, which Elijah's attorney who was representing me illegal, that gets his case thrown out, just so you know right there. It does. There's technicalities you have to follow. When he represented me and pleaded to the courts to let me out because I was an honorably discharged veteran paying taxes in the community, not some kind of flight risk that I had to come back here. I was actually pleading to come back here and fix the 2 weeks of tear gassing that has permanently scarred my lungs. I'm sure if I go to a doctor, and now my eye's been by witness viewers saying your eye's getting bad. I've gone and looked at other older live streams. Something's going on. You need to go to the doctor. And I don't have time. I have to continue. They're going to throw my son in prison. They're just going to railroad him. They don't care out here. They got a 2-day trial for something that should take probably 100 and, I mean, there's hundreds of calls that I have made to substantiate that my son has done these 180 hours already. He had to do that to leave out of the county. I have witnesses he did it. His phone will show he did it. I even called Lake County probation before he left, called my attorney ahead of time, say, hey, I'm trying to facilitate. He's coming over there. What do I do to make this smoother or whatever? Tracy, I'm a criminal attorney. You know what you're doing. These are document. Okay. So, okay. I got my attorney, call them. And hey, my attorney said to call, Elijah's attorney's call. I'm his dad. I can't get actual, but I just made sure so we can smooth. So there's no more hours, right? Yeah, he's good. No, I need to document this. They put me on hold. This one phone call will release Elijah from all these charges and myself. They've got me facing 4 felony charges for hindering prosecution. Yeah, I'm not going to let you prosecute my son when I have the evidence. You swatted my house. These 29 men, brothers, sisters, that came with armored vehicles. I bet you organically, if they were separately asked, what is 180 hours to me? They're going to be like, I don't know. Am I getting more overtime this year? They don't know about Elijah's hours. They don't know that he did them. They don't care. They just saw what was on the warrant. Go get them. They rallied up at the local restaurants that I asked to protect with those SWAT vehicles, instead turned them on me. They didn't even know, because that was 4 years ago. A lot of those officers didn't work. I have proof of that they didn't slam Birch and Lance Brown. They came to my property when I asked Michael Taylor to come to my property. Don't waste the county's money by sending deputies. Don't waste gas. Don't waste time, Michael Taylor. Call me. You got a murdered lady in your town and you're not doing anything. You got a rapist running around, and I've got proof that Lily Frank, the probation officer, is not keeping track of him, and he's lying to the community members about his crime. I need this to get looked at. Why was my son the only one to sit in jail too? Not that I want bias, but hey, that seems like some unequal policing. What's going on? This sounds like within this somewhere there's this judge needs to go to jail. Prison for a long time, brothers, sisters. I don't want to take his livelihood. I'll go visit him in prison one day and teach him that. Wouldn't that be ironic? Give him the gospel, put the word, love him, love your neighbor like you love your enemy, like you love yourself. But all of them, I'm hoping that this will, I have to tell you something I've tried to avoid this, brothers, sisters, just like, I'm going to take time. I have to stop to teach, even though an evidentiary speech. Nigel, there is no Israel, spiritual Israel, in this book. So I want to make sure, because I'm a teacher and a pastor, you don't speak blasphemies. This New Testament, not into any of this new, huh? You don't believe in the Hamashiach, do you? Are you a Jew? One of these fake ones? I'm not afraid of this. I don't run from this, brothers, sisters. This teacher, pastor, father, he's not just covering the Jews this time. So that's blasphemy. Any one above the other is not under this covenant. There's never under that rock. Those people are going outside of this covenant of let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. They believe in, like Muslims, infidels, and people are below, that they're some above law with their 7 and their Shem and that doesn't cover the Hamashiach. They don't believe in Jesus Christ. And I'm giving you as a teacher, the only way to the Father is through Hamashiach, through this New Testament. So if you take and rip him down from the covenant, they don't believe in redemption that's for sins, and they believe in the old Torah, the law. I understand. I make some of these people look quite foolish because they don't even understand what they're not coming to this testament, brothers, sisters. So free Israel is this ignorance here is not going to, and this ministry, this is a ministry, High Desert Faith. It's an online. They wrecked the physical portion of it, but it is larger than most mega churches. And it is. Look at the numbers over there at Predestined for Light. Not that this is large, but will not allow this. Israel is lobbying rounds outside his border, military rounds, which does not make it the Israel that it speaks, because it's not even a physical Israel. I mean, it's them over the desert. That was Israel. That was Jerusalem. But remember, Father destroyed the temple, and he physically destroyed every building, to include the 10 commandments, which were taken into, I know where they went, to sit at the mercy seat so that blood could sprinkle down and turn to water. I know exactly. Do your homework. But Israel is a spiritual Israel now that it's speaking. It is not that place out of the earth. It is surely not that administration who's committing genocide on other nations. And that is not under this covenant. War used to be a part of the old. See, they believe in that war, and there was a higher the nation of Israel was considered the heavens at the time. People think heaven is above the sky, but not by the teachings of the Father. The earth is the ruled, okay? Like the nation of Israel destroyed that 7,000 man army, annihilated that earthly army of 120,000 men. Nobody will study. Nobody will. And I'm a teacher and a pastor. If I get persecuted, then they just martyr me. But I'm telling you, there is no Israel like this person, Nigel. I do not want you flagging a nation that's causing genocide outside the covenant of this testament of my Hamashiach, my Shiloh, which those will not receive the kingdom of heaven if they start killing people outside their border, because that is not under this testament. Blasphemy. If you believe in that, I rebuke you. Take your flagging of false antichrist. That is Old Testament, and that is pharisaical and God fulfilled, not just Jews this time, but Jews and Gentiles. So take your fake Jew, Israel, somewhere else under this covenant. Hallelujah, brothers and sisters. If you get the message, it's a spiritual Israel. They are spiritual Jews. This man is probably absolutely confused by, like, people in Israel thinking they're doing the right thing. But this is blasphemy under this covenant, brothers and sisters. Father, not just the house of Aaron and Levite. Hallelujah. Father, thank you for the teaching. No weapon formed against this aletheia, this Hokadesh shall prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate your word, your armor. Read it. Ephesians 6. Helmet of salvation, breastplate of armor. Read on, please, brothers and sisters. It's in the word. This is where we find our sup, art seeking ye shall find. The aletheia, brothers and sisters, the busos, knowledge. He warned, be wise as a serpent. Leviathan, the devil, remember, crooked serpent, and gentle as a dove. So don't act like this. These devils aren't wise. You know, this is part of this covenant, brothers and sisters. You are supposed to be paying attention. You know, this is not a time to go soft, okay? You need to understand that we are surrounded by evil at all times, and you're going to succumb to this if you partake in it. So that's why we are not supposed to sup with it. And if we see it, we point it out and we rebuke it. So Nigel, blasphemy, I don't know what you meant. Freeing Israel, that's a blasphemous, heathenist nation, and that nation of Israel were not free. What do you mean Israel? Israel is the bride, the inheritance. That's the ones who have their name called out in the book of life after this life. It's not some physical place on this planet. So free. Why would I free a nation that's genociding its own neighbors? They've got a 7-front genocide going outside the covenant of Christ. Did you learn anything, brothers and sisters? I will always take time, no matter what Father puts me, that's above all, okay? Please don't fall for God's bride under this covenant, brothers, not one upon the others, north, south, east, and west, all continents, a little bit of everybody, all flesh, one black, one brown, one white, one red, one yellow is all flesh. One of the whole. 12 times 12,000 is 144. He didn't say 1201 because I'm from Judah. Hallelujah. There you go. Correct? All flesh would be saved. Not everybody. That's blasphemy. Very few, but the word is oligos. But it's not just the house of Aaron, which was the Jews. It is the Jews and the Gentiles this time. Anybody who speaks one above the other, and that's what Israel is doing over there in the desert right now. And that's what Trump is trying to get you back under those no-hide laws, and they don't like me because of that, and I don't care what they like. I will continue to expose that man for his blasphemies to the new covenant and his 58-story Satan tower decorated with Satan. Anybody who follows that is just blinded by the lights. You know, the Broadway, New York, they've got a Broadway and he said broad is, he says enter through the straight gate, for broad is the way and that leads to the wide gate, and that's the gate that leads to hell, and many enter by that gate. This is in the book of Matthew. You don't like it, don't shoot the messenger, take it up with its word. It's in this book. Matthew's the first one. Get at it. Oligos, brothers and sisters, he says narrow is the way. That's the word hados, to be in the same narrow. It's a process, not just some kind. Theolobo, to be pushed down on both sides, brothers and sisters. The Greek word theolobos, to be pinched down. It's a pinching process. He says enter through the straight gate, for broad is the way. Manhattan, New York, Donald Trump, 58-story tower decorated with Satan, leads to the wide gate, which leads to the word abyss, hell. It's a place called no knowledge, no busos, no basos. That's what it is. Many enter by that gate, according to the Father, through his apostle Matthew, through Shiloh, through Christ, through his apostle again. Matthew says, right? Narrow is the path that leads to the straight gate, and there are the word, it says very few. It doesn't say that in my book. It says oligos, because I teach in the original dialect is glossa, canonized, so that nobody can cheat you. You'd only be cheating yourself by not using your tools, like it says in Timothy, to add to your faith. A concordance can make you actually one word study the word by number. You can do this like 1, 2, 3, how many times a word was written in the original text. Look at this. The devil hates this. By the number. Look up that number. Maybe abyss. Oh, here we find it in the book of Revelation. It says, it talks about in 5 times it's mentioned. It's mentioned here, 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 and here. The 5 sentences are easily cheated, and they pulled them out for you. You don't have to read it and go through all this book. What a waste of time, huh? You could just find it how many times it's written. No, don't waste your time. Don't cheat yourself. This is a cheat code. Go back to where it was written and find it back in Revelation and read where that one line is, where it's separated in this book to the concordance. That's why this is coded. I got the cheat code. See? Aha. Strong's Concordance, lexicon, brother first, always glossa dialectus, tongue. The devil hates this. To change and forward and pervert. The Hebrew word is to forward. That means to pervert, twist, or change. He makes his own shem, law, agape, idolatry, their own version, latria, to serve, the dirt, the devils that are here, the dirt laws, all these things that are not of the Father, the Most High, these changes, these jots and tittles and yods that he warns about changing, not to change. That's the last thing left in this book. Hallelujah. Revelation, Apocalypse, this book of the Apocalypse, which contains the letter of the 7 churches. Okay. This book is the code. Remember, cheat code, right? Bible, basic instructions before leaving earth. They're right in this book on how to get the hell out of hell. Get out. Hell is a place of no knowledge. He said, my people shall perish for lack of knowledge. That is the word buzos, bathos, brothers, sisters. If you want a one-word study, these words, you need to use a lexicon first so you can know what you're not translating a word. That means you've idolatry, made your own version of it. He said, I am the hodos, so you undo the translation to find the aletheia, which is the unadulterated, pure light. So why do you think he said, I am the hodos, the aletheia, the ritzo, the way, the truth, the light? Check it out. You do it by cheating. Don't cheat yourself. Use the codes. Use the codes. Do it by the number. One word study at a time. You ever been taught like this? They hate teachers. The only other one that's teaching this is Brother Jim Brown over at Grace and Truth Ministries. But this is a canonized version, some not wacky. This is the KJV versions, like the version you get watered down milk at that Motel 6. I call it, it's watered down. I'll give you the milk, not watered down milk, brothers, sisters, the true meat. Okay, I'll give you the milk. I'll teach you how to not water it down, give you the meat. You chew up the meat and spit out the bones. If this calls to you, you're like, whoa. Yeah, check it out. It's Father doing it, not me. So this coded by number 1, you study definition. That's transliteration, not translation, is your own version. Idolatry. You use the lexicon. That's a dictionary, like a Webster dictionary. And you use by definition to find one word at a time. I've told you, do it by the number. That's what this is coded by number. Exhaustive concordance. This is the version to match the Hendrickson version. Okay. It's right here. So, this dude's not crazy. I've never seen this anywhere. I know. Isn't this beautiful? Thank you, Father, for this teaching. I'm stopping a evidentiary live stream, the 6th Amendment, so people can apply God's law, Shem, authority, always above other. Father will do everything in this case either, so I'm not concerned. Thank you for your timing, Father. I'm always so impatient with your timing. But this Henderson conversion matches the Strong. See, that says Strongs. That's what this says. Strongs, coded with the Strongs. That means you can be strong and don't cheat yourself. And then you use the code, use the cheat codes to not cheat yourself, to find out where that's at. Then you go back and you read where it's. Don't just read it in there. Find out where it's at. Remember, it's convenient. I have to look through all this because it's all in this book. Use this as the cheat code and go back to Revelation where it says, in Revelation 9:11, it says they have a king over them, a messenger. The messenger of the abyss. See me, we're looking up the word hell. Like I said, abyss, no knowledge, no busos, no bathos. Bathos is knowledge, busos of knowledge. A negates in the Greek that follows. It cancels like that big red circle with the cross out. That no knowledge. That's what hell is. It's not anything else. It's not, by definition, it's not anything else. That's what hell is the place of the abyss. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. An angelos, a messenger. Angelos and messenger in Greek mean the same exact thing. So the messenger of the abyss, hell, right? Well, see why you want to use this book, because yours doesn't say abyss. You didn't know that angel and messenger were probably the same thing. They're the same. That's the word hados. They're in the same narrow. They have the same definition, right? Like apocalypse, that means the same thing as revelation. So in the book of the apocalypse, if I said that, people, right? Well, people think revelation means to lift the veil, to pull off the lies. I'm teaching you how to pull the lies. It's translation. You're using translation. You're not literally defining one word at a time. You want to know what the hell you're talking about. Remember, hell is the place of no knowledge. Well, that doesn't make sense. Why would you say that? If you know what you're talking about, you have knowledge. So why would you say what the hell you're talking about? Hell is the place of no knowledge. See, that just changes your vernacular, doesn't it? So it sounds like you know what the hell. Wait, don't say that, because then you know what the hell. Oh, then you don't know what the hell you're place of no knowledge, talking, busos, bathos. You have no bathos, you lack bathos. My father said, my people shall perish for lack of bathos. I will throw them in the place of no bathos. See how that simplifies by definition? Now you shouldn't be confused at all. You should know, literally, you've been given Revelation 9:11, where the devil, the angel of the abyss, the king, they have a king over them, the king of the abyss, the one that Donald Trump's house is decorated with, Apollyon, the sun god, Mithra, he decorates his house. He lives in a 58-story. Satan had a 58-story tower. Donald has a 58-story tower. Same amount of. Does that by chance, or do you think that's? I do know that 666 is the number of man, not the beast, and that man, Mammon, lives in a 66-house penthouse, 58-story building. If that is in the Hados, I don't know what is. If this man, it couldn't represent anything more than he isn't the seventh king. The seventh king will be revealed as the eighth king. He can't be. It's somebody we've seen in our lifetime, and it's not, because Donald is not the seventh king. He wasn't the seventh king. The seventh king is locked up in the pit, remember? Hello. I already told you who it is. It's the messenger of the abyss. Don't you know who that is? The seventh king? Find out the seventh king. You'll find out who the eighth king is, and how he revealed, how it will be a neuter gender it. Oh no, it'll be an antichrist, right? It'll be it gave it's a power, and you might want to read the book, brothers, sisters. You can go back in Greek, meaning that things are either male or female, or they're not have not a gender, but they're called neuter gender, like a picture on the wall or a book. That's neuter gender, like like a beast, like a system, like a war machine, like an American industrial complex war machine. It, with all its tentacles, like an octopus, with the UN and the United, and the TED Talks and all the Davos and all these meetings out in the woods and the Bohemia Groves and all these tentacles. They love that imagery, brothers, sisters. And he warned about imagery and eyes, and about a stealing of your crown. And they have an angel over them that is a king, and that king wears a crown. If I'm not mistaken, he warns about a stealing of your crown. That's because of these eyes, because you don't follow the Shem. You go by another Agape. I hope you're not going by capital letter corporate monkey law, Wizard of Oz, where they made you into a corporation, not a constitutional republic, from the original Bill of Rights, to separation from this. Father already separated us from this serfdom, brothers and sisters. And if you keep partaking and let them extort you for your capital letter tin man, your straw, if you only had a brain, remember, straw man, Wizard of Oz, hey, where's your heart at? If you tax ID number, you think this is a joke, or this is a movie. This is the reality you live in, just so you know. I won't be put subject to this. I don't go on dates with men. Father created one race, the human race, man and woman. Okay. I'm not a corporation. I don't follow mandates. And under this, as a teacher, I'm not under the physical law of flesh anymore. I'm under the law of the spiritual Israel, spiritual Jew, spiritual inward Jew. He said, wash clean, garments white with the blood of the Lamb. How do I get? It's spiritual blood. Okay. Under the spiritual covenant, where he hung on a tree to fulfill the covenant of the bride. I'm not under the law of flesh. He said through his Paul, apostle, 13th, wrestle not against flesh and blood. He already paid that sacrifice under the law of blood and flesh and war. And said, remember, he said, let vengeance be mine. Proof that Israel is not that nation he's calling out in this book of the Apocalypse Revelation. That's a meek Israel, but not a weak Israel. It will not strike. It's not under this covenant. It can't, not for 2,600 years. Who's teaching this? Only Brother Jim and myself. It should be on your heart. You just need to seek it. I already didn't do anything here to be some kind of, miracle performer prophet. There's not one prophet walking this earth. I blaspheme to any man who calls or woman calls himself a prophet. Prophecy was nailed to a tree. He said, before Abraham was, I am. Under this new covenant, we are not to seek vengeance. So I'm calling you out, you're blasphemous, heathenous swine. You believe this Old Testament law, that flesh. We're not under it. No celebrations, no rituals. They just had Thanksgiving. We're not supposed to celebrate anything because we always froward. That's the Hebrew word to twist, change, or pervert it. And so he fulfilled it. The laws of celebration, feasts up, keep that. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. We don't do these things anymore, brothers and sisters. I hope you understand. You keep putting yourself under this corporate law, old Torah. You're going to rip him down from the flesh, and then you're going to be judged by the law that you go by. If you stand by it and they prosecute you and they throw you in prison, does it matter? They threw Christ in prison. Does it really matter? You know, your judgment will come when the Father raises the dead from the ash. You think that he won't pour a just measure out on all who, he said, if you be able to have the millstone tied around your neck, it'd be cast into the sea, then and hurt. And he knows the hairs on our head by number to hurt one hair on our heads, or the heads of his bride, right? The ones he paid. No, Father, I caught their sins covered, Father. I already remember that Old Testament I paid where the wages of sin was death. They're not under that. I've got them. They sin, and the 5 shekels, remember I paid like the Old Testament. I came back and I'm covering them. These are my bride. I'm the mediator, and I come to take them to the wedding. No, I know, Father, they sinned, but I rebuked their hearts, and they turned and walked in repentance, and then they were forgiven, Father. These are the sons of God, the ones that were given the wings of an angel, and I will call their names out in that book, Father. Yes, Father, I will stand as the mediator, pass them through that book of judgments, Father. I get that authority now, member in this covenant, not you, Father. You better understand what Shiloh did and what Shiloh will do when he returns. He stands in as our mediator to cover us for our sins, brothers and sisters. I'm not talking about things just going out and doing what you want. But this is the agape of the Shiloh of the New Testament, not some old Pharisaical law where you can strike out. And orge is the word, not some gay, like, you know, a fag, like a cigarette, you know, or like, you know, come on by, so you can give it a transgender God of 3, both man, beast, and breast, man, woman, and beast. That's not Shiloh. The Father has no feminine spirit. The bride of Christ, that would be the mother. There's no, Father is not feminine, and Shiloh is not. I rebuke anybody who has pushed that transgender God on whatever. That's what 99% of the people believe is Jesus Christ, born in a manger. It's sickening to my heart. I'm glad he says, if I didn't call out to their hearts, which is continuously filled with wickedness. Thank you, Father, for filling it with light and continue to see, to push out that darkness of I am of the old and the ways that I want to strike back and seek vengeance. And I could even shot that that county investigator under my 4th Amendment. 3 men could have been dead on this property in the last, 6 months, and yet not single. They're all walking, Father, because you told me to be meek and turn my cheek. Don't shoot them. Don't curb stomp them. Don't go over there and stomp a pothole in their chest. I know I'm a trained killer, Father. I don't need a weapon. I'll kill them with my bare hands. If I know, Father, you said don't. Not under this covenant. I can't. I already failed that testament. I joined the military. I did things I should have never done. But I thank you, Father, for giving me that example of being the commander of this vessel, this ship, so I understand rank and file and where order and where law is a law enforcement in the military, police, and the army. Rebuke my service, but thank you, Father, for the teaching, so I can stand in this, know that the authority is you, that no man can judge me. They can put a judgment on me, but even if I don't, I'm not some corporation, so good luck there, whoever you are, and you black robe. You'll be thrown in front of the synagogues, and they're men and their magistrates in black robes. You'd be without counsel. I don't have even, well, I guess I do. I have legal counsel. I call, he's never done anything for me. Hey, a teacher and a pastor, I do both all the time. Like I said, this is part of this covenant. We're supposed to stand up, use our voice. He never said stand down. He said, do not hide that light in a basket. He said, rebuke them. He said, love them. That's agape. That's the word Shem, to walk and follow in the commandments. Yes, Father, I'll go out and tell him that is the broad way. You do the works of your father, Judge Vandenberg, trying to throw my son in jail when you haven't even looked at the evidence. under the Fourth Amendment, I have the right to face my, remember, all these: secure my house's papers, persons, and effects, Constitution, freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of religion, all these constitutional rights that are not, these are God-given rights. The right of the people form this Constitution of the United States. We, the people, have the power in this country. The federal government was only put there to protect the right of the people. They don't make laws. If Congress or any of these federal entity, state make a law that's unconstitutional, you're not to follow it. If you follow it, then you are going to be judged by the law that you go by. Do you understand? That's what this covenant is about. You be judged, that shall be judged. So if you go by some corporate flying monkey, I'm a corporation and let me extort me under my bond that's sold by a W-2 on the stock exchange, and I don't know that, and neither does the cop that's enforcing it, doesn't mean that it's not happening. Only takes for evil to flourish, for good men to stand around and do nothing. That's why it's happening. Not me. I will go down in his written will, hopefully not of my own story, that I didn't stand for this. I stood against it, even if I was in prison. In prison, I stood against the Shem. They threw him in prison. They tried to shoot me dead, brothers and sisters. I think evidence will clearly show that they thought they were going to get an armed standoff out here. And they got the complete opposite. So I'm telling this current court situation that I'm involved in, that I'm putting in a change of venue for bias to the community and the threat to the community that it's causing, and the causing to the bias of the jury. I just had a state or a county investigator come to my property and not perform a service properly. You should know better than that. You don't come out to Pastor Apocalypse's ministry without warrant and try to serve me. If I tell you, do you have a warrant and you don't turn around and leave, I can shoot you dead under the Fourth Amendment. Good thing I follow the Father's law. Yeah, that's still constitutional law. That's still the legal right. Not in Italy, not in India. You better understand, look, two people from outside this country, not even from this constitutional rights apply to this country, brothers and sisters. Try that in India, won't work. Try that in Italy, won't work. This is the constitutional. They had a Magna Carta, all that over in Italy and Rome and Greece and all. But listen, we separate ourselves from that. That's the Bill of Rights, brothers and sisters. That's our Declaration of Independence. Our independence from this serfdom, taxation, no taxation without representation. Brothers and sisters, listen, as a veteran who served this country, he said, defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. My tour of service ended. It didn't mean that I end my service. I am a soldier of God before all. The law that I follow is the Father's law, okay? Shiloh under this covenant, a meek man. You have constitutional rights, though. Apply them, assert them, such as the right to freedom of press, which means that your public officials should be audited. You should always be sticking. Why do you think God says the only thing that takes for evil to flourish is for a good man to stand around and do nothing? I'm not telling you to be a narc, do things that are not constituted, but audit your public officials. Audit your public officials. Brothers and sisters, these are the community service members that are supposed to be serving. They are enforcement members of the law. They are supposed to be abiding by the law, and they're not applying this constitutional right. They're trampling on people's rights, telling you can't have and record a law enforcement officer as criminal. The right to free press is under your First Amendment. You have no right to expectation of privacy in public. Everybody that apply. Don't let anybody ever tell you can't record them in public, brothers and sisters. They don't know their rights. They don't know their rights. Do you understand? Do you know what your rights are? If you do not assert, if you apply rights that are not constitutional, brothers and sisters, which have been passed by executive order, bull crap. Constitution covers a judicial, executive, and legislative branch. That's serfdom. That's a king. You can't execute. That is bull. That's why I don't recognize this fake national emergency that Trump declared. It's not constitutional. Judicial, legislative, and executive. There was a House, a Congress, and a Senate, brothers and sisters. For example, your money. Congress, this is all part. The Treasury is supposed to be issuing money without interest. This whole system is a scam. And the sooner you check out of this system, you could do this. I mean, you're going to have to pay something. That's just the world we live in, unless you can maybe donate your land to a ministry or something, which is I am all my works to a ministry. They can't tax it. Okay. That's the only other way I've seen out of what is coming, brothers and sisters. You're going to have to be state and federal I'd recommend, he said, no taxation without representation in this country is our, that's what gave us this Bill of Rights to be. Brothers, sisters, this is not a constitutional republic. This is not a constitutional republic anymore. They have sold as your W-2, as a citizen, in capital letters, your name was written from your birth contract, blood, in capital letters, to extort your bond, which is called your W-2. Your treasury is your labor. You go to work, and in that credit card issued by 1 or 2 million, there's a cutoff by year, by your Social Security number, they sell your labor ahead of time. People buy it from, that's what a bond is. You go to work, you fill out a W-2, they take money, Social Security, right? Federal, where do you think this money comes from? Yep, that comes from your bond. What do you think when you send you to in front of these magistrates? What do you think that is? That man is a broker for the bond out there on the stock exchange. Why do you think it's written in capital letters? The state of Oregon versus, that is your straw man. They don't want you to know this. They don't want you to know this. That not only is the cop by your capital letter name on your driver's license that matches your Social Security, that matches your birth certificate, is not a movie called Wizard of Oz. That is called your straw man, and they're extorting your bond. How is this judge allowed to do this too? Because they're criminals. All judges are criminals, extorting the U.S. public under the Washington District of Criminals. DC, that's who he works for, is the bar. 97% of cases in America take a gain to your bond, to the bar. It's called a plea bargain. Yeah, not you've got, excuse me, apologize here. You've got to compensate the people if you've caused damages to property or other people's, that would be called restitution. But there are other fines that they pull from. Where do those money come from? Your slave labor called America. Yeah, not a constitutional republic, a democracy, who is selling these cops, filling prisons, private prisons, with a guaranteed 80% occupancy before ever built, using these thugs, corporate thugs called cops, state and federal. Yeah, more federal jobs. The biggest employer in America is the government. More government jobs, more jobs created last year. Yeah, government jobs, state and federal and private contract. These all part of this system. That cop, I'm telling you, that I bet you if we could isolate cops separately and ask them, tell me about your straw man. Tell me what a bond is. They don't know. They're just a yes man. Kind of like those 29 cop-sucking thugs from the state police who came out to my property here, this ministry, and wrecked this property without ever looking into the evidence. Not one of them, I guarantee, organically if pulled to the side, if asked about my son's 180 hours, who I have 180 million times over proof that he did all the hours to complete his community service terms of agreement to release the county in another county, which would have been said at 6 months on his action plan he needed to continue. If he had more hours, which they said he didn't at the very end, they would have been said that at month 6. It's all, he left after 5 months. It makes no sense. They won't even look at the evidence, but it doesn't matter. They still sent a 29-man SWAT team out at my house. This property, wrecked this property, shot out my house, all the windows. Obviously, you can hear it in my voice is getting worse. My eyes getting worse. The animals have retained damage permanently. I had to sit in here for 2 weeks and clean this property. This cabin, they shot 6 of these in here. And all I was asking was just to get numbers for my dogs. How was it being violent? Nothing of the sort. They didn't care. They just wanted me to come out with a gun and kill me dead. That was their plan. I have proof, though. Restaurant owners up there, they were bragging about it. They were literally bragging about how there was going to be an armed standoff and they were going to finally get rid of me because I'm so fucking loud. That was their wording. Won't shut up and won't stop exposing their criminality out here. So as of today, brothers and sisters, I am filing what under the 6th Amendment, which is called a change of venue, because there is bias to a jury. Myself, I believe the community members are at risk. I've posted in the local community page. If there's corruption targeting, please contact me. I'm having case after case flow in. Okay. I'm having other community service members that are our community members, not service, community members. I apologize, brothers. I've been going hard. I pushed all in when they set this to trial for my son, and it was a 2-day trial, something that involved 4 years ago with this 180 hours. There's no way 2 days would ever even remotely come close to cover all the evidence that it would take to take this, to give it a proper, fair trial. And under your right and your Sixth Amendment, brothers and sisters, you have the right to a fair trial. If in facing criminal charges and they are trying to convict my son and throw him in prison, and I have 100% proof he already did all this stuff that they said he didn't. He did it with 5 other people. We all bring cell phones with us. I made phone calls. This is heavy-handed, brothers and sisters. This has gone way too far because, again, bargain, 97% of cases in America take a plea agreement or a plea bargain. They are used to railroading people out here. So it happens. People, I don't know how people just walk around in this world and keep, don't think that judges can do wrong, and district attorneys and elected sheriffs aren't removed from their county seat because they're not doing their jobs. And this happens. It happens. It's not often, but it does. Brothers and sisters, I've been fighting this county for 10 years. I really have. If you looked in this area, and they're going to write articles, I believe the Father will prevail in this case. He will. The thing that really is tough about what I'm about to tell you is I didn't want to do this, brothers and sisters, but when I filed for a change of venue, when I filed for that change of venue, brothers and sisters, I'm going to have to leave. I don't even believe I'm safe in this anymore. They brought the state of Oregon out and swatted my house, and I have issues of excessive force. Again, I can ask if 29 of those state troopers knew anything about Elijah's 180 hours, why I was even having him here and wouldn't let the county have him and throw him because they had issued an illegal warrant for his arrest when I had the proof he already did it. And more. My son already did the hours, and he did even more hours to try to just make sure he wasn't getting in trouble till we can get it figured out. I'm not kidding. And so I apologize. Give me 1 second. Let me get myself together here. Okay, so under the Sixth Amendment, what I've chose to do, because under my Miranda rights and my constitutional rights, they have the right to provide me legal counsel. Under that Miranda rights, I have the right to. My eyes are hurting so bad today. This right eye's bothering me a lot. Some days it's better than the others. Yesterday was a lot better. Today is I guess I have ups and downs. Same thing with my respiratory issues, but try reading 5 of these, guys. That's not, I know I'm a veteran, and I know I'm known for being a pretty tough guy. Not like that, like I'm tougher than everybody, but I have a pretty high pain tolerance, and 5 of these was unnecessary. The really thing I feel, my dog is still, he's healthy, but he keeps going to the door like I'm going to leave. I know what he's doing. I didn't realize what it was at first, but my dog is trying to get ahead of me. That way I don't leave, because when I left and shut the door, he didn't see me for, a while, because somebody had to take him from the house because he couldn't do the tear gas. He was struggling with respiratory issues, coughing, and I even have, if they show the person that had him and they call, because I called him, that would be, again, cellular data. It was saying, man, he's still coughing and he's still having, problems, and I was a little upset about that, but it is what it is. Sucks that my animals had to take 5 tear gas canners because I'm such a loner and I don't hardly know anybody, and I was struggling to find just somebody to take care of my animals. I'm just pleading to the cops, please stop shooting this in here. I got animals in here. I'm coming out. They already contacted me by phone. I'm not going to be violent. I have evidence. Why would I sit there and be violent? I already could have been violent. I already could have shot 2 of your state troopers. You were making my daughter scared to death out here that her son's going to go to prison. They end up fucking throwing my daughter and kidnapping her. Brothers and sisters, you have to show cause, probable cause, under the Miranda rights. You can't take somebody without warrant signed by a judge, brothers and sisters. You can't just show up and take somebody. That's not how it works. They have to show cause. They have to list that. That's probable cause, okay? and they kidnapped her that day. The state of Oregon is rogue, and so is their SWAT teams, and none of them even know anything about my son over a clerical error. Something cellular data will clear him of. The minute Elijah John Werner is cleared of those 180 hours will show that every hour that he made to work, he became an indentured slave for probation, brothers and sisters. They use him like a fucking mule. Man, I was going to try to do the stream without cussing, but son of a gun, man. He put his head down. He never got in any trouble for 42 months. The only one to go to jail. Five guys went with him. 3 guys went with him to his probation, and 2 women to do that community service. How could they run from this? So under my 6th amendment now, brothers, sisters, is the last thing I wanted to do. I have to file a change of venue, and I have done that, requested with the county now. I've called the circuit court and did the reporting to Abigail, because I fear for her safety now. She's going to be targeted. That, you know, she seems to be the only one in this that knows what's going on. She doesn't seem, somebody said, because she hasn't been compartmentalized yet. So that's pretty obvious. So let's, for the record, let's state here, just we'll go through this. A change of venue is a legal request to move a trial from a location to another. A party can request a change of venue for a number of reasons, including the fair trial clause. Part of this, you know, is that the defendant may believe that he cannot receive a fair trial in the original location due to a prejudice, pretrial publicity, or political climate. For example, the defendant is a minority or group of there is evidence of racial bias in the jury pool. A change of venue may be warranted. And I kind of, you know, not just by racial, but as a minority out here, most people won't stand up. So I get targeted because of that. So under the fair trial, it says that, again, that state that I just said to you, the change of venue is a legal request to move for trial from one location if a party believes that they cannot get this fair trial by the jury. I got something in my mouth there. Jury, that if there is a prejudice by the judge, which is part of this, witness, if they believe that the trial may be more convenient for the witnesses, if the venue is changed. And I do believe, I fear for the witnesses, that if they bring some of these witnesses back, that they could be targeted in this community. It's that bad of what I'm talking about. The descendant status, that would be me in the community. And it says under this that the defendant may be particularly subject to hostility by the local community. And I'm already being targeted because of what I speak up about. My son, I can show he's being targeted because he's been made to do things that are not, you know, I can prove legally that this state has made, you know, not the state came in and raided this house and took him, but that they have taken his time and they have literally worked him like a mule, when I can prove again that he already did all these hours. That was the terms of his release. So that not only that the defendant make hostility, I found out that they wrote a hit piece in this state, I don't want it disclosed, just about my son. I just recently found out in the live stream yesterday, there's something that's been printed in the local paper about my son. Individual doesn't even, it's in this case that mentions him and doesn't mention these 180 hours. It's really making him out to do. So I need to look into that as well as the victim status community, that the victim in the community may arouse community passions against the defendant. I have posted pictures of the judge, of the district attorney, of the elected sheriff in the state of Oregon Seal, asking people to report targeting, being victimized by this police department, the probation department, and parole department, and as well as people have come forward more about there's some issues with the bullying out here and selective enforcement. And I know they got it in schools, but it's bad at the schools out here because it's like the same targeting that goes on within the community. Is when the rich farmers, they get in, their kids get to do what they want, but anybody who doesn't have money, they get harassed and bullying. They get to literally, there's massive documentation of this out here. I mean, this lady has said, there's a lot of information. So I'm having people come forward off this community page ad okay, saying that there's all these other, I have a problem with this lady at the probation office. I have a problem, I'm trying to document. This guy's telling me I can't. Cops, when they're told not to come in the house, are still, by or told not to. There's one Josh Bezel out here. He is an absolute, I don't know what this guy, he can stalk everybody. I can prove that this one, he's one of the guys that I put on the local page. Are you being targeted with his picture on a First Amendment audit and Sergeant Rourke picture? These are two of the major people who've caught, and they're all out here have some issues, but this Sergeant Rourke I have case after case after case after him. And so do so many other people. This man is known for going around, and even this little tiny town, there's some issues with some extracurricular, adult type activity stuff. And his police car is seen at these, there's two people who move this stuff, and he's always seen at these locations. It's just bad judgment or what? You don't hang out at that kind of place. And come to find out that his wife, she's participating in these extracurricular adult activities. And so, all these, whatever, I don't know how I don't do, but yeah. And so I wouldn't be hanging out with that. And then I believe that out here, there was a law enforcement officer that ended up had his life taken that may have been stumbled upon something out here. There's so many stories that are coming forward in this community that if it can step out, if they could just actually suspend all these people, put them on and do an investigation out here, the feds would probably come out here, and I don't know if there'd be anybody left in the probation, parole department, in the judge, the district attorneys. There's a new one coming in, district attorney, in January, I believe. He's tried to put, he brought me with the SWAT team to warn. He's the one who signed out, but he's going to sneak out the back door, try to put my son to trial right before he gets out, and then he's going to be out the back door before he even has to. They set ours for right around the same date. And then last time I went to court, he said, "Oh, well, no. Can you extend that?" And the judge's like, "Yeah, okay, I'll extend it until after you get out of here. I'll let you sneak out the back door. I'll let you." The problem I'm having too, brothers, and I'm sure it'll be okay because God will provide, but I'm going to have to file with the courts with this judge for a change of venue. And as in this clause, it says, part of this same Sixth Amendment right, that there's a judge prejudice, that if you believe that the judge, and I can prove, I want the judge convicted of criminal. I have him, again, how did he sign? How is he part of that warrant with Tina, the lady found $500? Tom Rourke was the one, I believe, who executed to the search or the warrant on her. And they came and picked her up 6 months after the cops backed the money the very next day that she found it. She gave it to the cops the next day, all of it, even made sure it was the same exact denomination that it was. She found it and gave them the original plastic bag that it came in. No identifying marks. Said, okay, here. And here I made sure I wrote down what denomination it was so that I didn't spend any, and made sure when she got it out of the bank, I don't know if there were exact bills, but she wanted the exact bills that she put back in. Maybe not by the exact ones, but by denomination, and then arrest her 6 months later. I think Judge Vandenberg should definitely go to prison for that. That's criminal what they did to Tina, to make her for 6 months. She ran scared, thinking was going to sell her house, and kicked out of the freaking store she found the money in for that, because she found it in that restaurant / the Chev Mart or Chevron gas station out here. And they saw it on camera, and she said, "Yeah, I do. It's in my bank account. I looked online. I didn't know what to do with it." They said they arrested her because she said she didn't know what to do with it and put it in her bank instead of giving it to the lady at the store. She looked up what to do with it. She has a right to make sure to hold on to it before somebody can claim it. She didn't have to immediately give it to the store. She didn't know what the store is going to do with it. What a smart lady to put it separately in account and then look up even before she did what to do with it. It didn't matter. They still threw her in jail. Ted Martin had to sign off on that warrant. The same one that's weaseling out the back door before I leave. He won't get away from this. Can you believe that? Arrest a woman 6 months after she gives the money back and throw her in jail, and then wait 6 months and make her feel like she's going to get in jail and go to bed, and then finally just drop the charges after 6 months. That should hopefully alone stand to see what kind of behavior that these cops can do out here. And where is that $4,500 cash? Where did it go? Is this bait money or something out here they do for people? Where is the money? Who was the person? Some bias or not bias? I don't know. I didn't mean to say. I don't know where that came from. Well, I don't know. Some person. Whose money was it? They can't claim whose it was, but actually, brothers, sisters, the person who came forward said it was theirs. That's why she gave it back. So there was a claim, but is that person a real person? You know, some of this stuff is pretty. They do some shady stuff in this town. So under this safety, judge's prejudice, the judge may appear to be prejudiced or a qualified judge may not be available. This judge is obviously prejudiced. So prejudiced, it's unbelievable. How selective enforcement, and then safety, the safety of the defendant, myself. I believe my safety is at risk even in this state now. They use the state of Oregon SWAT team to come swap my house. Well, I have all the evidence to prove and declare myself and my son and my daughter, who should never have been kidnapped under Miranda rights, that this county can just call a SWAT team in and nobody knows organically. If the state of Oregon was all these SWAT team members, special weapons and tactics, you should see the warrant, what they signed off. They could use whatever they want out here, basically. It's like a big Hogan's Alley for them. They bragged about it. They went to the local restaurants, how there's going to be a big armed standoff. That's why they had so much, so many men come out here. Because I said if it backed into a corner, I would strike. I teach that as the New Testament. Don't strike out against anybody or gay. Not quick to wrath, quick to indignation, quick to judgment. We're not supposed to strike back. 7 times 70, it says turn your cheek. You can protect yourself, but you can't strike back. So I was teaching people you have the right to protect yourself. You don't have to, brothers, sisters, God never said get beat up. God never said get run over. God didn't say you couldn't protect yourself. God used to require an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. They're not going to be able to bring anything against me. I could have shot 3 people dead on this property using my 4th Amendment, and they're still all breathing today. So if they try to come after my mental ability, I still had the reservation not to kill 3 men, 2 state troopers who entered my property after pleading for weeks on end to stop harassing me. Just go look at my son's 180 hours, look at the phone call Lily Frank, look at his probation file. You're not going to find that at 6 months, he has to continue to do community service and sign up in Lane County after meeting his requirements because they were completed. Stop harassing me. You're scaring the fuck out of my son and my daughter here. Now I'm standing up because I'm their dad and I don't give a shit. You don't intimidate me. I know the law and you have to look at this. I thought you're innocent until proven guilty. Make a call. Why doesn't anybody call Lake County Sheriff's Lake County Probation Department and see, am I lying? Am I lying? No, I never called John Caligo, the attorney, and asked him, hey, he's getting ready to come out there. I'm trying to document this. Tracy, they do whatever they want. Remember out there, document it. Okay, John, thank you. That call was made. That's cellular data. You can't take that call back. That should be coming up in trial. They're not going to look at that in trial. They're not going to even provide a fair trial. So I put in a change of venue. But again, I'm asking them to look at this, look in to see, did I call? Did the lady call and hello, Lake County Probation or parole or whatever? Yeah, I'm calling. This is Tracy Werner. My son is Elijah Werner. I'm a community member. My attorney, my son's attorney told us to call, document the hours. We're trying to make sure he can get out of here without any bumps or hiccups, smoothly. I want to make sure he doesn't have any more hours so we can make sure he can leave. Oh, yes, he does. He doesn't have any more hours, Tracy. There's no more hours. Not yes, he does. She said, no, he doesn't. There's no more hours. Okay. Immediately she knew. Okay. I don't know why she jumped to it. That will show you on the call. They have to pull that back up. No. The attorney said, I need documentation, to try to get a printout. So hold on. I'll put you on hold. This is a phone call, one phone call. Why did they SWAT this house? Why did they SWAT this house? That was unnecessary. Not one of these men would even have any understanding of what 180 hours is. And this is the hours that I was calling at 5 months, just to double make sure that my son, because I already knew this county was biased and crooked already, let my son run around or this rapist run around for a whole year and only put my son in jail. You're damn right I was going to document everything. I don't want them coming back on them. Well, look at what. Okay, so 5 months, I call. They say they come back and they said, we looked in the computer. He doesn't have any more hours, Tracy. All right, I'd like to get a computer printout. I know I can't, but all right, thank you. When Elijah showed up to Lake County, Lane from Lake County, on his action plan, it would have said, Elijah, you cannot complete it. It says you only did 47 hours in. He would have been given a violation of community service, brothers and sisters, probation for not doing his community service, not doing it. They do that. He already did. If he did it 1 day a week, right, or a month, just 1 day in a whole month in 5 months at the 8-hour day that they work a full 8 hours in the van out here. They take them to the dunes. They take them to the fairgrounds. They take them to the out to pick up wood. He'll be with 5 other people doing it. Okay, there's 2 females and Don, Morgan, and Tom. Why is nobody summons and asked these 3 people, these 3 men, these 2 women? Did you go with him to do probation? Community service, get in the black van. Yeah, we went here. Why haven't they asked? Why hasn't nobody asked about these 180 hours? It's never been brought up at all. Never. That's the whole case stems about these 180 hours. So why, when Elijah moved from Lake to Lane County, when he completed after 5 months, all his just one time a month, that 8 hours a day is 32 in a month, right? 1 day a week, not I say 1 day a month, excuse me, 1 day a week would be 32 hours in 1 month. And they didn't, some days he went multiple days in a week. Just getting on 1 day a week is minimum, right? That's minimum. That's 4 days in a month. 4 times 8 is 32. Times 5 months, he left in 5 months. Well, that's only 160, Tracy. I know some days he went more than 1 day in a month, or excuse me, in a week. He went to the fire station to paint multiple days. He goes to the dunes. They go there multiple days to clean up because there was a lot of trash from all the side-by-sides and quads and all the stuff that come out to the largest set of inland sand dunes in North America. The people come out and leave all their beer bottles and trash. It blows around and they go out and clean up. They go out there for the day. It's like an hour just to get out there almost. So an hour to get back. They're out there 4 or 5 hours. It's a full day's worth of work. When you get in the van, you get a day's work, an 8-hour day. That's how it works. So from what I've seen and who I've asked, they don't get in there and work normally less than, even they go cut firewood and bring it out like to the sinks, take them an hour to go get it, an hour to load it, go out, drive out to the, they work on the side of the road and pick up trash. It's called a work crew, like going in a prison. They call that work crew. It's road crew is what it's called out here. They call that work crew in prison. It's called road crew out here because they don't have community service, like working for Food for Lane County. Like when he completed all his hours and at month 33, they told him, you didn't do these. And I said, no way. His attorney said, well, until you can get him documented, since he's this close to getting off probation, make sure he don't get in trouble and make sure he start calling. I got this, and document his hours, which and they won't give him copies of anything. There's no such thing as iPhone or Apple probation, brothers, sisters. There is no, that's not, they write it down and then they put it in the computer. There's no, oh, hey, Elijah, you came over here you're the only one in Eugene to show up to the ice storm because they have ice storms and you're the only one who showed up. So here it is on your phone at 181 hours. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks. I got that. Thanks, Richard Greer over here. And they can show that time. They can't get an update of anything. There's nothing go in the system, find where your hours is at. I can prove Elijah tried to get documentation from them. They're supposed to be helping them get off probation. These people fail. These probation officers are absolute failures. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got that Android quality because I'm out here in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, because I don't want to live in this city like you. I won't hook up Wi-Fi like you. I'm not on a stupid meter like you, probably hooked up. I guarantee you live where there's a smart meter. Good luck there, Bueller. Hello, Bueller. Yeah, keep getting hooked up to your grid there, Mr. Broadway. Wide path. Good job. Enjoy your cellular data there. Go get your booster. Go get some more stickers. All right, hey, I'm off the grid. I'm going to plug in my ice machine, make some ice. I just ran out of water, so... I'm going to read some more of this Fourth Amendment again, because this is part of this evidentiary stream. You are now evidence. Mueller didn't even know he came in. There was evidence on a Supreme Court case. Probably be called to court about this Android. He mentioned something about an Android. Does this guy know something? Is he part of the system? I'll have to check out his IP address and go back and find out who he was. Where is... Let me see if I can find another one that'll fit here. Oh, wait, that's not what I'm trying to go with here. I'm trying to go with this here. Okay. Where did I put it? I got multiple cords out here. All right, here, we can do this right now, too. Actually. Where did I put that? So I got a splitter here. I'm off the grid, so I'm trying to... Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Hey, Bueller, you have any cojones? You man that does anything? Do you care about anybody but yourself? Or are you just a lay down? You know, you don't do anything for your country except for there and play video games and smoke weed and be a non. You got your smart meat. You got your toaster talking to the government. You one of those? You got your Wi-Fi going. Have some cojones and call Ted and Lake County, Oregon, and just say the words Elijah Werner 180 hours or leave because you ain't got no cojones. No, I'm not actually ask anybody to do that, brothers and sisters, because there's targeting in this case where people are actually being targeted. So if you contact these people, they could be targeting you. So you might want to be careful in here what you put, because I do have potentially a Supreme Case Court here where this will go, the Feds, Department of Justice and all that. So please be a little careful about what you put in here, because it will be looked at later on a evidence. This isn't, sometimes you got to obtain evidence, and this is how I'm able to make sure that I'm documenting. Like I even did a live stream during the SWAT raid, which probably kept me from being shot, because they had planned on coming out and trying to get me out here, because I had been live streaming without being on my live stream, and then thought they could get an armed standoff, and I did the live stream, and you can see that's not what happened. So guess what? Your evidence. So careful there what you put in the in the thing, because your IP address, you can't run from your IP address. So they know who you are. That's not to try to give you fear. I'm actually fearing enough for this community that I'm filing a appellate court because of the targeting, police targeting, literal police targeting of this police department out here. So careful. Don't want to see anybody get targeted by these cops. They swatted my house. They might come swat your house too. So careful what you say. You like to be tear gassed? I'm permanently scarred for life because of it. So I don't want to see anybody get hurt, man. Don't be foolish and be stupid and put something dumb in this chat. You shouldn't be stupid and foolish anyways, but this is a pretty serious life. You should be doing some pretty serious things, not just jerking all day on the internet and, make a difference in this life. You're not here forever. It's not like you're going to be here forever, so you can kind of do something with your life. Whatever, do what you want, but don't come on here and put something that get your life in jeopardy, or don't put something stupid, because I'll moderate you right out of here. So Mueller is more concerned about idolism as a teacher, and God tells us there's two things you really need to be concerned about. It's idolism, eyes, that's like what you see, and imagery, that's like what you see, and Mueller's all caught up in what he sees. And hey, Mueller, ding dong, hello, there's no such thing as luck. Now you all right. make ice, ice, baby. Bing, ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I just went there. Too bad. Take it. Take it. Like it. Like it. Oh. All right, we're going. We're going. It just didn't like that. Okay, so let's continue on for evidentiary purposes. Okay, where is that? There's that. Let's keep going. Let's keep going for the good of the state, of the union. Okay, so the other is safety. The defendant's witnesses or attorneys may be a concern, and I'm truly concerned for the Abigail, the ladies involved in the trial, because she knows so much compared to all the others. It's like I feel like somehow she could be targeted in this whole case. So I have called, and I'm going to document that right now, that I've originally called now that I want to file for a change of venue, because I do believe, again, that I am being, under this criminal case, that I have, through bias, through the judge, through not a right to have a fair trial. I have we'll document that first. Actually, let's do that. What one is that on? That one would be on this. The other one, where did that go? So I'm working off multiple ones here. Is that this one? Okay, yeah, that's this one here. So again, real quick, under your Sixth Amendment, this is for criminal trials in the United States. So you'll file a change of venue if you feel as if this is a legal request to move a trial from one location to another. Is the party can request a change of venue for a number of reasons, including, and under this fair trial, you have the right to fair trial. If you feel as if the defendant is free trial, the defendant may believe that they cannot receive a fair trial in an original location due to its prejudice in its original location. Now here, they can't even provide me an attorney. They can't provide me an attorney. It's been 6 months. Actually, they have an attorney for me that they just provided after 6 months, and immediately he turned around and filed the courts to quit. He don't want to be my attorney. I think he figured out he could just get something as a normal case, and it would be something he could just get a deal on and like a pre-bargain, but I'm not. This has to go to trial. And he knows, because I've talked to him about, they've set it for a 2-day trial. Well, it would take them probably 2 to 3 years, and probably at least 2 to 3 weeks of trial. Probably more on this case. It will have to go to appellate court and Supreme Court, because of the 4 years that I called an attorney about the case, a criminal attorney here locally in Deschutes County, one of the largest, and he said he didn't have the bandwidth. He said that's way too big of a case for us to take. They're going to, they know. I spoke with multiple. I spoke with him and their one of their other attorneys that they had there, a lady and a gentleman. I had documented all that, and he realized, oh wait, this isn't just about this little incident where they have you with the charges. This goes back, like you're saying, because of this 180 hours. I don't have the bandwidth. This is too large of a case. It's going to have to go to a higher court. So they keep thinking they're going to hold. I tried to the end for them to actually just drop the case, because I have been insisting every time that they give me a court date to drop all charges, drop immediately, stop. You've already wasted county resources. You've already wasted taxpayers' money. There's criminal behavior. It'd be in the best interest of the county. It'd be the best interest of all. You don't have enough money to do this. You just lost your 911 services in this county, brothers and sisters. No 911 services. They are extorting this county in all ways, shapes, or forms. I have put, and under this clause, I put that the county is in jeopardy now. Other members are coming forward about this corruption and extortion and targeting, and now I feel like for the best of the community too, the best thing to do is if these judges were actually put on suspension, on even if there was paid leave, it didn't matter. More people would start coming forward. about the criminal goings on out here, because I have taken the risk to put out community on the local page. You know, are you a victim of targeting? Have you been targeted by the sheriff's office? Have you been targeted by probation and parole out here? Have you had issues? And I have had people coming forward with real solid cases that they took the time to make sure they recorded phone calls, kept emails. And so this has been a long time coming. This town, if you came out here and just organically or asked the town, of course, you got a lot of people that have been, again, Stockholm syndrome. They're afraid, so they're going to go along and know they're heavy-handed, and they're going to like them. You know, some people just really like law enforcement and whatever. You do whatever you want, but I don't like criminal law enforcement. A lot of people think a cop can never go bad. They see a cop and they think, oh, that person can never do bad because they're a cop. Hey, they're wearing a suit, so they must be that they can't do nothing wrong because they're wearing a suit. Kind of, you know, people forget, you know how this works. So judges go to jail, they get removed from the bar, district attorneys seated Michael Sheriff Taylor. I'm hoping to be there again, not by vengeance, to see him removed from the county seat and to be there when he is arrested for criminal. In this case, he let Tony Karsten, a rapist, run free in his county, and he's over all the deputies. And I called him about this, Lily Frank, the probation officer who was allowing a rapist to run free without contacting of a movement from moving from location, which he should, like a pedophile. We don't want our rapists and pedophiles. I don't believe in over tracking. You get in a bar fight with somebody, brothers, sisters, maybe you got a little alcoholism problem. You're going to need to maybe do a little AA and maybe anger management, and you do a little anger management, and, you know, but I'm not trying to track and trace every little thing you do, you know, because you want to make sure you're going to that class, make sure you're, maybe you need a little community service or something, but you need to make sure you know where your pedophiles are at and where your rapists are at and where your murderers are at. And when they make moves within the county, they need to be notifying the parole and probation, like Lily Frank. And she was allowing this rapist to run free. And I let the county know what was going on. And I notified this law enforcement, and they chose to do nothing about it. So that's not, and then I get targeted because of it. My son gets targeted in the specific case. The only one to go to jail is my son. If my son would have just taken a deal in the beginning with, this would all have been swept under the rug. Tony Karsten, the rapist, never would have been convicted. Still not to this day. He's never served a conviction or been convicted or done one day in jail. My son is the only one of 5 all involved in the same exact theft crime, not person on person, but breaking into open vacant buildings that have been abandoned, and one house that actually had some possessions in it. Ended up having some weapons, which was not good, and they took those, but it didn't matter. It is what it is. My son spent nearly a year in jail. The rapist, not ever a day. All these kids, teenagers, one was a literally minor child, still to this day have convictions. Somebody needs to ask this county, Judge Vandenberg, how, and Ted Martin, how did you allow the rapist in this case, this 180-hour case, to run free while the dad was telling you that this was going on? Why will you not address this? This is something that 97% of cases, brothers, sisters, do not go to trial. They take a plea bargain. And so in this case, my son finally, after 10 and a half months, my attorney going, they're just going to railroad him. I'm trying, Tracy. And he took a deal. And it wasn't the best thing to do, but at least for 10 and a half months, they never did provide evidence of, hey, get a cigarette, but he's buying them for all these kids. You got to be 21 to smoke in Oregon. None of them are 21. The rapist is buying them for them. Guys, get a hold of this guy. He's not, please. I mean, it's causing a division between my son and his daughter. She don't like him smoking cigarettes. He's hanging around him. I've already gave him a hard time. And then once I found out the dude was lying about being a rapist, I was on him. You ask everybody in this community, I would rip his ass every time I saw my son around this guy. I would lay into him and let him know it. I even had the neighbor came over to my son's house, said, you got out of your house. My daughter's in here. Are you out of your mind? I don't give a shit, son. Whatever. I'll write you off. I care more about my daughter. He ain't going to try to rape you. He can rape her. Get out of here. And we left. We went outside, and I said, let's not do this around her and your friends that you've got moved in here with you. Let's take this outside. We're not going to fight. We're going to talk about this. Now, I know you're a grown-ass adult, but you don't be hanging around this guy. You know, he's dad. I don't know him like that. Look, I don't care. I know about him. I've done some research. This dude is a rapist, and you have him around my daughter. You guys have been high school sweethearts. You've been known her. She's my daughter. I've went to bat for you guys to make sure you guys can be together. You know, I want to make sure I support this. I don't want my daughter hurt. I don't care. You're a grown ass. Don't make me go there, Elijah. I helped you get into this house. I helped her come over here, man. You're out here hanging out with him. You take all this time to get her to come over here. And you're going to be hanging out. Well, she don't like me smoking cigarettes. I know. Stop it, dude. This fucking, you know. So the neighbor came out. What the hell are you doing over here with a gun? I'm like, I'm yelling at my son. He's hanging around this, you know, rapist he's got in his house. I could die my son out. He's hired this rapist in his house, and I don't want him here. My daughter's in there. I don't give it. You're his neighbor. You keeping the eye. What the hell's going on over here? You know, I knew something wasn't right. I'm like, yeah, you got a good instincts. He's letting a rapist come in that house. So I made it very known, brothers, sisters, that I was very aware of what this man was doing and done. And then when he was going around and lying to the county about it, members about this is his girlfriend and it's a mix up, it's his fiance, I wasn't having it. That's when I went to the probation department, parole department, said, Lily Frank, we got a bone to pick here, lady. This is not right. Now, if this man's buying him, you know, cigarettes right there, he's contributing to a minor. He's not telling you guys where he's moving, and I know he's moving within. I'm watching his movement. He's moving from where he's living to another, and he's not notifying you. I'm seeing this. I can get this copies of these county. Some of this stuff I have access to, and I know he's not, you know, telling you where he's going because I know where he's going, and you're just not keeping track of him. And he's lying about what he's done. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't have an iPhone, idiot. Okay. Goodbye, Sam. You're an idiot. People's lives. Can you think you're going to write a novel in here? You do the works of your father, Satan. People's lives are at risk, and people want to sit here and write novels or something. Philosophy. The community members in the county that I live in, brothers, sisters, in the state of Oregon are at risk. And throughout the United States, there's more rapists, murders, and pedophiles released into the poorest counties. Not all of them, but many. So you are probably being subject to this while this guy's going to write some philosophical thing on the internet. I warn you, most people are not paying attention, become victims to people like this, are allowed to move throughout our communities without being properly, you know, kept track of. Like rapists, we should know when they move. Heck, this guy could probably be one. And if they don't keep track, I'm not saying he is passing that judgment, but how would we know if nobody's keeping track of them? So I do not like green eggs and ham. So anyways, let's move on here with what I'm saying here. So under a fair trial, if I feel as if I cannot receive a fair trial, on the 25th of this month, the trial or the investigator for the county for my son's attorney came to the property. I didn't know exactly who he was. He looks like the guy from Goonies, Baby Ruth, that guy. Seriously, not an easy guy to look at, but I couldn't tell at first. He'd parked out in the driveway, big long driveway. I came in through the gate, which was clearly marked no trespassing. It does have Second Amendment items that said don't come in here. He came in anyways. As soon as he exited the vehicle, he was trying to provide a summons here to me, but I asked if he had a warrant. He said not. I immediately told him to leave the property. That's not a proper service at that. It doesn't count. You have to provide a service properly. So when I told him to leave, under my be secure my house, papers, persons in effect. He didn't leave. I continued to tell him to stop talking, stop walking towards me. He didn't care. He just kept coming. That can get you shot, brothers, sisters. I'm out here in the middle of the country. So out here, people are looking for having, scopes and things that don't miss. And I'm not saying that I did that. I didn't use Second Amendment right because or my Fourth Amendment right. I had words with him and told him he was breaking the law and came in here illegally, and he still just continued to pursue. So I thank the Father for making me a meek man and not shooting that man dead. Fortunately, because of my teachings, I teach not to turn your cheek, to turn your cheek, not to be meek or weak, but meek, right? Not weak, meek. And so thank you, Father, for making me a pastor and a teacher and not taking that man's life, which I could have legally under the Constitution of the United States using my Second and Fourth Amendment. And so this man's coming to tell me I have a court date, which he didn't drop the papers properly, so they wouldn't be a proper service to begin with. But we'll go ahead and I picked up the papers. I didn't know at first. I was very concerned, which I didn't want to touch them, what was on them. And I actually called the law enforcement and said I'd had a man come on my property illegally and without warrant, and told him to exit. It was clearly marked, and I wanted them to arrest him for criminal trespassing because he had put his life and my life in jeopardy. I mean, what if I did shoot him legally? I'd still have to live with. I have enough crap to live with. All right, I'm already a veteran. I have a prior law enforcement in background, and I don't want to have to answer anything. I want to continue to be a meek man, not weak. And so I thank the Father that he gave me reservation, and I don't have to live with, more than my past. And I can continue to fight for the community without my brain having to worry about what happened out here. And that some man, because he can't follow instructions and it doesn't even, if you know your rights, brothers and sisters, that man kept coming towards me. If you see it in the video, he didn't stop. And that's not a smart thing to do. I do believe that most of the rest of this community members out here would have shot him dead. If somebody comes on your property, it doesn't mean you can just shoot them. I'm not saying that. You have to tell them to leave. I don't care if you have it marked. I never said that you just can blast people. That's not how the Fourth Amendment works. You do have the right. If you feel that your property or your persons or your papers or your effects are being threatened by somebody, and I did feel very threatened. I don't know who he was at first. He wouldn't identify himself. I was trying to see if it was who I thought. I couldn't tell. I mean, it was just, it happened very quickly, like most things happen. He just didn't stop. I'm going to serve these papers, which isn't a legal service anyways. You have to, when somebody tells you to, if they ask you if you have a warrant, even on private, it'd be one thing if he's in public. Maybe should have tried a better attempt to serve. He's very not good at serving papers. I have had, uncle and cousins and brothers, and I've done service papers myself. I know how to do these things. You have to do it the legal way. So that wasn't a legal service, but he continued to try, and that could have got him shot and killed. And so I wouldn't recommend, when somebody tells you to leave, he should have turned around immediately and exited the property, and that could have cost him his life that day. And I thank the Father that I don't have to deal with that right now. I don't want that energy on this property. This is a good, nice energy here, and I like that what's here. And they haven't wrecked yet, the energy here, but they sure did do a good job of busting down all the fencing and make sure they hit it all and rowing out on the way back. So make sure it would just be really hard to provide a lifestyle out here, as I was able to provide, housing and animal husbandry for my rabbits and my chickens as free range, and the ability to have sheep and goats and hogs. And they just wrecked it all. They didn't care. And they wrecked my vision. I will never have the vision I had before. I will not have the hearing that I had. My face, I see it. This whole side of my face is changing. This is all smooth, and this are starting to sink back in my eye. And it just is what it is, man. I didn't ask for this. I asked them to come into my door. I asked for nonviolence. I asked for a phone call. I tried for hundreds of hours live streaming. Please look at the evidence, and they wouldn't look at it. So at this case, they pushed it in courts, and I have now am filing for a change of venue, because there's no other way. Bias, the judge has bias. The district attorney is not doing his job. The attorney will not even provide me any services as far as legal counsel. And so I have requested under the circuit court to provide a immediate filing, and wanted to let them know the trial, the lady Abigail, who I feel that she could be, because under this witness convenience, that also shows that if there's some issues with witnesses, where I believe the witnesses could be in jeopardy, that the judge is prejudiced, and that the safety clause is the safety of the defendant, of the witness, and the attorneys. So I am very concerned for Abigail, that she could be she hadn't been compartmentalized. So I called Abigail's office today to let Abigail know, because when I make any changes, if I move, If no phone number changes, I have to let this system know. Even though I'm innocent until proven guilty, they make me stay in the state, even though I don't have any conviction of a criminal charge. I don't have a record. They still making me stay here, even though they swatted my house and I'm at jeopardy of being shot again by them. They didn't bring a warrant for my daughter. They kidnapped my daughter. I have 100% proof of that. Didn't show cause, probable cause. Didn't have her listed. And they said they did. They said they did under discovery. There's no search warrant with her name on it. That is called kidnapping, brothers and sisters. That is kidnapping, whether they like it or not. So, safety, and that is for the defendant or the witness. And I believe at this case, my son is a defendant and he is at risk of being thrown in prison without the right to trial fair, because I have the state investigator or the county investigator saying they are forcing us. This one thing gives all this case validity. They're forcing us to take it to trial. That means they don't want to do it. They're making us. That was probably the worst thing he said when he came out here. It did, I thank you, Father, because it set the tone to put this into the appellate court and the Supreme Court and get it out of the even state and county. I'm probably the thing that sucks in the whole thing, brothers and sisters, is I've tried so hard, even though I could be victimized or swatted again, and I'm here alone. There's nobody here to witness any. That's why I live stream, okay? Saved. Well, Father stood in that day on, May 29th, 2024, of this year, when they swatted this house, come to kill me, have an armed standoff, and got the complete opposite. So 6 months later, here I am without the counsel that came from another county, because there's only 2 public defenders. They kept me in jail a week illegally, threw me out. They have under Miranda rights to provide me that if you cannot afford an attorney, one during question will be provided for you, correct? If you cannot afford legal counsel and attorney, they can't give me one. They had to throw me out of jail. Apologize, guys. I kicked up another tear gas canister, tear gas that I didn't see that was behind this cabinet over there, and it went on the side, and I breathed it the other day when I was cleaning. So since then, I've been having some serious issues. So I probably need to get to a doctor sooner or later. Everybody keeps, I've had multiple people now tell me they're seeing a physical change in my right side, in my eye, and then just in my voice and the way, you can't breathe tear gas, brothers, sisters. If this is what kind of, excessive force, one of these have to hire this tear gas canister. I am off the grid too. That releases all that tear gas out of the back. Look, there's still traces of it in there, obviously. So, you'd have to hire a professional cleaning company. And don't think that the state of Oregon doesn't know that. They launched 6. They shot out all my windows, and I was only asking to get numbers for my books. I'm only asking to get numbers for my books. That's it. Can I please? And just because I don't know a bunch of gosh, man, people are so Jude, that's sad that you have that name. I apologize for that, brothers and sisters. I'm a teacher and a pastor, and people have biblical names, and they say just disgusting things. It's kind of sad that people are lost in time and space here, and just don't think about things that are important. Do an evidential live stream showing a tear gas canister and they're being a philosopher or something, but anyways, I'm just going to avoid any channels because I don't want anybody to be targeted. And they've said in their right of discovery the word YouTube came up as part of this, evidence. So we'll go to a federal appellate court. And so anybody in here, I can encourage you, don't say anything that'll get yourself targeted. You are being a witness to a discovery, right of discovery, suppression of evidence. This will become evidence in the Supreme Court. I'm documenting. That's what I'm doing. I'm providing a documentary evidence of the Sixth Amendment on how my right under my Miranda rights has been violated, as well as my Sixth Amendment. And now I'm going to be filing for a change of venue. I'll probably have to leave the house, the residence that I'm in, and it sucks because I don't have, it took me a minute, I had to eat 5 tear gas canisters because I'm kind of a loner and I live in the middle of nowhere and I don't really know anybody. So I struggled to find somebody in my phone because I don't know a lot of people, and then to write it down. I have now permanently been damaged. I don't think my lungs will ever be the same. My eye won't be the same. My hearing won't be the same. So I've permanently been suffered physical, permanent physical damage. I believe that will be irreversible. We'll see. I'm trying to do the best I can, but you don't breathe 6 tear gas canisters in and it not have a permanent effect on you. And that's what people have brought to my attention. They're very concerned for my safety as well, because I know I'm so wrapped up into this logistical, providing this defense for myself, my son, and the state, and the residents of the county, and under the Constitution of the United States, all this people that are in this union that are subject to it. This isn't the only county that has more rapists, murders, and pedophiles per capita by poor people, more of them in the poorest counties. So this isn't an isolated county. This isn't the only one. So I have to file this change of venue, and I'm documenting this documentary live stream under the 6th Amendment that you have the right to free trial. So when I have the state investigator, this whole case is about 180 hours, and my son's completion of his community service, that he had done all this and they're failing to recognize it. And still to this day, when the state investigator or county investigator came out, he said they're forcing us to take this to trial. That's it. I don't need any more evidence to have and even if this judge doesn't sign it, to move the change of venue, I will continue. I have a little bit of time for my son's trial, not much, to go somewhere else. I will continue to pursue this outside of this local area that I'm in and go somewhere else, and somebody will pick this up. I'm sure. I'm just going to have to get it out of here. That's what this is. If there's a judge prejudice in this case, that's, if the judge won't sign off it, that will show you to a little bit of it's kind of a weird thing how a judge can have prejudice and then the judge has got to be the one to sign off on the change of venue. So it's okay. I'm sure that the Father will provide, one nation under God, under this Constitution. That 6th Amendment gives us the right to fair trial, and that I can prove that if they say that we're being forced to take it to trial, they're not providing an actual, proper legal counsel, as well as my attorney, who is currently my attorney, but has never actually been my attorney, became my attorney, never provided any legal counsel, immediately turned around and requested the courts to not be my attorney. So at this time, he is legally my attorney, but he hasn't provided any. So I am providing, and I will provide a phone call in this evidentiary live stream of me calling first Abigail, because I need to let Abigail, when I make change, that I'm going to be filing for a change of venue, which she already knows because I've told her that multiple times. And I will document that phone call here on this live stream, as well as the second phone call that I made after calling Abigail, the trial portion of she's the one who I check in for pretrial. I called the attorney, because I've been calling Abigail about this, saying he won't send me information about quitting. Oh, well, I have that. I'll send you a copy. Why are you sending it me, Abigail? So I did go get copies. I have copies of that here of Phil Studenberg, this attorney, quitting as the attorney for me. He's filed to the court. I don't want to be his attorney, Phil Studenberg. And I have the paperwork here showing that he's quit. But as of right now, the judge, because I'll show you, hasn't signed off. So if he's my attorney and supposed to be providing me legal counsel, I have called Phil Studenberg's office today and told him I want them to immediately, because they are still, that I've called the circuit courts, and that he's still as my attorney as of today, that I want him to immediately file for a change of venue, because there is a bias. In this case, I've asked him to immediately file that today with the courts, or file that Monday. I'm not sure if he'll get my request, because the guy never calls me back. He's actually, the only time that this guy has ever called me back is when I called him in open court and said, hey, you said you'd call me, you didn't call me, and now I'm calling you out in court saying you didn't call me. And I got told to shut up by the judge, because I was only telling the judge that I wasn't getting any counsel. So for evidentiary purposes and the record, for when this gets looked at by appellate court and they look at this evidence, here it is. Here's a printout of Phil Studenberg petitioning the courts, saying Phil Studenberg, attorney, of the record for the defendant, Tracy John Werner, which they have spelled incorrectly because my name's not all in capital letters, in the above entitled action, hereby moves the court for an order allowing to withdraw Phil Studenberg from the further representation of the defendant herein upon the grounds and for the reasons set forth in the attached affidavit. And even in the attached affidavit, it doesn't show motion to withdraw attorney, State of Oregon versus Tracy Werner, case number 24CR27997. Do you want to look up the case? I'm not hiding anything. On the following parties, a true copy thereof certified by me as such, and thereof via Odyssey file and service, or as otherwise noticed or noted on November 12th. And look at how far, 2024. So he's withdrawing as my attorney. They take 6 months to get me an attorney because they only have two in the county. One Dan Spencer, the other Mark Costello. Dan Spencer represents me. That's illegal. Dan Spencer representing me will be able to pull an open court. They'll be able to see that Dan Spencer I'm giving this is the counsel that he's providing. He doesn't have any, all this for he was there. He was providing the attorney, as a legal counsel for me and my son. That is legal, and you can't do that. You can't have co-counsel on the same defendant, on the same case. So I don't care if they're short attorneys. You shouldn't have prosecuted this until they were ready to have enough attorneys to not. So you don't have an attorney represent two. You have to have a different attorney for each case. For the case for each defendant, not each case, for each defendant on the case. I believe record will show, this is where I got hung up by Abigail, because I think she knows that something's wrong here too, that Dan Spencer represented myself, my son, and the kidnapping of my daughter. Okay. This man should be barred. I've already disbarred. I already called the bar about him. Why is he representing three people? Why is he not already dropped the case? And why, when I call or he sends his state investigator out to this property to try to provide service, does he not send an investigator out that knows the law and not end up getting himself shot? And I'm so glad that I don't have to live with a dead man on this property. Father made me reserve to try to serve papers. When told to exit my property, he didn't. He continued to pursue me to try to give me these papers, which I didn't know what he was doing. You could see in the stream, he's got his hand, and I don't know what he's reaching for. I don't know what he was doing. It could happen that fast. Could have reached for a gun and shot me. So that's why I told him immediately when he got out of his vehicle, do you have a warrant? No. Exit my property. Go to the edge or get off my property. And he would know through the gate that he came through that it was clearly marked. So that's his fault. This is not a good valid service. So I'm not going to even be able to get, the chance to get legal counsel. Once he finally wouldn't listen and I didn't kill him or didn't use my Second Amendment or didn't apply my Fourth Amendment rights, I called him because I thought that's who I saw in the courtroom, that he was the gentleman there when Judge Vandenberg said he was going to drop this in the month of November. And he was. Because they'll be able to pull back up it's all recorded in the court. When he was there, he would have been witness. He would have been there and heard Judge Vandenberg say, because I know I said I would call and summons Abigail. That's why I'm concerned for her safety, that if I had to summons Abigail into court, she said, okay, Tracy, and this will all cellular data will show this, because they'll be able to pull up all these phone calls that I told Abigail, you were there that day. You remember I said, no, Judge, no. I don't want to hear you're almost there. I want to know when. You're having my son drive all the way here and my daughter, they're 5 and 6 hours almost away. You're not dropping this. Why would you have them come here? You tell me when you're going to drop. I say, you tell me when you're going to drop this. If you're not dropping this today because you don't even have me Mirandized, you can't provide a right of discovery and suppression of evidence, Ted Martin, of me actually even being Mirandized. That's illegal. You have to Mirandize me, and you didn't. And under my right of discovery, you will not provide a body cam of any officer giving me my Miranda rights, reading those rights to me. And so I'm not, this is illegal, all of it. Drop this case, drop the no contact orders between my daughter and my son and me, and drop this case. You're wasting the county's money. You're wasting their time. I want to know when. I don't want to hear you're almost there. Tell me when. Okay, well, on December, in the month of this, or this coming up, or November, this month that we're in now, not December, this month, I have Judge Vandenberg, Lake County, Oregon, and that state investigator, and Abigail, and I have all the other people that were there, the bailiff and all the other people were there in open court, will be recorded. Judge Vandenberg said he would drop this case. His words. Will he keep his word? No, they get to do whatever they want. So I'm calling him on it. So this man right here came on my property legally, could have been shot dead. I didn't shoot him. I didn't apply my 4th to 2nd Amendment rights. Instead, he said he was that investigator, and he I don't know what you're talking about, playing stupid. And I kept telling him to leave. I tried to tell him. So I asked him, okay, well, if you are the investigator for my sons, because I don't believe him, because I have proof that my son's attorney, not only did my attorney quit, the attorney that represented me, my son, and my daughter also quit. That's what this paperwork says right here. I, Dan Spencer, quit in June as Elijah's attorney, filed with the courts. So proving there's no way to get a fair trial out here. It's all bias. They won't even provide me the counsel that I need. Comes now Daniel M. Spencer, appointed counsel for the referred defendant, Elijah John Werner, and moves the court for order allowing me to withdraw as the attorney of record in the reference matters. Defendant has been notified, and it's been in the next court appearance July 1st on 2024. At that time, 10:30 at Lake County. It's letting him know, and he's dropping off as my son's attorney. Back in June 18th. So I know my son doesn't have an attorney because this guy's dropping off his attorney. And then when somebody comes on my property saying they're my son's attorney, how am I to believe that? I have paperwork that says otherwise. I don't know who this guy is. I think I recognize him, but I'm not sure. So anyways, he comes in. He could have already been dead, brothers, sisters. That didn't happen. Nothing of the sort. Just like the 2 state troopers that entered onto my property and I didn't do anything about, after harassing me for weeks on end. Weeks. This man, I asked him if he's the county investigator for Lake County for my son's case, and this is the man who's supposed to be digging up all the information to help my son get fair trial. I asked him about the original case is all about 180 hours of my son's community service that he didn't do. That's the reason why they issued the warrant. He didn't complete his hours. No, whatever. He has no idea what the 180 hours means. Just like if I brought the state troopers out here and organically interviewed all those state troopers on this warrant right here, which has my son and my daughter, or my son and myself, but not my daughter on here, which was kidnapping. They don't know. Any of these gentlemen, I don't know why I call them gentlemen, I call them yes man thugs, don't know anything about the word 180 hours, which is criminal. I think you should know why you're going out to SWAT somebody's house, don't you? Hold on, guys. I gotta make sure I'm recording everything out here for my safety. Just somebody going up to the back of the dunes or whatever. Yeah, 4-wheelers out here in the desert. Oh, they got one of those side by side. Somebody going down the we don't get too many people come down the driveway. That's why when that guy came down the drive, I don't know who he was. He entered in on the property. His name's John Mogul. And as a matter of fact, I better not stand here too long. Let's say, yeah, 227. Actually, can be John Mogul. If they don't arrest him, it's going to be more proof that there's a bias and they selectively enforce. I have 100% proof that I criminally trespassed on my property. And again, for evidentiary purposes, to prove that I cannot receive a fair trial, I asked the county investigator about Elijah's 180 hours, and he couldn't tell me anything he didn't know what that meant. So I have that on video. So there's no way that I could get a fair trial in this county. So the last thing that I wanted to do was to file for a change of venue, because then that means I have to leave my house. And I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have I just don't have anywhere to go. I mean, I have a motorhome, but they shut the windows out of it. So I tried to get a replacement window and ordered one, but I can't get the window in, and my motorhome's just getting wrecked and ruined. They shot the front windshield, and it didn't take it out, but they shot the side window out of it. And so it's been leaking rain and water. And so, I mean, I could leave and I'd have to get that registered, and I don't know. It's that one. No, I can't, because it's having issues with the transmission. I can't shift that transmission. I sold the other motorhome. So that one's having a solenoid issue with the transmission. I've been able to get fixed. See, I don't know. So I'm a little bit stuck between a rock and a hard place. I really held off for quite some time because I didn't want to let them, not out of pride, run me out of my own house. You know, I don't want to have to leave. Why do I have to leave? You know, but I believe my under change of venue, they're going to have to move it out of this county. I can't stay here. Obviously, this won't get tried here. I don't even think I don't think I'm safe in the state. I think I could be targeted at any time. They could bring a SWAT team in and do it again. So let's go for evidentiary purposes here. We'll keep going, and we'll put where did that go? We're going to do a call where I'm calling because I need now to put this change of venue in effect. So I'm making sure I'm documenting. I'm not only doing this for me, but obviously if they're saying that
Bluetooth mode.
If they're saying that they're forced to take this to trial, that means they're not going to provide a fair trial, brothers, sisters. How can they, if they're forced? That's probably the stupid thing. Again, I'm glad that guy came on the property, because his stupidity enough to say they're forcing us to take this to trial means that they don't want to do this. They don't want to do their job. Okay, well, I'm going to get some water here. I got to get some more wood in my fireplace. Where is my water bottle? Over there. Okay. So now this is the epitome of a case where there's bias of police targeting. That this is the exact case that should be put in and file a change of venue. This is reason why you file it for a change of venue. This case is and meets all the criteria. Nearly everyone, maybe not all, but every single. I don't believe that you have to have all. You got to have at least one, but several of the criteria for why you would put in for a change of venue. So this is the move that's being made in this case right now. All right, then you know what I'm talking about, pants to get. I didn't see any in here. Thanks. Well, you guys are quiet. Everybody's so quiet, but I know this is serious business. Probably zero like going, holy crap. Someday, not for profit. I'm going to have a movie done after this, guys, to show people for probation and parole, and maybe we can donate all the money to people for these type of funds where these things happen to these type people. Like myself, like my son, like my daughter, like this community, like others, because of poor judgment by judges, because of criminal behavior by judges. I have these judges involved in mafia, literally making people pay double for things and then not giving them the things that they pay for, and threatening with arrest and warrant, and then making them pay, and then not giving them the things they make them pay for. I mean, this is mafia behavior out here. And I believe that if it didn't go exactly now, I'm realizing, Father, the way he made it go right the way it is now, it wouldn't have probably done. Father works so miraculously. So for the safety of the community, for the safety of the people involved in this case, I am now filing what is called a change of venue under my 6th Amendment, because I cannot get a fair trial in this county, because I have even this county investigator saying that he doesn't know the 180 hours. The whole case is about the 180 hours. That's worrisome. And that he said that they are forced to take it to trial. So they don't want to. How do you get a fair trial if your attorney doesn't even want to do his job? I have record that both the attorneys quit. They quit. I just showed you on paper evidence they quit. Obviously, they don't want to provide counsel. There has been no proper legal counsel in this case. None. So if there ever was a case that fell under the fact that you use your 6th Amendment where there could be a bias, this would be the case that you wouldn't be able to get a free trial. Bias by judge, witness safety, community safety. My as the defendant in the community could be targeted. Others in the community. I already read all this. So let's go ahead and document for evidentiary purposes me calling first the trial attorney.
Bluetooth is connected.
The pretrial lady, Abigail, and she's not in, but I go ahead and document this, that I'm going to be filing for a change of venue. The thing that sucks, brothers and sisters, I'm going to have to leave the property where I live. So now I'm going to be forced to go somewhere. I don't have resources. I don't have friends. I don't have an extended family. I don't have that. I don't do what they do. And so I don't know where I'm going. I try to stay home with my animals, my homestead. This sucks. This is the very last thing. This is going to relocate me. I have animals to look after. Now they're going to be affected by their normal. They used to have property. So I try to avoid this by all means, and I don't know. It can't now. I already did. Already made the move. So it is what it is. I'm going to have to just deal with whatever consequences, come by me having to move. I don't want to. They push me out of here. It feels like that's not pride, like they win. But this is what's in the best interest of the community. This, when they put these judges on leave, hopefully, and it comes out in this community that oh wait, there is corruption going on. Did you hear that Judge Vandenberg got put on leave? All these, when this goes higher, I believe a lot more people will come forward in this community and be not afraid to come out of the woodwork. I already have people coming out of the woodwork, brothers and sisters. I put on the local page, have you been a target of these police department, this probation, and people are coming forward. So I already have people who are examples, but I now have people who have contacted me. So I probably should get out of this area so they can't get my information and try to steal and go target these people now to save their butts if there's something else they're involved in. My case alone will criminally put the judge, the district attorney, elected sheriff, and probably 4 or 5 of the county, Lake County Sheriff's Department, to include the probation and parole top head of probation, Richard Greer, Lily Frank, Rachel, all these people who are very aware of this, for the allowing of the rapists and all this stuff that's been going on and the doings of this illegal activity, this county, and their probation, parole, state of Oregon coming in and executing a warrant without even looking at the original evidence, which was a neglect on the state of Oregon as well. So now the state of Oregon is on the hook as well. Used to just be me in this crooked little county, but they hired the state of Oregon to come in here to execute the warrant, which they didn't even have a warrant for my daughter. They said they did. They screamed the whole time in their microphones and their whatever that they had a warrant for her. Told her to put her hands up, but she didn't. There was no probable cause shown. There was no physical paper signed by a judge, so that's called a kidnapping. Under your Miranda rights, they have to, if they're going to remove your body, they have to show probable cause on a warrant signed by a judge, and they didn't do that. So there's a lot of criminal behavior in this, that's straight kidnapping by the state of Oregon, and they will be charged with, I'm sure, all those people. Somebody will come in and say, yeah, you have to show cause on the warrant, probable cause. You're going to charge her with felony hindering prosecution, felony interfering with a peace officer, criminal conspiracy. You have had to have a secret indictment. You've already, the formalities, you didn't do that. So you should have just left her there to take care of the animals. Instead, you got greedy. You brought her in, and you brought her in on charges because we looked at this. You actually went to the local restaurant and bragged that there was going to be an armed standoff out there, and our investigator looked that you didn't have plans on arresting her. You thought you'd find resistance by Tracy Werner, and he come out with a gun. That's why you shot so much. You shot him in the face at 40. You headshotted him 45 seconds, trying to stir him up and get him to come out and get all pissed off and come out and scream and yell at you with a gun so you could shoot him. You bragged to the local restaurants. Witness saw you speaking of this. You held a dinner party bragging. Josh Bezel, all these people's phones were brought up. We have all the recordings on them, and then we have eyewitnesses say that's what you guys were saying up there. That there was a lot of this equipment because there was this man out there, and it's going to be an armed standoff. And so you planned on him coming out with the gun. You thought you would eliminate him, and if his son resisted, you would provide necessary force use if he came out and caused a problem. You didn't need a warrant for Adriana because you didn't plan on having to arrest her. That's what happened, brothers and sisters. You watch. It might take years for it to come out, but that's how they were able to kidnap Adriana Massey and then charge her later the kidnapping. Under your Miranda rights, brothers and sisters, they can't take you a property on some private property without warrant signed by a judge, and they did that day. That is that kidnapping. So they already tried to tell these courts, you got greedy, you got hungry, let her go. She's not part of this. I screamed that the whole time. Do not let this lady get involved. She's an innocent party. I'm the one making sure. I didn't plan her being here. I'm protecting her husband from getting thrown in prison. She has no idea. She's caught in the middle of this, and they went ahead and just arrested her because they're greedy as hell out here, brothers and sisters, and to think they can make a buck on her and get her to take a charge, hell with it. Just bring them all in. No, they planned on, when I came and said I'm live streaming, they had a change of heart there, didn't they? They did that. They never planned on getting me out of here with that live stream. As soon as I stopped live streaming, I think it was 17 minutes. I laid down and I probably was asleep for 2 minutes, and they were here because they were watching the whole time. I'm sure there was somebody in that SWAT team that had my live stream going that when I said I'm live, they were watching. If they were a good SWAT team, they would they not? Does anybody disagree? If you're going to come out here with 29 men and the guy goes live all the time, wouldn't you be trying to have somebody punched up to his channel? If it went live, you would get on there and go, maybe they didn't. Maybe my notifications are off, but I would think I would have a constant feed of that live going, and I'm sure that's what happened. I got off my live, I laid down, and in 17 minutes later, they were in the house. Yeah, and I already told my son it was going to happen that night that they came. I called it. I'm not a prophet. They were stalking the house for weeks on end. Then they just stopped that day. There's always a calm before the storm, brothers and sisters. It wasn't hard to pick. So that's the day they were getting all their stuff ready, and then they met up at the end of the night here and at the closing of the restaurant, had their big party dinner to come out here and SWAT this house where the state of Oregon met up with the locals to perform this. Let's go get them, boys. Not one single of these state troopers, I bet you can say, when asked organically, Elijah's 180 hours, what's that mean to you? I don't know. Did I get a raise? Got it yet. So let's go to me filing for a change of venue. Anybody got a copy here? You guys are quiet. I don't know what's going on, man. You guys just get quiet. This is a pretty serious matter, isn't it? Supreme Court stuff, guys. A community at risk. You care about your community, you maybe might speak up and say something. I don't care. I don't care what you do, to be honest with you. I'm tired of this world that doesn't care about their rights. I'll stand up for the rights of people who apply their rights. All you other people who are just silent, and you go down as a silent majority in history. Good for you. You are the majority. You are the 97% of cases in America that do not ask a jury to provide evidence for trial. You just take a plea bargain. You are 97% in America. You are the 90%. Elijah Werner is not the 90%. What a strong young man to hold on this far. I can't talk to him personally, so I'm just speaking into the ether. This is not contact with my son. Elijah, I haven't forgot about you, buddy. I haven't forgot about you, son. This isn't just about you. I got to do this for everybody, buddy. Like I told you, the thief on the cross. Like I told him, third tense. And this suck. I can't even talk to my fucking son. Third tense, son. I got you. I know your daughter. I know the kidnapped. My daughter, your wife, son. I know, son. I haven't forgotten about you, bud. We're almost there, man. We just keep hanging in there. Keep doing what you're doing. Good job, son. Good job, son. Take it to the box. Take it to the box. Take it to the box. Prove the evidence. Elijah Werner is not the 97%. My son is showing how strong he is right now. He has been absolutely tormented by the state of Oregon, by warrant taking him, asking him, why are you here? What about my 180 hours? He even asked the state of Oregon, what about my 180 hours? Do you think he ever got an answer to that? Thank you, Father, for making such a strong, resilient young man. His name fits him very well, Elijah Werner. What a good, battling these Baal prophets, these fake. Yeah. Thank you, Father. What a good young man you made. I'm his dad. He knows that. You're his father. He knows that. I'm just his dad. He knows I won't be there. Like right now, I told him I can't be there for you, son. I can't be there, man. You're going to stand before Shiloh, and I am the Father God before, I won't be there, man. You're on your own right now. If I die today, you got to stop trying to be dependent on me. I know you're young, son. Like 8 years old. He was real young when I told him this. You're on your own, dude. Yep. Dad could die today. Guess what? Nobody's going to be there to hold your hand when you die. What a good young man to be strong and hold, for the righteous thing. He's a good man. He made a mistake. Yes, he did. Sure. I've made mistakes, but he did pay. He got arrested. Sure he did. He got convicted. Sure he did. But he's the only one of 5 men to go to jail. I think he paid more time than all people involved in this whole case. I'm sure that will come out as evidence, man. That will show the resilience and the strength of a good, strong young man that's not an aggressive, because of his dad's past too. Once again, I'm so glad that will come out. If this will go to appellate court someday, I feel with all my heart that the Father's going to do the right thing here. People can we live in the age of Aquarius, brothers, sisters. You can't keep hiding this corruption. You can't keep hiding this, that we see the corruption going on in Hollywood right now and all that being exposed. So it'll get exposed. It's been a long time coming. When this gets out into gets out of this county, this will provide a safety for these people in this community, because in Lake County, Christmas Valley, and Silver Lake, they've been so harassed and extorted by their police department for decades out here with the criminality. They're afraid of the law enforcement. I have a real estate company owner who sells thousands of acres, said the same thing, that the homeowners and landowners out here are afraid of the law enforcement, that they're so heavy-handed. He said he had not had personal experience with that, but he knows of many community members that have been. And then that's sad when you live a town where your town is known for having corrupt police, and they get away with it. And they get away with it year after year because of it, because they have the community terrorized because they're just so heavy-handed. And they do these things and get away with them. So Father had to send somebody out here, and he sent me 10 years ago, not by my doing and unbeknown to me. I mean, I knew there was some corruption out here. I looked. I'm like, I don't want to go to a place where I think things are going to break down in society. I see things not getting up better. As a teacher, I teach that the word says birthing pains. That doesn't mean it's going to get better. So I don't want to find a place that's super easy and everybody's going to want to go. I want to find a place got a little more rough, a little more. And I found this place real tough out here. You drive down the wrong driveway, they'll shoot you out here. If you go on their property and you don't leave when they tell you, they know their First Amendment right and they will apply it. I'm sure there's many people sitting in the bushes out here that the people don't care. That's my right of doing it. And if this person, then they deal with the hold that they got to dig. Maybe they got some hogs out there to take care of business. They don't deal with people out here like that, brothers, sisters. This is that town, F around, kind of find out kind of town. This ain't even a town. It's a township. That's why that man was very lucky to come on my property, and that I didn't exercise my Fourth Amendment right to exercise his breath and take it from him, because he definitely looked like he was coming to do some ill will towards me and my animals. And I wasn't incorrect. He does not have any good intentions for my son. He doesn't even want to provide any. I don't think he's done anything. I asked him about what does 180 hours mean, and he didn't know. And that is criminal right there. He's the investigator for my son's case. The whole case is about 180 hours in Tony Karsten. So let's document for evidentiary purposes me calling the circuit court and asking the circuit court to provide. I would be contacting. I have to call pre-trial in with Abigail and let her know if I make any changes to my residence. I get a job, I lose, whatever, any changes, phone number. And so I'm calling to tell Abigail that, what does that say? Apologize, I'm having some difficulty with my phone, guys. So I'm calling the Lake County Circuit Court judge, pretrial judge. Dude, what's going on with this phone? To call and document this. So you're just part of the evidentiary stream. Welcome to the stream.
Good morning, Lake County Circuit Court. This is Deanna.
Deanna, is Abigail available?
She's not in. Is there something I can help you with?
I do need to speak with her, if possible, today. If she's not in, this is Tracy Werner. I'm calling. I'm supposed to.
Are you just check in with her?
Well, I don't have to check in, but I have to file. It's something that I'm going to be, if there's any changes, and I'm going to be trying to file something with the courts. I wanted to try to make sure and what's possible to speak with her
She's not in today at all, but I can make a note. If you're just checking in for pretrial release, what we do when she's gone is we make a note on your case that you did call and check in.
Oh, I've already called and checked in, ma'am. I was just calling to make a note. Will you do this for me, please? Make a note. And I maybe have already said, just we can make good documentation, and I will be filing in the courts for a change of venue.
You're going to file a change of venue.
I think it's best if I can, I don't know, I can document with you if you'd like, but a change of venue is a legal request to move the trial from one location to another, and there's clauses on that. And I want to make sure it says for the fair trial, that's one thing. And there's many different things that are involved, such as witness convenience. The trial may be more convenient if the witness at the venue is changed. There's reasons. Okay, the changes may be filed wrong. I'm not the defendant. This is another clause that I'm concerned about, that the community, the defendant, be particularly subject to hostility in the local community. I'm up here in North Lake County. The victim status, the community, victim status in the community may be aroused community passion against me. I mean, I'm trying to say, just be verbal, and the judge's prejudice may be appear to be prejudice, and qualified judge may not be available. So the other is the safety of the defendant and the witnesses and the attorney, and even Abigail in this case, I am concerned for her safety because I have tried to get the courts. I with her last time, this Studenberg has filed to quit, not be my attorney. So I don't, with counsel, don't even know. I don't have counsel or not at this time. I can't even get them to tell me if the judge has granted this. So I need to make a motion.
Right now and see if the order has been signed.
That'd be a great, if I get just a quick update. And I'm trying, ma'am. I'm trying to do logistically.
That's okay. The order has not been signed for him to withdraw yet, so he is still your attorney as of today. I'm not. Let me see if I can see.
See, ma'am, how do you kick it in the courts, wait 6 months, and then just my attorney up and quit? There's something going on in this case, and it's far beyond just this single.
I'm not an attorney, but attorneys withdraw all the time, but it's up to the judge. I mean, they can file to withdraw all the time.
There's
also,
only
the
two.
defendant can ask for a different for an attorney just because of communication problems, whatever. But it is ultimately up to the judge to grant or deny that. And it does not look like anything. I mean, he has not signed it yet. He might.
Has he seen it yet? Has he been able to open it up on his window and see it?
I can't answer that.
I tried.
His queue. I can't answer that. I just don't see a signature on it. He may be waiting for, you do have a hearing coming up January 6th. He might be waiting for that. I don't know. But what I can do is I can put a note on it.
There's a hearing January 6th?
Something. Yeah, your next hearing is January 6th.
I've been notified of that.
It was probably told in your last court date.
No, it was 11th. They were setting it for trial. Thank you.
What the notes say. When you were in court
21st.
on October 21st, they set dates for your trial, and then there's a trial. They also set a trial readiness for January 6th.
Okay, there's no mention of that. Okay, thank you. I didn't mention that in the open court. Thank you. I appreciate it that you mentioned the trial date. So, what do they have the trial date set for the record?
The 15th through the 16th.
1 day trial.
15th.
I say
1 day. 1 day trial?
It's time to get set up and call,
A 1 day trial.
No, the 15th and 16th.
Oh, 2 days. 2 days. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Well, okay.
And then they always have a trial readiness for the parties to come
On
and
the
make
6th.
sure that everything's set. And that's the 6th.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your time today.
Okay.
Have a good day.
You too.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so that's the call to Abigail to let the pretrial lady that I make contact with, that I will be requesting put in a change of venue because the bias of fair trial. Okay, I did have the state investigator or the county investigator say they're forcing us to take this to trial, and they didn't know anything about my son's original 180 hours, which started the whole case because of community service hours they said he didn't do, which is an impossibility. So I found out that Phil Studenberg, who quit, has not been able to get a full, and he still represents me. So the next call will be calling Phil Studenberg's office, the attorney, telling the attorney, well, since you're still my attorney, you need to file this change of venue with the courts today. If not, file it Monday. It's Friday. If not, file it Monday. So here we are with the second phone call to document me calling Phil Studenberg, the attorney from the county who, after 6 months under my Miranda rights, has to provide legal counsel for you, an attorney. They didn't get me one for 6 months. The first they got me an attorney from a different county, he turned right around and filed courts to quit. So as of now, that's why I'm trying to do what I'm doing. So now, mommy, this sucks. I'm gonna have to move now. This is the last thing I wanted to do. Mommy, I got nowhere to go. I have nowhere to go. I have animals I'm gonna have to bring with me. It's the middle of the winter. Remember what Father said, pray your flight need not be in the winter. This is not the good time to be moving around. I don't even think I'm going to be able to stay in the state under this change of venue with bringing the state of Oregon in here and swatting my house, this ministry. The state's involved because of the bias. So, I mean, they might be able to keep me in the state, but I might have to go under some kind of witness protection or something. And that's, I tried to stay here. I didn't let them run me out of this ministry. And fortunately for others, if I do kick this into the courts outside, the community mentors, Mommy, I got people coming forward from outside contacting me now, going, look, here's all my evidence. There's others that are being bold enough to stand up now and contact me. I've been contacted by several. So I have all the right of discovery. I have all the discovery. I mean, they didn't give it to me a week. Remember, under suppression of evidence and right of discovery, they have to give me all that discovery. So I have time to present it before a trial, right? Somebody actually knows what they're talking about. Hell, so good to see you, Storm. Thanks for coming back in. So when they originally let me go after keeping me a week illegally, because they kept me for 2 whole weeks when they can only keep me for 1, and the attorney who was representing my son represented me, which is illegal, can't co-counsel, different attorneys for each defendant, told him to let me out. He's like, you got to let him out. He doesn't have a criminal record. He pays taxes. He's not a flight risk. He's pleading to get back to his animals and clean his house. You know, you got to let him out. You're going to ruin this case under the night pellets, circuit. There's some thing that's held up and, but it doesn't matter. You cannot keep him. Klamath County, the county over, is letting people out in a week. We're not the only one that's having a shortage of attorneys. That's the next one. Actually, all the counties, there's not enough attorneys because there's more crime being committed in the state of Oregon. This is not isolated. You got to let them out. You're going to run the case. And the judge and the district attorney just kept me in there for a whole extra week. That's illegal right there. But once they let me go under my right of discovery and suppression of evidence, they only disclosed the warrant with 3 pieces of paper. I did request, okay, I don't know why everybody talks about time served, but that's okay. What does time served have to do? I think I appreciate it, AW, on that I mean, I just appreciate him I put this down in the wire. My son has a trial on the 11th. I'm like, wow, I should have probably done this last week, but it took the state or the county investigator to come out to this property where they won't arrest him, illegally provided a illegal service of summons, because you don't go on private property and serve a summons and somebody tells you, hey, do you have a warrant when you get out? And you say no, and then I tell you to leave and you don't leave. That is criminal trespassing. So that's not a legal service. But irregardless, I talked to the guy, unbeknown who he was at the time, and said, look, what do you know about the 180 hours of the original case? He has no idea, which the whole case is based off of. And then he specifically said himself, they are forcing us to take it to trial. They're forcing us to be taken to trial, which means they don't want to, which shows that there is not the right to fair trial. I can't get fair trial if they don't want to give me even the service. They're forced. That's what he said. They're forcing us to take it to trial. There we go. That's all I need. I'm saying that's all I need. That's all I need. That's all the evidence I need. And then as soon as that happened, I knew that this case I could have shot the man dead that day and still him pursuing him for criminal trespassing on this ranch, because it's clearly posted and he didn't leave, and I have the video showing he needs to go to jail for a little bit to think about what he did. God spared his life that day because I'm a meek man. I could have used my Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, a right to be secure in my house's papers, persons, and effects. I could have deemed him by his actions. He would not stop to cause me physical harm, my animals, and he don't care. I'm not just saying like that, but he did. He had the approach. He wouldn't stop. I kept telling him to stop talking. He'd leave. He wouldn't. I could have killed that man dead, and nothing would have been legally they could have done to me. I thank you, Father, that I don't have to live with that. I thank the Father that I don't have to deal with that, and that would have been the easy route. So no, I'm just going straight to appellate court. Hopefully it'll go Supreme Court and just file the change of venue. It's got to get out of the state. It's got to get out of this county. So that's the only route for me to take now. So let's go with this, and we'll look at me calling the attorney that supposedly quit as my attorney, who has, if he's still going to be my attorney, he has to provide me counsel. That is my Miranda right, brothers and sisters. That's under your Miranda rights. You have the right to legal counsel. If you cannot afford one to be appointed to you during questioning, you can't, so you do not convict yourself. That's why that attorney is there. Hey, don't say this, don't say that. They're going to hopefully provide you so you don't incriminate yourself. More than anything, so you know, which is your Fifth Amendment. They'll tell you what to say and what not to say. Less is more most of the time. So anyways, let's go to the current attorney, I guess, that will not provide me counsel, has not provided me under discuss. I had to force, as AWO said, talking about discovery, this attorney, and said, look, I want my discovery, what and he did. That's it. He never has done anything. And it took me this attorney has never done anything for me, but listen to me tell him, you better tell him to drop the case. Okay. Okay. Bye. I mean, that was all. And he never did anything. So he's not providing any legal counsel. None. Evidence will show he provides legal counsel. So there's no, okay. So, but anyways, so what I am doing at this point in time, because it's been 6 months and they've taken 6 months to find me an attorney from a different county, he turns around, becomes my attorney, and immediately turns around and files for the courts to withdraw as my attorney. So I have now called the circuit clerk court, and they told me that he has filed to withdraw as my attorney, but the judge has not signed off on it as of yet. So he legally is still my attorney. So I've now let Abigail, my pretrial person that I check in with weekly, know I will be filing a change of venue because of fair trial bias and not the ability to, and she knows because I've already told her this shouldn't be a surprise. And then once the circuit court lady told me that Phil Studenberg is still my legal attorney, I immediately said, thank you, as you said, got the, you see, and I tried, almost got her. Did the judge open it up? Did the judge see it? I can't tell you that, sir. I almost had her there. Did you see that? I almost had her. She almost told me whether he saw it or not. But anyways, I can't tell you that. So anyways, so I went ahead and immediately turned around and called Phil Studenberg, the attorney who's requested the courts to not be my attorney, to document that I want a change of venue filed immediately. Today, or Monday, because I know it's this weekend of this, whatever. I don't talk about holidays. So anyways, let's go to the phone call of me calling Phil Studenberg's office to document the filing for change of venue, which sucks because now I'm going to have to move and I don't have anywhere to move. I thought I could move my motorhome, but I forgot that I was having transmission issues. They shot the window out of the front. Well, it's still there, but it's shattered, and it's just a big spider web. And they shot the side window out, and it's getting ruined. And I don't have a place to live. This is my home. Where am I supposed to go? I don't have friends or family. I don't have one friend or one family member outside of this town that I could go to. I don't even have one brother or sister. So I'm tough between a rock and a hard place. And that's why I kind of held my ground here for so long, because I felt like I didn't want them to run me out of town. But if I do leave, I don't want to, and I do bring this to a appellate court where they do suspend all these people, put them on some kind of paid leave, I am sure people will come out of the woodwork, as I've already had some when I posted an ad on the are you being targeted? Please private message me. I am having private messages come in about people who have been harassed by probation and parole, by police department, stalking, all these other, I have cases coming in, and for the protection of this community, I do believe you need to go to the change of venue hearing and cite sheriffs and court conflict interest. So yeah, I already have the evidence. AW, did you just hear what I said? Listen to me. The county investigator said his words. We're going to do it for evidentiary purpose. Actually, we're going to do this. Said they are forcing, who in the hell is they? They are forcing us to take this to trial. That's it. I don't need any reason to change a venue. Listen to me. I don't need any other reason. That is reason. Bias for prejudice. Fair trial. The county investigator who's supposed to be representing me, who's never contacted me. Well, no, he's not me because I don't have an attorney. Well, I do, but he's from another county. How come the county investigator, nobody's contacted me. Nobody's ever done anything. This investigator said he's summoning me to go to my son's case as a witness in my son's case. He's trying to summons me. He's here. Don't put on anything else. Don't write anything else. Don't write anything else. Don't write anything else. Don't write anything else. Please don't write anything else. Listen, please. You're going to get. He said they are forcing us to take this to trial. That's it. I don't need anything else. They're not going to be providing me a fair trial. They're not doing their job. When asked the whole case, because you haven't been here and I appreciate you coming in, it's about 180 hours of community service that they say that was not completed, which was. It's just a clerical error. It's all it is a clerical. And that this goes a lot further. But this clerical error has turned into a SWAT raid. Seriously. It's easily documented. So when asked about the original case of these community service hours that were completed, which were the terms of release for my son to leave the county that I am in to go to the county he is in now, where he lived before, was that he had to complete all his community service. So if there was community service to be done that wasn't done, it would show on his action plan because he was on felony supervised probation. When he showed up to Lane County from Lake, he would have had to contact community service, pay $100 and continue his community service, which that's not. So look, when asked about the 180 hours, he did not know anything. Just like I'm sure the SWAT team members with the 2 or 3 armored vehicles and the 29 men could not ever say anything about my son's 180 hours or the rapist, Tony Karsten, who that was. So I have proof of the right to a fair trial under my 6th Amendment when facing criminal charges to speedy trial, which they already screwed up. Speedy trial. It's been 6 months and they have not provided anything. It's over. They think they're going to take it to court in 2 days. They couldn't investigate this case for 2 years and bring it to a trial that would take 2 weeks. This trial will probably take a couple months in appellate court to go through I called Deschutes County, one of the largest, I believe is the 2nd largest attorney in this case. Bend is is the closest to me. Portland and Salem over there. This is the largest city. And he's like, I don't have the bandwidth to do that case. There's no way. It's too many witnesses, too much. There's not. And they think they're going to take this to a 2-day trial on my sons. So, no, we haven't even got any there yet. We haven't even got in there yet, any of that yet. So, nope, that's what I'm saying. I don't even have any, nothing's been done. Nothing's been done. So there's no way that this will stay in this county and be tried by this county. It's just, it's under the 6th Amendment. There's bias by the judge that the community could potentially come after and show bias towards me. Because if this is this community and they're going to be bringing people in from this community, they would be members of my jury. So I do not want people in this community or North or Lake County, because they have put a bias out about me in this county because of my political activism, which I don't do politics. I'm a veteran. I speak up about history. It's being made every day. What the fuck are you doing about it? I'm not going to stand around and let history be made every day and not do anything about it. I'm not changing, anything like God's will but I'm not going to stand around and be the silent majority. I'm a teacher and a pastor first. They wrecked this ministry. It says in the book of Psalms, the only thing it takes for evil men to flourish is for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. So I have all that under right of discovery, suppression of evidence. I will include 275 hours of pleading, live streaming for 17 days to the state of Oregon, the county. Please don't come out here and SWAT the house. Just call me and we can get this 180 hours taken care of. No need to bring guns. I would like to resolve the issue. I would like to have a conversation and have a resolution, not a revolution. I do not want men with guns. This can be resolved without men with guns. Let's not push this into the courts. Let's use professional courtesy. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. I got to live in this county. Please, I don't want to cause problems, but I will point out if there is illegal goings on with my sheriffs in my county. I'm not going to be quiet. Let's figure this out. We've got corruption within this county with the police. Let's sit down, come to my house, elected sheriff. You can call if you don't want to waste money. You know where I live. Everybody knows where I live. Come have a conversation with me. We can resolve this case. There's no reason to bring men with guns. Instead, they brought 29 men, plus the county. They've permanently shot me in my eye, and you can see that this eye is not the same as this eye. This eye is sinking in, as you can see. There's a shadow on this eye. There's no shadow on this eye. The wrinkles on this side of my face. Somebody believes that I may have had a stroke, and I'm not admitting it, that I had a stroke out here, and I'm just not admitting it. And that they're concerned for my respiratory issues because they say they can hear it in my voice, and they went back to the last prior streams and looked at the videos of my eyes and said, your eye is starting to, I have looks like there's a big hair. Lots of hair and lots of dust in my eye. I believe if they did an x-ray, you'll find that there's a scarring of my retina. They scarred my retina by headshotting me at 45 seconds of their SWAT raid. Very heavy-handed use of force. I'm a prior law enforcement officer and prior veteran. I was a special reaction team in the military, certified in Honolulu, Hawaii, by Los Angeles Police Department on special weapons and tactics. I am very aware I was a point man. I was the shield man, direct threat. I'm the first man in the door, but just because I'm certified doesn't give you a reason to come bring a SWAT team to my house. So I'm very aware with how a SWAT team works and a 9-man, point man, rear air security shotgun. I know how all this works. I've done this. I've been certified. I'm a law enforcement officer myself. That's the problem, is they don't like people like me. When I was in law enforcement, I was a whistleblower as well. I pointed out corruption within law enforcement. They didn't like that. I pointed out corruption, and when I was a veteran, I tangled with the Army too. When I was in the Army, about the corruption that was going on in there. I've always fought corruption, brothers and sisters. I'm a whistleblower. When you're supposed to be enforcing the law, you're not supposed to. They're breaking the law. When I was a military police, we held ourselves to a higher standard, that we set the standard, not meet the standard. We set the standard. Like, when does a good soldier, when does a good police officer, when does a good MP need a haircut? Never. It's already done. Soldier, move out, draw fire. I cannot help that I'm a veteran. I can't help. I joined the service at 17 as a minor child. I was a child when I joined. Stupid enough and smart enough to pass in their top percentage of their ASVAB, and physical enough to pass their test to go at 18 and see a Maria. Nobody's going to tell me I can't. 15, 16 years old, everybody telling me to stop worrying about the world and trying to fix everything and fix everybody else's problems and think I could save, and didn't need to have the answer to every single thing. And so I was never going to let anybody tell me, you can't serve people. You got to be quiet about it. Stop trying to figure out everybody else's problems and worry about your own. Yeah, I had issues, but some of my issues were that I had because I was worried about other people's problems. But I found my time was more, I could handle my problems. There wasn't anything in my life that was so bad that I couldn't. Why were people worried about my problems? I was trying to worry about other people's issues and trying to help them. And I got told that I was trying to change the world, and stop trying to change everything. You don't need to figure everything out. Don't need to have the answer to everything. That's all you do is sit there and try to figure things out and help everybody else. And you struggle with your own damn self and your own problems. And you could probably, your whole life be a whole lot easier if you just fix your own problems first and stop worrying about everybody else's. So at 17 years old, I said, you know what? Fuck you. I'm joining the Army. Bye. I went on the Army's delayed entry program, and I said, you know what? Give me your test. I only got barely passed grades in school, brothers and sisters. I scored some of the top, on my ASVAB score because I'm not stupid. At 17, I was very smart. I could pick my job. I didn't have to be none leg, none grunt, and I'm not whatever. Everybody has a purpose in the military, but I had a choice between warrant officer. I picked what it was that I chose. I wanted to be a reconstructionist. I wanted to figure things out. So I wanted to become a traffic crash reconstructionist or an air traffic controller. I like the idea of being able to figure things out. So that was a good challenge for my brain. I thought that would be a good paying job. After I got out of the military, I didn't have to work as a police officer. I could work for Progressive. And instead of carrying a gun and a badge as I went through the Highway Patrol Academy in Oklahoma City, trained Trooper Strasbaugh. Thank you for Trooper Strasbaugh. I don't know if I'd have made it through the Highway Patrol Academy without him, Man, you can't be so serious about this job, man. You can't take it personally. You're an information recorder, dude. You see the violation, you report it to the judge, you let them determine guilt or innocence. You're not a one-man wrecking ball. Don't go out there with a personal bias. You really seem to have a passion for this, but that could get in the way. Thank you, Trooper Strasbaugh, for, Oklahoma State Highway Patrol Academy, brothers and sisters. Lowest paid. I hate cops. I rebuke cops now. They're corporate thugs. But anyways, he helped push me through that and give me the ability, the understanding of and I should have known right there that something was up. We went to the Highway Patrol Academy and they drove home in their cruisers after having 50 wings and about 6 to 8, 10 beers themselves, the state troopers. I'm like, what the hell? We just drove from the Highway Patrol Academy to Hooters in Oklahoma City, had beers. I didn't drink, but they all had at least 5 or 6 or 7 beers. 50 wings amongst 8 to 10 guys is not enough to coat your belly, and then they all drive home drunk. I'm like, whoa, what the hell did I just get myself into? Professional courtesy, man. FOP, bitches. Whatever. So anyways, my point that I'm making, brothers, sisters, is that nobody was going to tell me that I couldn't serve. And so I became a traffic crash reconstructionist. I didn't want to stay in the military for 8 years to become a warrant officer. It's a 5-year stint as a military police. And so that was what I chose to do, because then I could go get a job, not being some cop sucker, but go to work for the Progressive and not carry a gun and do politics and have one hand tied behind my back. With that, I can pull my drag factor, coefficient, infringement, take my equations, tangent offset, get all this equations and enter them in and get paid $500,000, $600,000 a year to do the same job and not be a state trooper. So I had some people come to me and go, dude, I cannot believe you joined the military. I remember you telling me your dad would kill you if you did. And dude, we used to hang out and party with you at your house, man. They gave you a badge and a gun, dude. Are you serious? I'm like, yeah, you came to my house and you partied at my house. Remember? We took your keys. You couldn't leave. You had to stay the night. Wasn't people left drinking and driving? We literally made you stay. We had bouncers at the door. I know you guys' parties were so crazy. Yeah, we did it the right way. We didn't put the public in jeopardy. I remember my mom came. If anybody had keys with the fishbowl, everybody had to put them in the fishbowl. You had to stay the night. Yeah, those parties were yeah. Dude, this is a stepping stone. Fuck the police. I don't like police. This is part of my job. I'm just doing this so I can become a reconstructionist. I'm an investigator, man. Like, oh, well, that makes sense now. I didn't even, so crazy. You're a cop, dude. That's so weird. I would have never thought. Yeah, I didn't think so either. But this is what Father chose for me. So anyways, brothers, sisters, that's kind of how I, ran into this of law enforcement and reconstruction and being a veteran and a cop and a 95 Bravo in the military, did my basic and training and advanced at Fort McClellan, home of the Chemical Corps, and got gassed back then. And, brothers, sisters, you're not going to have a veteran just because my DD 214 says honorable discharge means that my tour of service ends for my country or the people in this country. Some veterans are, I served with soldiers that were not soldiers. For example, I'm not sure, and I'm not saying AWO or whatever, but I have to remind that we don't go kill women and children in other countries in the name of oil, the petrodollar, and not just women and children, but the best of the best, the fighting age, selective, the best of the best are 18 to 30-year-old men, now women, drafting our women. So we don't fight for freedom. We don't fight for freedom. I rebuke the word freedom. We don't kill people in other countries. Do you know how many I served at the time of Desert Storm, that's in the 90s, for 89, 90, all this Desert Shield, not 89, but 90, 91, the time, 92, now this all Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Operation Iraqi Freedom. Do you know how many Iraqi, not men, not 18 to 30, fighting age men, Iraqi women and children lost their life? Women and children, people who didn't wear a battle dress uniform, never wore any military fatigues, never pinned on no rank, never did none of that, and they lost their life. 2 to 3 million women and children lost their life in those operations. That should make your heart just, their innocence. So we don't fight and kill women and children in another country, innocence, and the best of the best for freedom. We fight for freedom of choice. And I have to remind idiot veterans that I served with, because they weren't soldiers to begin with. I served with soldiers in the military. They were not soldier status. Maybe it's because I was an MP. We held the standard. We set the standard. We had a higher standard than most just because that's the way it is as an MP. But I have to remind soldiers to this day, calm your damn pride. We kill people in other countries and you're proud of that? Fuck you. Get out of my face. I don't like what we do. I never did. I really wish I never would have done this, but we don't fight for freedom. We fight so people have a choice. Grow up, soldier. Move out, draw fire. You're 8 up. As a matter of fact, you're 16 up because you're twice as fucking 8 up as the rest of them. You can take a boy out of the country, but you can't take a country out of the boy. Brothers, sisters, they didn't tell me to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. My DD 214 says honorable discharge, but it does not end my tour of service for the people in my community, the state that I'm in, and the country. Even though it's a horrible country now, a tyrannical country will be written down in history as the bad guy. We're the bad guy in history now. You just live here and you're biased, but outside of this country, we are. And so I'm not going to go down in history being the silent majority, and I will not go down in history allowing people not to at least have a choice. That's why we kill people. That's why we have MAGA death. So you can stand on the X, wear a face diaper like a child. There's a reason why a lot of veterans' suicide rate went up during COVID, because when you do these horrible things, you come home and you see this is what you do. This is what you did for that. You don't do a service to your veterans too. And please stop thanking veterans for their service, because if a veteran is proud of their service, I rebuke them. That's called pride. They should not stick a gun to their head and blow their head off and beat a sissy sucker route like 22 of us veterans every single day say, I can't do this anymore. They should speak up. And it's dangerous, and I know. And they took these oaths and writing these things fuck that. My oath is to the Constitution, not to the people. We, the people, form this Constitution. We, the people of the United States, we, the people, are the government. We've only allowed this federal government to come protect our rights. But unfortunately, the right of the people has been forgotten. They don't assert their rights. They lose their rights. And that's what's happened. But I will go down in history not being one of those who did not stand up for the Constitution. If they martyr me as a pastor and teacher, they're only making the word of God come to fruition. And they hate veterans. I'm telling you, veterans are the biggest enemy to our government, brothers, sisters. We know what they do. We are their leg. Unfortunately, we see this MAGA death. We do. It's just part of what being a veteran, and it's not fun, but it is what it is. And so I don't want to see any more of it. That's why I could have shot 3 people dead on my property. I could have killed them with my own hands, but I've never threatened anybody in the sort. I actually teach under this covenant. I do not think that I could serve ever in the military again as a chaplain, because I would be teaching that we don't need military. Well, we can have military, but not outside our border, and that wouldn't fund the war machine, now would it? That wouldn't fund all the oil wars, now would it? We have been breaking this covenant for 2,600 years, brothers and sisters, where he said, let vengeance be mine. God used to require war, death, going outside your borders. eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Somebody killed your brother, you go sneak in his house, kill his brother. That's not under this testament anymore. So any 1,000 military bases in 180 countries is an apostasy to the New Testament. There's not another chaplain, deacon, reverend, pastor on this earth teaching it. So I thank the Father for my service and allowing me to continue to serve him by pastoring this New Testament, which is it's new. It's not old. We're not under the law of flesh anymore. So we're not supposed to wrestle, Paul said, remember, against flesh. He became the literal last sacrifice. They ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice. All these utterly worldly things, brothers and sisters, this is the problem. People just give their authority to it, and I will not. If I'm martyred because I'm pointing out that this was a constitutional republic and now it's a democracy, and I will not fall for I won't fall for this. I am not a corporation. I've never been arrested under a capital letter name. When they arrested me in this case, I am Pastor Revelation. I am Apocalypse. That's what I go by, because that's what this High Desert Faith and Truth, the viewers here, the subscribers call me. And that is the lifting of the veil. And that's what I do, to expose the aletheia, the truth. That's part of what the Father has me to do. So I'm a soldier of God before all, and I will defend his Shem, this New Testament, before all. And if they martyr me, so what? Go ahead and make God's word come to fruition. I only fear the Lord. I only fear that I'm not doing it in his service. And so I will continue to protect your constitutional rights as a United States honorably discharged veteran who I don't like my tourist service. I will defend your rights for the people who do not and are feared to speak up. They have to have a voice. Oligos is the word, very few, a tiny number, a fraction. Stockholm Syndrome out here where I'm at, brothers, sisters, siding with their captors because they're so afraid of these cops out here. I will take these cops down by the will of the Father, not of my own. From the top down, from the sheriff's department to the elected sheriff, taking everybody top down. I'm a military veteran. There's such things called as a uniform code of military justice. The commander-in-chief is the pretendant of this divided state. He's a mass murder-in-chief is what he is. Don't matter if he's red or blue, he's still the mass murder-in-chief. He's in charge of all the uniform code of military justice, the United States Navy, the United States Marines, the United States Army, the United States, all services are branches under. But remember, rank, master sergeant, first sergeant, these are over, privates and corporals and sergeants and there's a rank and there's an order of doing things. And so I'm trying to do these by the law, logistically, and do them. And I believe that I'm, going to make sure that if this is, if you got one bad apple, it can upset the whole apple cart. But in this case, the whole apple cart, we got a whole apple cart full of bad apples out here. And people don't think judges go to jail. People don't think district attorneys go to jail. People think cops, they see cops and they don't think they can do any wrong. People see a soldier and go, yay, but they don't realize that's a mass murder. And the most sick, disgusting thing to ever walk this planet is a military veteran. You can't get much more worse than that, brothers, sisters. It'd be one thing, and I'm not condoning murder, but some man goes out and I'm not condoning murder, taking a life, but we as veterans, we have 1,000+ military bases in 180 countries, and we provide megadeath at never seen. And a lot of it is through private contractor now, so we can say that we're not involved in a military operation. We have become so incredibly, we go like with the Marines. We train with the Marines, on the job train with them, and we do things with them that people would never, so I can talk with a Marine. They're like, were you a Marine or are you an Army? We're the tip of the spear. We're the first ones in the battle. We're the last ones, the military, police, Army, to leave. So we're very skilled in war, and we are the masters of war. We have the more heavily four-man armed team than any other military MOS. There's nothing more deadly than a four-man MP team in war for a four-man team. So war is the mission of the military police. They have more field missions in the field than any other military skill. There's 9 field missions. You have garrison, that's in the rear. That's things that are done, not in war, but in, non-war, that's garrison. But in war, there's 9 field missions, and the military police are the first ones to enter into war. They've military intelligence, Cav Scouts, We're there before anybody else, and we are the last ones because of prisoners of war to leave the battlefield. So no more warring, no more of this, not outside our borders. I rebuke all this. Anybody who thinks this is okay is a part of it, and you're supporting it by filling out your W-2, and you think your taxes go to roads, your taxes go to fund and kill a whole Ukrainian generation now. Men and women, I'm going to tell you this, and I need to move on with this live stream, but it is what it is. I always pastor first. There's a whole generation of Ukrainian women and men that are gone now, gone in 2 years in Russia since they started that operation over there. Gone. They're going to do the same thing here in America, brothers and sisters. They now will draft United States women. It's not on the book. It's not going to be possibly. I threw a major fit on TikTok and really did. I don't approve of this country anymore at all. Never, ever again would I ever approve that a country that sends their women to war. You are supporting anything in this country, I'll never, ever support this country ever again. I will defend the people that are here, the righteous people that are here and upright, but the country itself is an apostasy, and you do not send your women to war. I work with Sergeant Beanick. You can look her up if you'd like. She was the first female military police sniper in the military. And although she was hardcore, she signed up for a volunteer military. We don't draft our women, brothers and sisters. We don't draft our women. And we don't ever let the Second Amendment right taken away from me. Because get off of me, you big motherfucker. Don't stick your cock in whatever hole you want. Bam! I would hope that you women would never have to do that. You weak-ass men in America, you didn't stand up at all. And this is going to happen quicker than you think. You never give up the Second Amendment right. It's because to redress grievances and replace the government, it is for our ladies. I'm a military police, 95 Bravo. Sergeant Beanick, she had a different physical standard than the men. She's still part of the SWAT, Special Reaction Weapons and Tactics, Special Reaction Team, part of the military, police in the military. But she had a different physical standard. And most men, although women are very strong, can be overtaken all their orifices by a man. So you weak-ass men in America better stand up. I'm not for fighting. I said you can protect yourself. I don't approve of the men in the United States anymore. Yeah, get off of me, you big. Imagine it have to be that women. Imagine it have to be these women to take a life because some man can physically overtake a woman. You better be careful. This incoming selected 47 has already passed laws to send executive order to your door, bring the military to your door. He did that during the COVID. To bring the jab, he'll bring the military. He said he would do it to get rid of these all these Venezuelan gang members that are here. He also passed the red flag gun laws, which means they, like veterans like myself, if I've got a collection in my garage and my snowflake neighbor doesn't like that and wants to call the cops, they can come take my guns from me, remove them first, and then take me to jail, prosecute me later. Yeah, I thought this was innocent until proven guilty. Brothers and sisters, you better pay attention to what's going on in this country. And under posse comitatus, there's no more posse comitatus. It's over, America. It's over. This country is over, and you stood down way too damn long. Posse comitatus says that you can't use the military as a law enforcement capacity. They changed that law, brothers and sisters. That means the military can be used against you. And you don't think he's coming for your Second Amendment rights? Bad man orange, red flag gun law, bump stocks. What part of shall not be infringed do you not understand? Nobody can ever take your right away to protect yourself. Did you hear me, man? You are weak. I don't care what you think about me. Women, you think a woman's going to have to pump a 3 or 4 357 rounds, 2 9mm rounds, 44 rounds in a man's face and chest because he wants to stick his cock in her and she can't hold him off? I'd hate to have to be that woman. Grow up, men. Assert your voice so we don't have it's ballots. Redress grievances. The reason you have a First Amendment first and a Second Amendment second. Bullets come second. Ballots, it's called redress grievances. Use your voice. First Amendment first, Second Amendment. There's a reason why it comes second. They didn't do it that for no reason. ballots, then bullets. Know your rights. Use your voice so we don't have to use our Second Amendment items. Speak up. Now's the time. There's a reason why it came first. There's a reason why it's second. For the ladies in this country, I do it for you ladies, because these men in America are weak. There's still strong men in this country that care about you not having your orifices violated and just your rights to carry. Should be able to feel safe, and even without. Think about this. An armed public is a safe public. A man walks into a bank. Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, he'll rob the world. A man walks into a gun with a bank. No, he walks into a bank with a gun. And the bank manager's got a gun. And the guy at the credit department's got a gun. And every teller's got a gun. And every person inside that standing there to go get their or do their transactions got a gun. And you walk in and say, hey, this is a stick up. How well do you think you're going to be able to pull off a heist in that bank? An armed public is a safe public, brothers and sisters. Do not be afraid of weapons. I don't like them. I don't need them. I can use these bare hands and put you to sleep. I can make you bleed without ever using one strike, but I won't do anything of the sort. I could have shot 3 men on my property in 6 months legally using my Fourth and Second Amendment. I did nothing of the sort. No, I didn't. But now I have to assert my Sixth Amendment right and put a change of venue for this whole case with the state of Oregon, where they brought men with guns inside my house to protect you here in the state of Oregon and the United States, to expose that this criminal behavior of rapists, murders, and pedophiles who are convicted or released into the poorest counties, not all, but throughout the United States, and our county, state residents are being victimized by our police departments of not keeping track of the rapist, allowing them to be involved in illicit activities and not being prosecuted, literally being showing discovered evidence of in this case, a rapist. Tony Karsten was at under discovery of evidence and obtaining the evidence. This man is at the scene of a crime, witness, accomplice, should be revoked. His parole is not. He's there. They're going in through, they're breaking in. There we go. Accomplice, criminal, convict him. Nope. They let him run around and not even tell anybody where he's going. And now I'm being targeted because of it. So I'm going to have to put in a change of venue, which sucks because now I have no place to live. And I'll probably have to leave the state of Oregon. And I don't know anybody else like that. I just don't have that life. So I know Father will provide, but I have to do something. And I'm going to continue to document, as I already did, that I've already contacted the clerk's office to let them know that I need to put in a change of venue. Because when I had the county investigator for my son's attorney come to the property and illegally enter onto my property, criminally will be continued to pursue him for criminal trespassing. He said, after being told to leave without a warrant, he didn't have a warrant. He didn't leave. I told him multiple times to leave. He didn't leave. That's criminal trespassing. Don't do that, brothers, sisters. He should have turned around immediately and left, but I didn't shoot him. Thank you, Father. I don't have to live with that. I asked him, about these 180 hours. The first thing he said is, I'm your son's, once we could identify something, that's not the first thing he said. Once I could actually identify who he was, he said he was my son's attorney's investigator and that they were forcing us to take this to trial. That's it. I don't need any more, brothers and sisters. That was what it took to file the change of venue. And what sucks about it is I never wanted to do that because I need to stand in for this community. I stood here in this community and was a risk the whole time. Now I'm going to have to leave. And I got nowhere to go, brothers and sisters. I got nowhere to go. I don't know how this will work. I don't know what, I know what I just did, but I know it involves me uprooting from my home. It's the last thing. It feels like to me like they win, but it ain't about winning or losing. I stay here. I have a place. I've provided. I don't have anywhere to go. I said I had that motorhome, but the transmission is messed up. They shot the windows out of the front, the whole front end spider web, the windows. It's just not, if it drove it, I'd leave. I'd have something at least to stand. Maybe they could give me a check to reimburse me. I don't know. But how am I going to pay my land payments? You know, I don't know what's going to happen, brothers, sisters. But I know I have to protect this community. I have to protect this state. And I can't do this for me. And I can't just do it for my son or my daughter. It has to go for the bigger cause. So that was the last thing that, to me, I realized that there's just no way this is going to get a fair trial. And that if if the state investigator says they're forcing us, they are not providing the actual counsel that they could. So, I don't know, brothers and sisters, this is the last thing that I wanted to happen. So after calling the trial attorney saying, hey, if I make changes, I have to notify you. I'm making a change. I'm file for a change of venue. So here is, once I spoke with the clerk, circuit clerk, court, pre-trial clerk, she said that Judge Vandenberg has not signed off on the request for my Phil Studenberg counsel to not be my attorney yet. So he's still legally, who, even though he hasn't provided any service for me, legal service, is my attorney. So I immediately call him, and I'm going to do that right now and play the phone call and show that I did call Phil Studenberg to request a change of venue because of the fair trial, that I will not be able to receive a fair trial in this county. So here we are with more documentation. I have not given up for my son. I'm sure he's very scared out of his mind, knowing there's only a 2-day trial and his attorney will not talk about the 180 hours. And the investigator has not even done his job enough to go out and see if Elijah has even done these hours. So unbeknown to Elijah, because we had contact, I really wish at this point he would put in a change of a venue. I don't have any way to contact him. There's ways that somebody could contact him without I having a direct contact him, which would not be, this is legal matter stuff that I just wish there was some way he knew that I was filing a change of venue so he would understand what is happening, and that he legally, I'm not saying that I can talk to him, but somebody, and that's why his attorney should be telling him this, should be, I mean, this is how, not sorry, I've had zero contact. They could never prove that I had any contact with him at all. None, 0, 0, 0. He's following the rules with this criminal conspiracy, no contact order. I bet everything on this property that his wife and him never broke that contact order either. They did what they were supposed to do, which was probably extremely hard for a husband and a wife to be separated like that for the last 6 months. So I really wish there was some way for somebody to contact, not by me, so that some legal service or somebody or something contact him and say, hey, your dad is putting in a change of venue because he said he can't get a fair trial, and that's going to be the same thing in your case. So you probably should file for a change of venue immediately, or fire your attorney, which would stop this case from going to trial on December 11th. So he's got a couple options: to fire his attorney, which I don't even believe is his attorney because I have paperwork that says he quit. I just wish there was a way for Elijah Werner to know, they got him over there in Lane County. I don't know anybody I have family over there, but I don't really talk to my family because I do me, and they're very wealthy, and I do little desert shack, and they live in big houses and have lots of money. So they like to chase fame and fortune, and I like to chase knowledge and live off the land. So I just wish there was some way Elijah knew that I had not given up, and I'm not, and I'm continually working for him and my daughter. So I just don't have any way, guys. I don't know anybody that I can say, hey, I'm not contacting you directly because I don't want to break this no contact order, but somehow maybe somebody should get a hold of Elijah and advise him of the dad filing the change of venue. And maybe this would be a good time, since he's filing a change of venue and your attorney won't listen to 100 hours, just go ahead and fire your attorney, because then that will postpone this and they can't take it to trial, they'll have to find you another attorney. And guys, there is not another attorney for Elijah. There's only 2 attorneys over here. Phil Studenberg is not from Lake County. They took them 6 months to get him for me. Dan Spencer and Mark Costello are the only 2 attorneys in all of the second largest county, Lake County. There's only 2. There's only 2 public defenders, Mark Costello and Dan Spencer. So if Elijah Werner, somehow somebody got a hold of him, I don't know how that's not possible for me, but if somebody got a hold of Elijah Werner and he was advised legally that, you have the right under your 6th Amendment, if your attorney's not giving you a fair trial, you can file for a change of venue, which would be one option. Or if you fired your attorney, there's no more attorneys. That's going to delay this considerably. And maybe by that time, you don't know because you can't have contact with your attorney. But your attorney, hold on, guys, I got to keep track. I got people coming on my property without warrant. People entering here. I have to keep track, guys. I got to make sure I protect myself here. If he would know that his dad is, hold on, guys. Who's this going through now there's 2 vehicles going through my property, not on mine, but in 4-wheelers. Are they going to start another scoping of this house before they do a warrant again, brothers? This is exactly what happened last time. Started seeing weird vehicles roll by. Next thing I know, I see the state troopers driving on my, not at first, for about a week, the county's stalking me, then the state troopers. Something's going on out here again. There's more activity out here than there is, well, let's say it is Thanksgiving weekend, right? All right, we'll say it's just Thanksgiving weekend. Just Thanksgiving weekend. They're not coming inside the gate. So, and these are people in 4-wheelers, like side by side. So no marked vehicles, as of yet. So we'll see. I'm done, brother, sister. So, okay, let me document this for documentation. Appreciate it. Much love, guys. Appreciate your support. This is a long battle and I've got a long way to go, guys. I don't know where I'm going to live. If this is if they grant the change in you, I don't think that'll even stay in the state because the state of Oregon swatted my house. So it's proof that the state of Oregon could, be an issue here for my own safety. They already swatted my house. They kidnapped my daughter, and I have proof of all this, remember, in the Miranda rights. And then they didn't even look at these 180 hours. So what's going to go on, guys? I don't know where I'm going to go. This is the last thing I needed to happen to me, honestly, but this ain't about me. This is about these county residents, guys. I got people contacting me, leaving me emails and contacting me. And I'm going to have some more conversations here for the end of the day with these people. Told them I've got live streams and stuff to do, that they're coming forward, brothers, sisters. They're not scared. There's not many of them, but I know there's a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? They're just, nobody can be their voice. So I'm very, feel a sense of accomplishment out here that this is the way it has to go. If I got to leave, I got to leave, guys. I don't want to leave this farm. I don't have anywhere to go. I mean, put everything into this farm. So if I had a social, I don't have a social life. I don't have a family. I just don't. It is what it is, man. Some of you guys do. I don't have family. I don't have a blood family like that. You can see phone record. Nobody I've been called in years and years from anybody that's within whatever they would consider blood. So I'm a lone wolf, guys. So that's going to be a hard, I just don't know what's going to happen. I have animals, so I don't know how to, if I had a bunch of money or something, I could go try to rent another place or do something, but I don't. I struggle to every month to provide, make sure I have 45 acres of land that I still pay on every month. I have insurance on my vehicle. I have just regular bills. I don't have any bills like that. So, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't even have any idea where my life is going to be from here in a week or two or a month, or if I'll be in the state, or where I could go, or how this will work. So, but this is the way it's got to be. I maybe I should have done this last week too, but I had to have that county investigator come out here and say they're forcing us to take this to trial, because there's no way anymore that this could go to trial. That's the stupidest thing. He should have never said that. And it is what it is. It's all by the glory of God. But that's the straw that broke the camel's back. As far as I'm concerned, there's no way it can be tried in this county. If the investigator who's supposed to be documenting all the evidence for the attorney says they're forcing us to take this to trial, so, hey, Penny, because we know what you're really saying. Only Satanists celebrate birthdays. So tell your friend he's a Satanist, or him or her, that only Satanists celebrate birthdays. The celebration of self, that's idolatry. Self pornea. Oh, you might like that. No, that's not what that's talking about. It's latria, to serve yourself. Pornea. So, birth of self. Birth, self, pornea. The celebration of self is called idolatry, and that's Satanism. If you look in history, you'll see there's only 2 birth dates in all the scripture, and they were Satanists. So tell your friend he's a Satanist, and you're allowing that, so you're going along with the Satanism. We don't do Satanism here. Please keep your Satanism to yourself. Self is idolatry, and the celebration of self, of the birth of self. You can't be more of a Satanist than to do that. And if you want any record of that, you can find there's 2 of them in scripture. Only 2. So there's not a lot to go. There's only 2 birth dates, and one was Satan and one was Herod, who was trying to kill Christ, ever having the firstborn, and the other one was Satan. So no, we won't talk about Satanism and who celebrates Satanism. Why would you do that? Are you that unintelligent that you can't even look up 2 birth dates in all the scripture to figure out that we're not supposed to celebrate self? That's idolatry, and the birth of self is the most vain thing you can do. To celebrate yourself, the birth of yourself. Please leave. I don't hang out with Satan vipers. I don't cast my pearls in the mud, and I already did. I shouldn't have done that. Hopefully it'll fall on deaf ears and you don't want to know what the hell I'm talking about. Like, huh? I wasn't expecting that. I mean, look at your name, man. We know you by, don't judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their actual fruit, right? So have a nice day, and go spread the word. We're not supposed to celebrate anything, especially birth dates. No birth dates. Don't celebrate. Go tell your friend they're a Satanist. You can have them come back over this channel. You're not welcome here. Goodbye. Let's get them out of here. Andrew, can you define the word Satan before you speak out against a teacher and a pastor, and you're going to try to tell me what I can and can't do? Can you define the word Satan before you speak up? Define Satan. Give me the exact definition, not your own version. That would be idolatry. So tell me the definition of Satan before you come in here and tell me what I can and I can't do. Did you see what his name was? That didn't have anything to do with, I was teaching everybody else in the room, okay? Grow up, be 7, stop being a child, childish. The number of 7 is the number of completion. So read what those 7 things are that you're supposed to be doing. And I guarantee you would have caught his name and what he actually said in his statement, and then maybe caught on to what I was saying. Okay? Crucify. Can you define the word Satanist, or please leave, Andrew? Please leave. There was no...
Did you tell me what his name was first, and then tell me what he said? No, wait, hold on. Answer my first question. What is the definition of Satan? And let me ask you this. Are you allowed to judge a man? Because I think you've fallen for some other religious and you're an idiot. And you probably think that's an insult now, and then you're going to get all mad at me for calling you an idiot. Okay, well then don't tell me I can and can't do something if you don't even know the definition of what you're talking about, okay? That's what I'd advise you to do in your next approach to wherever you enter into somebody's platform. This is High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. You got to come in and tell the teacher what he can and can't do when he's teaching. Is like interrupting the classroom, and now that you got my attention, I'm going to make an example out of your idiocracy. You're an idiot. You've already shown me that, and that's fine. If you want to learn, leave and ring out everything you think you know at the door. I'm not asking you to unlearn what you already know, but don't you dare come in my classroom and interrupt my classroom while I'm teaching. If you want to learn, you wouldn't do that in a classroom, would you? You'd sit there and you'd be quiet and you'd leave. If you're going to learn anything in a classroom there, Andrew, you can't go in and tell the teacher, no, what you think you know. How are you going to, you need to leave you need to be an empty sponge with nothing in here to come in this classroom. Don't bring your bias, leave it at the door, ring it out. When you get done learning here, you can go re-ring it up and put it all together and chew up the meat and spit out the bones. But don't you dare ever come into a place where somebody's teaching and tell them and think you can teach the teacher if you don't even know. That is rude. You interrupt the classroom by telling them, yeah, you should have just been quiet you can't even define the words that are, see, you should have just rang out all your knowledge at the door. You said you wanted to learn. You said you wanted to learn. I'm teaching you something. I don't have to do that. I could have got you out of here. Shut up and leave your bias at the door. Think of yourself as you're full of knowledge. Great. You got enough. Maybe you don't know everything. That's great. I don't care what you do nor you don't. You want to learn? And you go to a classroom, you go to a professor, you can't tell the professor you know everything, right? If you want to learn something, you got to leave everything at the door and go in with a completely empty sponge. I didn't ask you to unlearn what's in here in this cup out here beside the classroom. That you shut up and leave that here. I didn't ask you to unlearn what you already know. See, you can be an empty sponge and then see if you didn't pick up, I can't give you it all in one sponge. You can go re-pick up what you already know. So shut the F up when you come into somebody unless you know what the F you're talking about, because you sound like an idiot. That's the word idiotos. That means you're a simple man. You're a lame man, unskilled, uneducated. I can't even hold that against you. An idiot is not an insult. Idiotos is the same word as ignoramus or ignorant, meaning you don't know. And that's obvious. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. So the next time you come into somebody's classroom and you start telling somebody what they can and can't do, they might just make a lesson out of you. Thank you for your ability to teach. Thank you, Father. All right. All right, cool. Satan, there. Thank you, Brother Ross. So, no worries, Mommy. I taught off that. That was good, huh? Thank you, Father. It is. It's a good lesson, guys. Feel better. Uh-oh. Woo, woo, woo. We got the feelings police in here now. Are you getting off on feelings? Feelings. He caught red-handed showing feelings of an almost human nature. Of all my years of judging, I had a puppy. So many. All right, that one. There we go. That's another. There's another four-wheeler. Side by side. Thank you, Biggie. Thank you, my four-legged alarm system. You're the best dog ever. Thank you, biggest puppy dog. My four-legged alarm is going off. So, there you go. Evidentiary stream. Supreme Court. Appellate Court. I do teach as well. I'll always take time to teach. So, back to the evidence. All right, Tago. Thank you, Biggie. You did a best job. Thank you, Biggie. He's letting me know people are out there, guys. So I don't know what's going on. I've got more traffic going down this road than I normally have. What's going on? So we're going to document me calling the yeah, Mommy, you got them out of here. So yeah, don't let I don't know who that was. No more teaching. Let's get back to this evidentiary stream about your Sixth Amendment right to if and criminally in a criminal case, you have the right to a speedy trial. You have the right to a fair trial, speed, and you got it. You're part of your. I've read these separate things. Is the judge can't be biased if there's a chance that the witness is. There's any Tango enough. All right, I gotta go check, guys. He's not stopped barking. Down there at the end of the, I don't know what they're doing. I don't care. I'm not going to sit here and I'm going to keep doing what I need to do. All right. Yeah, we know that. And guess what, Joseph? And I don't want to jump on you. Please, man, don't overdo it in here. And I appreciate yesterday. That's what's going on here. I already said that. That's why I'm calling this attorney, and I don't mean to jump on because I need your help, Joseph. Because I called the court and she said that the judge had not signed off on the attorney to quit. I even asked, has he opened the window? Well, I can't tell you that. So I know as of now, the judge hasn't approved it. So maybe you're just trying to teach for everybody else, but that is obviously, maybe that's how Elijah's attorney is still his attorney because he never a judge signed off on it. Dan Spencer. So thank you. I appreciate it. I understand what you're saying. So that's why I immediately turned around and called, because he still is my legal counsel, and said, well, okay, then I guess if I still have legal counsel because the judge didn't sign off on it, I'm calling Phil Studenberg and tell him you better file a motion today. So let's go to that phone call. Thank you so much, Joseph, for coming back, man, hanging out with me again. So I'd already tried to file this with Abigail. I requested Abigail to file this change of venue about 3 weeks ago. So I've asked her to file because I don't have an attorney. I can't go to her. I said, because they don't give me an attorney, I need you to get a hold of somebody and tell them this, put it in a change of venue. If my attorney won't contact me, when I contact them, I've already done this. So, but this time I'm calling. So you may have missed, I've already called the circuit court, trying to get hold of Abigail, the lady that I'm supposed to call if I make changes. And I'm calling her saying, okay, Abigail, I'm filing a change of venue. And then she said, well, Abigail's not here. So I spoke to her, the lady, the judge with the circuit, whatever, the trial clerk. And she said that Abigail's not there, but I can take and record this. So I documented, went through and read through the Sixth Amendment and said, okay, well, now I need to file this with her. And she said, well, I don't believe, just like you said, that the judge has signed off on it yet, and went through and found out that he hadn't approved the quitting. And so he still was my legal counsel. So I said, okay. And I hung up, and then I know I needed to immediately turn around and call Phil Studenberg and say, hey, since you and the judge hasn't signed off yet, like you said, and approved, you're still my attorney. Do your job and file this, change of venue today or Monday. So let's go to this, phone call of me calling Phil Studenberg's office after, like what Joseph just said, just because the attorney files the motion to quit doesn't mean it has to be signed off by a judge. So why hasn't the judge signed off on it yet? I have on the 12th. That's when Phil Studenberg motioned the courts to withdraw as my attorney of record in the case. So, all right. So let's go back to the phone call calling Phil Studenberg, Klamath Falls, Oregon, the office of Phil Studenberg. And he still hasn't called me back today. Here is his office for the record. The attorney that I'm talking about here is Phil Studenberg, Phil Studenberg, LLC in Klamath Falls, Oregon. So here we go. Let's listen to the phone call. Calling Phil Studenberg, attorney in Klamath Falls, Oregon. Check on these. Get some more wood in the fire. Whoa, we got wood coming out. Whoa, hot, cold. I don't think I get a hold of anybody either.
Turned in to call Phil Studenberg's office to file for a change of venue.
Thank you for calling the law offices of Phil Studenberg. If you've reached this message during business hours, we're either on the phone assisting other clients or away from our desk at this time, but your call is important to us. To leave a message in the general voicemail box, please press 0 now. Thank you.
Please leave a message after the tone. When you are finished recording, you may hang up or press pound for more options.
Yes, this message is for attorney Phil Studenberg. My name is Tracy Werner. You're supposed to be representing me. I am requesting at this time, I've called the circuit clerk and you are still my attorney. So I'm requesting that you file a change of venue. Under my Sixth Amendment, I feel me as the defendant may believe that I cannot or receive a fair trial. I do have the state investigator saying in my son's case that he doesn't know anything about my son's 180 hours and they are forced to take this to trial. You have not given me representation. So I do believe under this Sixth Amendment that I believe I will not get a fair trial. So will you please, as my attorney, file for a change of venue? I need that done immediately. As you are currently my attorney, I've checked with the circuit clerk today. I know you filed to not be my attorney, but as of now, you are my attorney. So please immediately file with the courts Monday or today immediately because they're still open today. I spoke with them, a change of venue. I believe I can provide more evidence to prove that, again, that if they're forced to take this to trial and you're not giving me with a trial date coming on December 15th and 16th, a 2-day trial where I have from 4 years ago, this 180 hours, which this case is all about. The state investigator doesn't even know about the the county investigator, Phil Mogul.
Hey, Marshall Bolton, was that Bolton? We've already talked about that. So you're not going to cause anything that I don't know. Do you know that those charges were expunged that you're talking about? Would you like to talk about that, Marshall Bolton? That's why I'd like to take this to appellate court so they can look at the priors, because when they have to charge Elijah, they're going to have to look at his priors. So would you like to discuss any of the details of that case, or are you just looking on what you've seen on the internet with the news articles? You're not going to get where you think you're going to get with that. Joseph, if you go look up my name, you'll see the prior. Okay, I've already talked about it. I have a prior that was expunged, and my son picked up a charge in that case. I don't run from anything. I never have. I have nothing. But I legally, what? See, this is what's so crazy. Look, watch. This is the world. This is the world we live in, guys. Watch. This is the world we live in. I have a prior conviction, which I had expunged because they looked into the case, and Mike Miller owed me, I'm not going to go into thousands of dollars, which I have record of, that he said, I'm sorry for fucking you over. When I get my taxes, I'll pay you. I knew him for 5 years. In the police report, that's what I'm saying, so foolish of this. I known him for 5 years. I bought vehicles from Mike Miller and took them from his name and put them into my name. From his name to my name. There's like transactions that take time. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I understand. But I just want to, like I said, Joseph, please listen to this, because see, they're going to bring this up on Elijah's priors. See, like that ad you read, like that thing. That's why I got to get this to appellate court. So when they look at this, they can say, look, he went out in the middle of the desert with his dad to go meet some guy. His dad left with a bill of sale in his pocket. He had enough money to more than purchase the product that he had left with the bill of sale for. We actually look at the evidence, and the dad invites the guy to deliver the property where he still lives today. He said he would pay the guy more money. They agreed on a purchase price for a food cart. Agreed. This is all documented. He agreed he would buy it. And then he said, hey, can you deliver it to me out to my property? I'll pay you more. This is all documented, brothers and sisters. The things that have happened to myself and my son, you would not believe. Okay. So, but anyways, right? Come out here and I'll pay you. I've got the money. I was arrested with $1,959 cash in my pocket. That was more than the purchase price. I'd even left documented cellular data will show that I bought 3 trailers that day. 3 trailers. I bought 2 locally here in this county. I originally had $2,500 cash I left the house with after selling a motorhome. And some silver I paid for a motorhome that I had sold. And I had record of that. So I have record of having traded that for some precious metals and cash. I took cash and wanted to surprise my son. I found a food cart I could turn into a little taco truck. His girl is from Salvador. Be the perfect little business front. It's hard to get a job in this teeny little tiny town. I'll even have record telling people that I was going to put a taco truck in this town before I left. Unbeknown to him, he was getting brought out of there by surprise to go see his girlfriend, because we had left his girlfriend back in Ontario, his high school sweetheart, that eventually moved out here, part of this same case, too, at this whole, well, she never got part of it, but the house he lived in where she got, where all this happened in this same case, I was going to take him in to Ontario, and it's going to show that I was trying to meet, Mike. He's the one actually who picked the location. You read the ad. This is what's so funny. If you read the ad, it says that I lured him into the desert, but he actually picked the location, not me. I didn't pick the location. I tried to have him come here. He said he didn't have money to to deliver it, this far, or the time because of his kids or something. And he didn't have enough money. So he picked the location, Juntor, Oregon, not I. Evidence will show that I didn't pick the location. The whole story says, lure, drags guy out into a desert, robs him, and does, we'll go back. So he, like I said, unbeknown to my son, I'm going to go get this food cart and surprise him, and then drag that into Ontario. And along the way, because that Juntura is about halfway, he hadn't seen his girlfriend in a while, and I'd already moved from out where I was in Baker County out further away, taking him further away from his high school sweetheart, his girlfriend, and I thought this would be a cool deal. I found this little food cart, and I was like, boom, this is this little taco truck that his little Salvadorian girlfriend, Adriana, his new girlfriend's Adriana. Don't call them, they have the same spelling. Don't mix that up. You'll get in trouble. So anyways, they were high school sweethearts. I thought it'd be pretty cool that I found this card on Craigslist, because it's just a Craigslist deal. This whole, it's crazy. Nobody, it's worth telling this story. I don't care. We're just doing it for evidentiary purposes. I got all the rest of my life. It's going to come up in appellate court anyways. I want it to, even though like, who said that there? Joseph, you can't even bring it up. I can say that I've never, ever been arrested, ever. But I want to bring this case up because, see, guys, you can get charges expunged, but because of the world we live in today, people can still go find stuff on the internet. They can't bring this up in court, brothers and sisters. These cases are sealed. The records are sealed. I could legally say, like Joseph said, that I've never been arrested legally. Now, I have. I won't say that, you know what I'm saying, because I would be lying. I have nothing to hide. You know what I'm saying? I got nothing to hide. You know, I already told you in this case, I knew the guy for 5 years. He said I'd never met him ever in my life. He said I beat him over the head with a tent peg. And then on the later news with his wife, said I beat him up with a tire iron. He couldn't even keep his weapons, what I was using against him, straight. And I had no arrested with no marks of a fight, sign of striking that man. You know, we rolled around. I subdued him because he tried to beat me up. I didn't know who he was at first when I met him out there. It was a big, you know, and somebody had owed me money, and I have record of all this. And like I said, so, but anyways, make a long story short, you know, I went out there, and even I, you know, had an ex-girlfriend, dropped her off at the store. She didn't witness anything on the report. She's down there at the little Juntura store because she's got to pee. So we do the whole thing. My son pulls the car around. We talk, everything's, at first the guy gets all weird with me, but then he stopped doing, he acted all, first he tried to beat me up, you know what I'm saying, which is a felony in the state of Oregon. My son was a minor child, 17. If there was actually an offense, a felony, the first felony offense was he tried to beat me up, and so, but I didn't do that. I didn't let him beat me up. And then he tried to beat me up with a bat. And I didn't let him do that. And so, long story short, he came to his senses. He sat down in his car. I'm sure they got cellular data of all this stuff, guys. If people act like there's no technology on us. So the whole thing, I'm not concerned. We'll continue on here. But anyways, he hooked up. I didn't even touch. You can never find any fingerprints they would have never found fingerprints on. He said I stole $1,200 cash from him because that was the agreed price that I had agreed to pay for this little food cart about this, this news story. So he picked up and told the cops that he had $1,200 crisp $100 bills. Remember, I told you earlier that I had $1,959. Now I'd left with $2,500. I had bought a trailer out here from a local that has a little house and another flatbed, and then went and got coffee, and then went to Burns, stopped there in Burns. Cellular data will show, and continued on to where he said he couldn't come out here to deliver it. I'd pay him more, so I met him there. Once I got there, he got all weird. He came to his senses. He sat down in his car, and I'm like, dude, do you believe in God? He's like, why? I was like, well, you owed me this money. You just wrote me on the internet not that long ago. Remember you said you were going to get your taxes. Maybe we're going to get this settled, And so he wrote me a bill of sale, and I left with a bill of sale. My son turned the vehicle around. You would never have found my fingerprints on the trailer itself. He even told me, and I'm sure he had his phone on him. So it will all be recorded. Nobody's going to pull anything, and God is watching all of this. All right, I got to stop this for a second. Not orange. Have you ever heard of the Mayflower sign? You know, the Puritans, God allowed us to come rape you, totem pagan, pole worshiping, Satanist, heathenist, worshiping another gods. You don't worship the Hamashiach, you worship Satan, transgender, beast, and all these other, that's totem worship. That's antichrist. And so God allowed the raping of 50,000 indigenous people that weren't here. The Chinese were here in the 14th century. You're an ignorant idiot. I rebuke your ignorance. Don't spread blasphemies in this chat room. As a teacher and a pastor, I am not going to sit there and allow you to take away the fact that God allowed a nation to be formed because they were fleeing the Catholicism, the raping and killing of women. They take a belly and pull. You have a child, they take it out of your belly, unzip your belly, and stomp that child's head in the ground like it was a grape. You don't have any idea of your history, native. You wandered over the ice bridge from all north, south, east. There were Chinese were here in the 14th century. You're still pagans. You were pagans. And that's why God allowed the genocide of pagans. And I don't understand it on this new covenant because he said, let vengeance be mine. I thought we were supposed to strike back. But he says, I do all these things after my own counsel and for my own pleasure. So in case you hadn't got a real teaching of your history, there were the Beaver Wars. I know of this history. I know we wouldn't have made it through the first year in Jamestown. Blasphemy. Stop you. You're not indigenous to this land. There were people here long before you. Blasphemy. You worship a totem god, which is a Satan god. Okay, so I don't want to hear your nonsense. Okay, you just got a historical record, and you obviously don't like that nobody's ever told you a historical record. Do you realize the Chinese were here in the 14th century, long before you claimed this to be your land? Do you know anything about the Chinese? I know Christopher Columbus didn't discover America. I know all that, but are you going to sit there? That's not a truth, but don't sit there and splat blasphemies. God allowed a genocide. I did never understand this until about, I don't know, about a year or two ago, because I was kind of always on your side. You're living on stolen land. Well, if you look at that, the history of this land, there were Chinese were here long before what you claim to be as your culture or your land. Do you know anything about that? Let's stop, because I'm not reading your, I got to read this. Okay, so are you getting any of this? I really want one on the warehouse and in the killing because I can't understand that. I do understand that, but you got to understand. Just please listen to me. I don't know if you're, because that's a long time ago, like Ross says, and I'm a teacher and a pastor. Please listen to me. If you have an ear to hear, if not, just leave then. If this is offending you, please leave. I stand up for all flesh. There were, if you slow down, there were natives who converted to Christianity. Did you know that about your culture of people who were here, or are you just some other bumbling idiot and don't even know your own culture? So let me teach you. Let me help you. You're okay. So I guess I'm not going to keep. All right, I'm not going to respond anymore. Doesn't even know his own history, unfortunately, brothers and sisters. The Chinese were here in the 14th century, long before all. I just teach a history of this country. I did a teaching it yesterday on what was called the Mayflower sign. It's hard to believe that God would go outside this physical covenant and allow the genocide of. They were human beings, brothers and sisters, but God allowed the genocide because they are not of the Christian faith of believing in the Hamashiach. They believe in a totem or a pole god. So I'm trying to teach. If they don't want to hear, okay, say they were not here, but they never here, but they never established. If they established, they would have still been there. Okay, so do you want to hear anything? Native Orange, I need you to respond, or I want Ross moderate Native Orange. I'm not Orange. I'm going to give Bad Man Orange. Not Orange. That's Donald John. bad man orange. He says he's not orange, so maybe he doesn't paint his face. Oh yeah, they do. Listen, brothers, sisters, if this person can't just sit there and understand something without freaking out, I'm a teacher once again. You see in the example that I made somebody else, I won't have them. We have moderators like this person can go. Trav can, bye. Don't know your history. Don't learn nothing. Learn what you think you know in a history book. Yeah, Christopher Columbus discovered America. There, Trav. Goodbye. Okay, I don't care about history. Okay, right now I want you to be quiet. Do you know anything about the Mayflower sign? I'm going to ask you a question, not orange. Do you know anything about what is called the Mayflower sign in Scripture? Because there's only one thing that's important here, and that's the Hamashiach under this new covenant, which we need to teach because this is weird because under this new covenant, this kind of goes against that. And if you have an ear to hear, you hear it. If not, please leave. That'll make 100% sense because you'll maybe know only got a little bit of what I'm talking about. Ross, come on now. Give him a chance. Let's not orange learn. See if he knows anything about what's written in the book. It's all about that inheritance of the kingdom. You can't. You're a Christian. Okay, well, do you know there's 2 Jesuses in Scripture? Not orange. Did you know there's 2 Jesuses in the Bible? We'll use that word. I don't use that ever. Ross, like, he just said it. No, I don't ever. Very seldom. In the Word. In the testament of this covenant of the bride. And remember, under this wedding, this covenant he made. There's one Jesus. See, you're a religious idiot is what you are. You're some person who claims to have all this rights to this land, and now you're claiming Christianity, and you don't even know there's many Jesus, many Christ, even from the Hamashiach himself. So please leave. Get him out of here. All right, get Joshua out of here. Joshua falls for this pagan transgender pole god Jesus. Jesus has got booby Jesus. Pagan Jesus. So... love is everything you believe in, sir. Are you looking for a modern love? Diamond, give me a biblical definition of the word love. So, Joshua keeps saying stop. Joshua, what are you stopping? Is that your sign? Are you into that astrology? What's your sign? Guess what mine is? Stop! Sign. Just kidding. Wake up. What? Wake up. Come on, guys. I'm trying to teach here. What are you guys doing here? Not orange, didn't know anything about the Mayflower sign, so I'm not going to teach him. We just went through, not orange is right. Okay, well, what, Joshua? What is not orange right about? Let's give Joshua a chance. Let's have a little lesson here. We're doing an evidentiary stream and a teaching here. The federal government's going to look at this. It's appellate court, Supreme Court. Just so you know, you're on an evidentiary stream. I'm willing that to put myself and the history out of this country enough to tell you these things, as I know this will be all reviewed as evidence in appellate court and Supreme Court, so you are evidence. For me, love is something that I'm passionate about and strongly believe in, would preach and practice myself. Okay, well, Diamond, love, you didn't give me the definition. Believe is not a thought in your head. Then preach. There's a difference between teaching. That is the word prophet. A prophet is the word teacher. Scorpizzo is the word false teacher. I was talking about astrology earlier. Absolutely. Yeah, you got to have some correction. Absolutely. Good stuff. And you need to do that daily, brother. So always be in a study mode. Always be open to more definition. and cast off translation and transgender gods and pole gods and booby Jesus. Don't accept booby Jesus. What are you guys working with? I don't know what they're working with that time. If you don't know what I'm talking about when I say booby Jesus, there's more than one Christ in Scripture. I might refer to Jesus. That's name is the word Shem or love. As Diamond, are you still in here? Is that what that was? Because Diamond doesn't know what love is for sure. The word you go to refer to this as the 2 John and 6. Okay, for the word love, which is the word Agape. Leave Native American. This is Native American land. Okay, so love is the word agape. You'll find that, and that's the highest form of love for the Father. You'll find that in the book of 2 John and 6. You can take the word love in your scripture and you can scratch that out and put the word Agape. And that means to walk and follow in the commandments of the Father. Say it out, you got it? Okay, that's what love is. Shem. Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Shem was the middleborn, as I am the middleborn of 3 sons. John's son. Okay, my son's, my middle name is John, and my son's middle name is John. Okay, I am John's son, and my son is not the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He is a John. His father is not I. I am his dad. He knows his father is not in the sky. And that he knows about the inheritance, and he knows about the thief on the cross, and his name is Elijah John. So John is my middle name, and son, as you, Shem, okay, the middleborn was Shem, and that is the word name, or agape, or love, same thing, authority. Okay, we don't want any philosophy in here. Bye, Diamond. Thank you for your time, but I'm not here for philosophy. Thank you. This is the Shem. This is undefiled. The agape is the authority under this covenant. You cannot defile it, or you will put yourself back under the covenant of where the wages of sin was death, where there were 613 statutes, commandments. So Shem is the authority, and under this, he said, you cannot serve 2 masters. Okay, you can serve mammon and God, and that is idolatry, is mammon, traditions of men, not flying aliens and angels and fallen. That is bull nonsense. All this, Ahab was a man of God. He followed in the commandments of the Father. He loved the Father. He followed his Shem, agape, authority. Okay, so we have another philosopher in here. Marshall's a philosopher, so Marshall will be removed because we're not here to teach philosophy. We don't want your own agape, your own agape, your own. That's pornea, brothers, sisters. That's the word pornea, and it's these eyes. It's this dirt that you see. Anything that came from the dirt, we're not under the covenant of dirt. That is the old. Remember, he destroyed that dirt, didn't he? Prophesied. Teacher, Shiloh, of no stone being left upon another, the physical temple would be destroyed. All right, so MC's got wise cracks. So we'll, Mr. Wake up, see ya. All right, we'll do a little more of my own moderating. So Shem is authority, love is agape, believe is not a thought in your head. God's not in the sky, and neither is heaven, and earth isn't below your feet. So take that and chew on that definition. transliteration will prove your lack of busos is why you'll be thrown in the place of no bathos. All right. All right, got to move on with this evidentiary stream. Oh, we already played the phone call, did we? Yes, we did. All right, cool. We played the phone call. So let's see what we're doing here. Cool, we got 100%. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, continue this evidentiary stream and always continue to teach, because Father is creator of all things. So there's no such thing as luck. There's only idolatry and agape. Cool. Andy's a troll. Bye, Andy. Ross, thank you so much, Brother Ross, for doing the job in here and keeping her clean. No reason to sit here and sup with vipers, brothers, sisters. Father tells us through his word, do not cast your pearls before swine. So you can put lipstick on a pig. I'm not going to kiss it. It's not pretty if you put high heels on it. Yes, remember their God is transgender, brothers and sisters. Pagan gods, the pagan god, Baal, Moloch, Grove, sun god, Mithra, Satan has boobies and has 3 genders. Hey now, Joseph, that's the truth. So let's not, I appreciate that. What does a transgender pagan god mean? That means that is baby manger Jesus, born on December 25th, when Christ was born, when the sheep were in the pasture. So there's no way in hell that he was born on that 100%. Satan was born, the pole, transgender, hoof, horn, and beast. Baal, Baphomet has breast. Satan is 3 genders, man, beast, and woman. See why they want you to come on by so you can give it a try. So you don't understand any idea what's going on. They've converted the whole calendar aligned to this north and south God. That's not 2024, it's 5785. But people love this celebrations and traditions and calendars, and God told us don't do any of these things. Do not partake in their unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them and show them to the light. So it's 5785. Stop saying it's 2024. You sound like an idiot. So okay, hallelujah. Yeah, we're getting the attack tonight, baby. Ross, they can make it up their own accounts about Ross. Holy smokes, guys. Ross has got his own trolls now. Oh my Father, they're being attacked. You're attacking all of everybody. That's what he says. He said, you'll be persecuted for my Shem's sake, for my love's sake, for my agape's sake, brothers and sisters, not Jesus. Not Jesus. Yeah. People don't know the difference between passion, brothers and sisters, and being mad. Don't be mad, be glad. You know. What I wouldn't lip off to one of them corporate cop suckers, because they'll dump clips in you because they think you gotta respect the authority. Christ stood up to the law. You getting your stripes out there, brothers and sisters? As a textless. No, we do everything by definition in here, George. So we use Hebrew. What do you want me to use? This old Beelzebub or Mithra. Mithra. Is that better for you? Rome, Constantine, Mithra. There you go. The transgender god Mithra, where they align their sun god after a sex orgy for a whole week, where they thought the sun was dying off and they prayed to Saturn because they thought there were gods in the sky, when God's not in the sky. That's try to align the sun. That's the Bang, 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 bang after their bang festival. Remember, they got you bang, bang in pots and pans in the middle of the winter. Saying Happy New Year to align with the 2024, to align the calendar. So you celebrate the birth of the transgender Baphomet, Mithra, Apollyon. How about that? Apollyon, the sun god, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. Is that any more biblical for you? Mithra, let's just go to the time of Rome. Please don't, a textualist. What the hell was that? You ever heard that before? What is that? I want to go back to this. And that was kind of the weird. Remember that. I'm a textualist. A textualist. I could say it. I just don't. What in the busos, no bathos, does that mean? Have you guys ever heard of a textualist? A linguistic? Glossa dialectis? What in the? That's foreign. Not like alien to me. Is an English term meaning I take the Bible as not by man's interpretation. It's an English term meaning I take the Bible as not by man's interpretation of it. I don't even know what to say about that other than bye, George. Wow. All right. Thank you, Father. Back to thank you for coming in, brothers, sisters. A lot of people come to this channel, High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. They might think they've stumbled upon a Christian, some kind of religious. I rebuke all religions. There's no religions that I would. He said he didn't dwell in temples or house made by hands. He said, your body is a temple. God is not in the sky. He wants you to meet him in the sky. That is the kings that will be crowned, as Paul said, through much thlipsis we must go through to receive that kingdom, that crown. That is the bride that will have their name called out. The wings of an angel will be given the wilderness. They will flee, and that safety, that is the bride. That is all flesh this time, brothers, sisters, not just Aaron and Levi. But not everybody. Don't get it twisted. That's the Hebrew word froer. Just a little bit everybody this time. Oligos is the Greek word, a puny number. So straight is the gate, narrow is the way that leads to eternal life. And there are oligos who find, he said, fear not, oligos flock. In Luke, this is the gospel of Christ Jesus through his apostles, Matthew, Peter, Paul. I speak this because they were all part of the gospel. That's why I narrow you to the 66 books and keep you out of these others and trying to really keep you in this understanding of this Hamashiach hung from a tree, not from a cross. He said, carry his cross, and he didn't carry a cross. So you're not going to get told that in some church. He said, where there are two or three gathered in my Agape, Shem, authority. Remember John's son, middle-born Ham, Shem, in my Shem, there I'll be. Not Jesus, not God, not Shiloh, not I am. He said, before Abraham was I am. Aries, David, he cleared from the house of David, remember? He was born of Bethlehem. They were both, right? Born of Bethlehem, not of Nazareth. You might want to pay attention. The devil's in the deep. That's the word. Devil was never in the text. That's added. That's a word that was never there. It was demonion, a distributor of fortunes or lies. They used to have burnt offerings of dead flesh after a week orgy of their transgender Jesus, born in a manger, Apollyon, Satan, Mithra, whatever you want to call it. The one they aligned this orgy calendar for that people celebrate today. Yeah, this is all vanity. He said all this traditions of men. He fulfilled that actual eating Last Supper, not crackers and grape juice, not flying angels or aliens, but the bride of Christ, those that are doing the will of the Father, your mother and your brothers and your sister. Your Father is not in the sky. Your Father is in heaven, and heaven is not in the sky. He wants you to meet him in the sky. See how it's important, these words, one by one, you better have the definition of what the hell. The hell is the place of no knowledge by definition. You're talking about bathos and busos is the word bis. The word hell can be found in Revelation 9 and 11. There's an angelos and messenger mean the same exact thing. Hados, that's the word hados, in the same narrow way by definition. they have a king. Remember that crown? There's two kings, two jokers in a deck of cards. Careful, Giannis, January, careful this calendar they got you on. It's an orgy calendar where they got the birth of the sun god in the middle of the winter. That's an orgy. They call it Christmas today, but it's still the Feast of the Yule to align the spring. And the equinox of the fall to align with the north up. He said, I am the Rizzo, not north and south. Christ hung on a tree, not on a cross. You might want to study Roman torture before you start speaking blasphemies. In this book of Revelation that he left us as his last words, do not even add a single letter, jot. Let me speak a little modern day dialect or glossa for you. Period. Don't add a period. Don't add a letter. Don't add I will blot your name out of that wedding that I already bought. You can't be saved. Not once saved, always saved. Yeah, you have to endure to the end to be saved. That's where sozo. I want to pick up what that he's to be picked up, lifted, and carried and healed, brought to an ending point. Yes, we must endure to the end to be saved, brothers and sisters. Don't listen to this silly religious nonsense. I rebuke all religious channels. There's not another channel like this one here on YouTube. The only one that would mirror it close would be Brother Jim, and I'm not nothing like Brother Jim. Brother Jim will teach you predestination. Brother Jim will bring you to the gospel, and most of all, I got a question. If there's anything called, are you carrying a cross? Well, you're probably not a bride of Christ if you're not carrying the cross today. You might want to ask somebody who knows what they're talking about, Busos, Bathos knowledge about how to get your cross. I would recommend to go see Brother Jim over there at Grace and Truth Ministries here on YouTube. I talk about things that you don't need to know any of this. I'm not doing anything but just giving you orlegas of what Brother Jim can give you over there. A puny number. So thank you, John. There he is for coming in. That's quote Jim Brown, teacher, pastor Jim Brown. If you leave definition, you leave truth. So transliteration, there's a reason why he said, I am hados. That is to translate. No, that's to transliterate. Get your lexicon out. Where's my study? Sorry, I was moving to do some study. Use your lexicon, brothers and sisters. Use your study materials. I'm not sending you to some church, okay? He don't dwell in houses made by hands. Get your interlinear. That needs to be coded with a concordance. I already did this. Make sure you got your concordance so you can study these things. This is what it says in the book of Timothy. This is how you add. Only by all things after his own counsel by the Father. So we have to endure to the end to be saved. Timothy, in the book of Timothy, we are faith, brothers and sisters, faith. There's nothing not one above another. Nothing you are going to do is going to get you pleased in the will, and not celebration and not nothing. Only by faith are you saved. Like Daniel. Sure, like being to thrown it. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. I shall have no want, for the Lord are with me. Brothers and sisters, by definition, we find the aletheia, right? The truth, and that's how that light cannot be. If you had any understanding in the beginning, this was all spoken. That is a positive and a negative. If you theolobo, push down on both sides. Theolobos, pinch that down. That light will separate from the dark. Do you understand what I'm telling you? If you've done any kind of science, any kind of this is basic, guys. Positive, negative. Electron, proton, neutron, muon. Did you listen at all in class? If you separate light from dark, dark always tries to attach light and grab it up. That's what it does. The light. That is I am. He said, I am the orizo. It can't be defiled. It does not accept light. There is only one, and that is him. I am. He said, before Abraham, I am. Before Abraham was, I am, because he cannot be defiled. Not even a jot, a yod, or a tittle. Pure, everything else exists with darkness, brothers and sisters. That's why we have predestination. Pro orizo. He already chose from the foundation of the world who he pulls. If I did not call out to their continuously hearts filled with wickedness. That's why I teach you here, brother will teach you to take your cross up daily, because it would be continuously filled and overflow. If he didn't call out and make you do it, you wouldn't be doing it. No, you wouldn't. If I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would, brothers and sisters. He predestined his bride from the prohorizo. Hashtag this. From what part of the foundation of the world do you not understand? This was already, he said, I am the Aleph. That is the leader, the ox. I am the Aletheia. I am the truth. And I am the Alpha, the beginning and the Omega. I create all things, everything that ever was, everything written, everything not written, everything that ever will be. I, God, create good. I do all these things after my own counsel. I do them for my own pleasure. And I, God, create evil. And that just really makes religious people upset. But God creates evil, and he does this to test his bride. The word is orge. Go see Brother Jim's teaching. I've taught on it for weeks. I've done it before. I get stuck on it. This whole thing about this whole that I was teaching about the Mayflower sign. It's hard to believe that the Father allowed us to the genociding of these totem gods, but this is part of God's will after my own counsel and for my own pleasure. We don't question God. People don't understand why there's evil. How if there was no dark, there'd be no light. Remember I was talking about theolobos, to push down, to separate the dark from the light? Predestination. Go see Brother Jim's teaching on it. Rizzo was the light. Remember, undefiled, without any jot to it can't. It's impossibility. That is I am. He exists without flesh. He's not part of this covenant, this member. I hope you understand that. Oh, you better understand what I just said to you. No, he's not part of this covenant because the Hamashiach is standing in Shiloh and will cover our sins under this testament. Don't put yourself under this Noahide. Pull him down from the tree. That's right. When he hung on a tree, he made a covenant, a new covenant. That same day, if you think about it, you understand this agape, this 613 Deuteronomy of this nailing of this contract and paper. He made it flesh this time, didn't he? Not a broken bone in his body, fulfilling that flesh as he said he'd. When they came to break his legs, he had already passed. He was a prophet, brothers and sisters, and he was the Hamashiach. He was the anointed. They hung him on a tree to make a contract to fulfill a covenant of old. Do you realize what he did that day? He divorced his bride Israel. In the book of Deuteronomy, you had to go to a public place, like the two thieves that hung there on the cross, two witnesses, nailed top. You ever study Roman torture? You understand what they did to this man? My love, Shiloh, who paid in flesh for all flesh under this covenant, not just Aaron and Levite, but all Jews, not just Jews, but Jews and not one above the other, Jews and Gentiles. Hallelujah. Go tell everybody the king is coming. He is nigh. Nobody knows the day or hour, but be ready. Have your loins girded in his service. He said, when I return, when the dead rise from the ashes and the dust, that's his return for all of us, brothers and sisters. From the foundation of the world, he already chose his bride. He already knows. You can have your name blotted out, and I warn you in this book, his very last message is don't add a jot or a tittle or a yod, even the smallest letter, brothers and sisters. Don't add your own definition, agape, Shem, authority, because under this covenant, we're not under the law of flesh. We're under the agape, which is not the law of flesh. He fulfilled it. That's why he became the Last Supper. They ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice, brothers and sisters. They ate the sacrificial lamb, fulfilling all sacrifice. You're not going to please him by eating anything or not. What are you, some high priest? You're putting yourself above another word. See, you're tearing him down. Eat what you want under this covenant. You're not going to be pleasing. He said, it's not what goes in a man or woman that defiles him or her. It's what comes out of him or her, correct? That's right. You'll know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. Yes, judge them with righteous judgment. Agape. Show them to the light, brothers and sisters. Spread the news. The king is coming. We must suffer. The lipsis, Paul said, theolobos, that inheritance. We know his bride has a hearing ear. Brothers and sisters, oligos is the flock, and very few will have an apocalypse, if you will, a removal of the veil, a lifting of the scales of the sheep. Will have the wool lifted so they have an eye to see and an ear. It will not fall on the deaf ear. So I'm not trying to teach to anybody who doesn't have a hearing ear. And I'm here to change a goat into a sheep into a goat. It's not possible. You can have your name blotted out. You could have already been chosen pro orizo. That means he divided us from his light. Orizo, he is undefiled. Remember, I am. He said before Abraham was I am. I hope you understand what I said earlier. He fulfilled the covenant. He's standing in. No, the Father will not pass judgments in this case. That was already taken care of. Remember on the cross? He wasn't hung from a cross. He said, he said, who shall ever come after me? Who shall ever be my disciple? Are you a disciple of Christ? This is in the book of Luke and Matthew. These were his apostles. This is part of the gospel, brother. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. The self is the word porneia, or idolatry, or idolatria. Latria is to serve, and it's these two thieves that will take your crown. Your biggest enemy, brothers, sisters, is not some devil and leotard. It's you, and it's these eyes, because you fall for this dirt. I love how Brother Jim puts it. Don't fall for the dirt, brothers and sisters. God doesn't want dirt. Anything you see, touch, taste, it's all comes from the dirt. It's all going to you, your husband, your wife, I don't care what it is. It will all 1,000 years ago. It all be from now, it all will be back in the dirt. So if it came from the dirt and you fall for it, guess what? You ripped him down from this covenant that he made with his bride that day as he hung on a tree, fulfilling the covenant. Divorced his bride, Israel, the old of the Testament covenant, 2 houses, Aaron and Levite, the Levitical law, the Sabbatical law, letting the land lie fallow, rest on the 7th day, Sabbath, all these Levitical, the dietary laws. Remember, you're not appealing. He was the Last Supper, brothers, sisters. We're under the covenant, not of flesh, but of spirit. That's why Paul said, wrestle not against flesh and blood. Remember the sacrificial blood that had to be put, all these formalities. God required war, blood, sacrifice, postmark with blood of the lamb, 5 shekels paid to the king. If not, what? You had to have your post, your head, of your door, your head. You guys have an address, right? Post office, you know what I'm talking about? Your doorway where you live had to have that sacrifice marked with the blood of the lamb. God required sacrifice. God required war. God said, hey, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth under that old covenant, remember? Not under this. He fulfilled that covenant that day. Destroying the temple, his prophecy, no stone left upon another, fulfilling that physical destruction, plowed salt in the land. Nothing could grow there, made them wander the desert for not going into the wilderness, scouting out the Anunnaki, the giants, not aliens. The word Nephilim means bully, not how tall a man is. Stop with your kiddie Star Wars crap. I do teach that on this channel a little bit more than Brother Jim, and that's fine. He has mastered 44,000 teachings that I don't want to even try to compare myself to. But under this covenant, brothers, sisters, if you rip him down by giving, you putting yourself under this law of flesh, it's because you did it to yourself. That is the word porneia, idolatria. And when he hung on that tree that day, that's what made this covenant became an actual new covenant, and he divorced his bride. The same day, it did just come to me. I don't know how I haven't seen this all along, but it literally took that physical flesh to hang on a tree, as in it says in the book of Deuteronomy, nailed top and bottom, as he did, fulfilling that not a broken bone in his body, fulfilling destruction of the physical temple, fulfilling of the Last Supper, the dietary laws, all this. He made sure that there was nothing. Remember, he said, you're forwarding my agape. These women are out there whoring themselves, having to feed themselves by, you were supposed to give her half of what he was giving these Pharisees hell when he was here, brothers and sisters, about these changing and this perversion, about these, all these big boy laws. God don't like this big boy club, brothers and sisters, that he made this all not one upon another. That is pride. God doesn't like capitalism. And remember if it fell off the back of the cart, they had made under their halakha and their haggadah their own law so they could pick that back up and sell it. You're supposed to be able to glean into the fields, and you couldn't take with you anything. Or like, for example, if the edge of the fields, I'm in a farming town, there's that edge of the fields that was supposed to be left for the poor. And they made their own laws, their own halakha and their own haggadah, which was the halakha was the oral law. You could speak this law, but you could not write it down. Brothers, sisters, remember Moses was given that law on the mount. Remember? And he wrote that out on scrolls, tables of stone. They had made an oral law. They called it the halakha. And the written law, remember, honor thy father, thy mother, which is not mom and dad, by the way. It's not. You might want to read, your father's in heaven and it's not in the sky. You might want to go back and remember, don't put yourself back under that law. Oh, that law was the wages of sin is death. You don't have Shiloh. You're going to go back under the law. You'll do it to yourself. That's what it says in that book. That's why I send this warning. It's not me. He makes me tell you. It's in his book. I'm under this same covenant. It's very important. You understand what he did, fulfilling the law of flesh. He said, have your garments white without garment, or with your garments white without blemish, spotless, washed clean in the blood of the Lamb. So how are you going to make that happen? You're going to go get some blood and wash it clean like Clorox and, gets the whites and the bright. No, blood make what? It's spiritual baptismal blood. You might want to know what the word baptism means and define it before you even start. See, there's a whole nother perversion of the halakha and the haggadah and all these oral laws that they perverted. This baptism is not by definition by water. It's by blood. Or by, fire in this case, but no. Spiritual blood, brothers, sisters, or by pitch, red pitch, stain, or dye. And you have to be completely overcome to be baptized. So you can't dip yourself and be baptized. The only way I could baptize you in water would be to hold you down till you're not breathing anymore. That's what they would call a baptism. That's a drowning, but that's a baptism. You have to be completely overcome. So go see Brother Jim's teaching on the pickle and the cucumber. Welcome to be a pickle. What? No going back to being a cucumber, buddy. You must be completely overcome. All right. Anyways, brothers, sisters, please do not put yourself back under this covenant of this law of the flesh. Do you not understand? If you do not understand what he's saying, you might want to understand how to get your cross, because this is the disciples of Christ. They're under this meek, not weak covenant. We're not. We're going to get tested. We're going to put through trials and fires and Lobo, pinch down. Friends and family don't like what we do because we don't celebrate. We just had Thanksgiving. Hope you didn't celebrate that. You seen me try to teach that supposed Native American, just asked if they knew the Mayflower sign. I did a teaching on that last night. If you'd like, it's a long stream. I don't know. I stream for 8 or 10 hours, whatever. But go see the teaching on the Mayflower sign. Part of scripture, it talks about a blessed nation. And that's what this is, that nation, America. It's not anymore. That it's all over. That 400 years is over. It's up. That was at the passing of the age. So we're already here. Whoa, welcome to the new age. The age of the heirs. Remember, he goes to the man, with the vessel, pouring out the water. That is Aquarius, brothers, sisters. Brother Jim doesn't teach the celestial teachings that I teach over here. Mine are standalone, and that's why this is High Desert Faith and Truth. He is Grace and Truth. He is in Hendersonville, Tennessee. I'm at the top of the Great Basin out here in Silver Lake, Oregon, getting it on with the state and trying to protect this community. Father's going to prevail here, brothers, sisters. I see rough, tough. He said birthing pains, brothers, sisters, in his word, not make America great again. So I see a long road ahead of me because of what Father's chosen. If you've been following this channel, you know what I've been, this evidentiary stream, we're doing this for the safety of the community, the safety of the state. And I know Father's in control of all things. And I know that I can't wait to face that judge next, men in black robes, and tell him my Father is there's no authority in here. Father is control. You don't have any control. Whatever you think you're doing to me, the Father is making you do it. If the Father creates all things, there's nothing in this courtroom that's not by his counsel and after his own pleasure. So go ahead, bring it. My Father will judge me when I'm dead. I'm accountable for everything I do on this flesh, but I'm not going to let you put me under some monkey law. I'm not a corporation, and I'm not going to let you extort my bond. And even if you throw me in that jail, they threw Christ in prison for standing against perverting the law. The halakha and the haggadah, baptism, all this stuff, even if it's just brothers and sisters, people don't understand sometimes. I was given a bigger measure. Sometimes in life, I'm like, we all get, remember, give that shekel to the man with the 5. We got to use what we have, brothers, sisters. That's a huge lesson. for you. Scriptural lesson. Okay. I talk about a lot of signs. We're supposed to use this as like cheat codes for our life, brother, sister, to help us. Basic instructions before leaving this earth so you can be lifted like Shiloh, like Elijah, like Lazarus, like Jonah, like predestination from darkness into the light. So very important. It's all about, that's what's important. So we all get a different measure. And if it's in your measure, just standing up to, hey, I don't celebrate holidays, and then your imprisonment is from in your family. I don't literally mean being thrown in prison. I'm risking being literally, thrown in prison, but that's my measure. I don't drive a big truck like Ross, who has a $65,000 truck. Me and Ross, I don't think he is. And if he did, that's a modest price for a truck in today's age. For a work vehicle, something that's going to last and have, maybe diesel or something, that's fair price market. That I was getting on. You better have that 4Runner, Ross. My $300 or my $3,000 4Runner. Leave your $65,000 rig at the road. I was talking about something else. He's talking about for work, brothers and sisters, continue to try to have some resources to continue his lifestyle. Ross is given a different measure than me. I am given a different measure as Ross, as we all, Brother Jim, all of us are given a different measure. And he said, when he returns, he will pour out a just measure. Okay. So I want to make you understand the stuff that I've been involved with is not just for me. He gave me a huge measure. Even this platform to have this ministry is just far superior to anything I ever thought that he would allow me. There's a sense of accomplishment, brothers, sisters, that I have no need on this rock anymore. The Father controls this vessel. I am concerned for my son's safety, but it's in Father's hands. I can't change what Father's going to do. Shiloh is part of this covenant. This is what it's all about. Am I acting in this covenant? Meek. I'm getting tested, orge. Orge is the Greek word to be quick to anger, quick to indignation, quick to wrath, and even quick to judgment. Although we are supposed to judge, we need to judge with righteous judgment and not snap quickly to anger or these things, and allow God to put us through these fiery trials, because this is part of our suffering. This is the daily cross that we all get a different measure that we carry. The crucifixion, because we're crucified, because we're, in my case, trying to really stand up to this whole corporation called America. Now, that's not a corporation. It was a constitutional republic, and I am not. My name was never. And if they throw me in a prison and that, or they come and martyr me before that happens, because I do risk being swatted, this house being swatted again, this property, the ministry, and they've already done it, and they've sent people here and done things illegally, and I'm trying to do everything within the confines of the Constitution. I've even had the ability under this covenant, which is, remember, orge, he says, turn your cheek 7 times 70. There could be 3 dead men out here. If I truly used the Constitution and the Second Amendment, I would not serve a second in jail. They would not be able to arrest me. I'd be doing everything within my constitutional under the 4th and Second Amendment right, but I did not apply the Second Amendment to. It's not worth it to me. It's dirt. That man can, hopefully he's thankful for he came onto this property, and that because I'm a man of God, I did what my father said and turned my cheek again. It's not worth it. That man's made of dirt. I don't remember. I appreciate Brother Jim's teaching. I thank so much for the Father for sending me Brother Jim all these years. I just wouldn't be the same. My life would never, Jim is not above me. I'm not, none of us, but his teaching of dirt. I mean, he has so many teachings that are just, it's unbelievable. When you learn that everything comes from the dirt, nothing's worth it, brothers, sisters. It's all dirt. There's nothing here. This is all just a smoke and mirrors, brothers, sisters. It really is just a test to your faith. The sooner you start figuring that, he said to be born from above daily, not again. And he didn't exist in flesh. So he wants, remember, bring that child to me. You must be like a child. As a child, I saw a child spinning around the other day. Kevin says, look at that kid. He was spinning around. There was even no shadow. He just was. I was like, that's what you have to be like to return to God. He's like, I was like, yep, you cannot think about this world like that, like Daniel, like it being thrown in a den of lions. You don't, it's faith, brothers, sisters, is what what saves us. In order to be saved, we have to endure to the end. And endure is not a short little jaunt or a sprint. That word endure too is a word that keeps me from doing something that my flesh is starting to deteriorate, brothers and sisters. My health is actually first time consider myself, and it's because of what they did to me. But it's Father's will, and I'm not concerned. If he wants things to heal, God can miraculously do things, and I try to have a good diet and try not to over stress myself, but I can't change the physical damage that they did to me, and I can't change, like I'm trying to fix the physical damage that was done to the ministry out here. But it is what it is. I'm now having to actually file for a change of venue because I am concerned for the safety of the community, which I'm certain Father will do this in this measure that he's pouring out to. I have people pouring out to me, brothers and sisters, pouring out to me, showing that, hey, that we're being persecuted too. And here's our evidence. And these people are Stockholm syndrome out here, brothers and sisters, afraid of this law enforcement because they have done some horrible things to the people in this community. I've pointed it out on these live streams, but that's Father sent me here to do it. There was nobody else, to do it. Since I came out, I sat on the Chamber of Commerce, started in with the rich. And that's what got me put in the wrong, you ain't gonna come out here and tell us. It takes 4 to 5 years just to be accepted as a local in this town. So if you go sit on the Chamber of Commerce and you tell them, hey, there's change coming, they don't like that. And they don't like change. They wanted to keep this their own town for a long time. And they did a good job at it for a long time. If you look out at this history, and the farmers were in cahoots with the law enforcement, which is really used to Gestapo running people too. By the system does it anyways, brothers and sisters. 97% of cases fear and take a plea bargain. And a bargain is a gain for the bar, for the judge, for all these people who work for this system. They all get paid out of that bond. Your W-2 is what pays that judge to be a corporate thug. A broker is what a judge is. He's a broker for the queen. They're not part of America. They are part of the District of Criminals. District Columbia, Washington, D.C. So you might want to see, this is where it is for me. God said, you be judged, thus shall be judged. So if you go by a corporate law, I know, Father, for me, since I know, maybe people don't, but I do. Seeking ye shall find, asking you shall receive, knock and I will come. He's shown me that this is a corporation and not a constitutional republic anymore. And if I'm going to stand in for the people, I have to stand for the Constitution, not as a corporation. If they throw me in prison, oh well, it doesn't matter. I need to stand in as part of this original constitutional republic. Organic rights have laws that far outdate the laws of the land prior to this Constitution being written, because I'm eternal. I don't care what people think. I'm a man of this land. I don't claim nationalism. I don't claim sovereignty. There's no such thing as sovereign immunity. A cop can't break the law, though. I know. I used to be one of these jackboot corporate thugs myself. But I will not allow any longer. And if, like Christ stood against this perversion of the law, he said, do what I did. And this is what he did. He stood into perversion of law. And if I know they're perverting the law, I have to stand in. He let me know. I served as a law enforcement officer. I served as a military police in the Army. Oh, I got to check my four-leg alarm system. Keep having a lot of activity out here today. I don't get a good feeling out here. It is what it is. Today. Good job all day. I know it's cold out there. Now let's come in and warm up. All right, give me a second. I have to let my dogs warm up, get my fire going. I've been using a ton of firewood, man. I'm getting so. Remember, they shot the windows out, so I have to keep it going. Or it was so cold this morning, guys. It was 34 or 5 degrees in this cabin. It was really cold. And I've had it colder before, but man, it was almost frozen. And I was hoping to keep, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to change the venue, hopefully to protect the community, because I have other community members coming out, say they've been a lot of harassment and things going on by these judges and whatnot. And I'm going to have to leave. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to move, and I don't have anywhere to go. I really don't. I'm being 100% honest with you. I have nothing to. I'm having problems since I stirred up some more of the tear gas. They shot 5 of these in the house, and all I was asking them was to let me get some numbers for the animals. And I was already talked to them on the phone to tell them I'd come out, and they kept shooting these in my house in this thing. That's where they shot out all the windows. They shot 6 of these, and the other day I found one that I hadn't. I thought I had it cleaned out. It was behind a water thing that I have, and there was some egg cartons that were sitting back behind it. I didn't see, and that one hit behind that whole top of that whole window was shot out. So I'm having a hard time. It's I'm having some issues because of I breathed tear gas for 2 weeks. I should have never stayed in here. That's probably, my animals are in here. This is where I have to stay. And I tried to clean it out. And every time I cleaned it out for 2 weeks, I stirred it up and breathed it for nearly 2 weeks. So that wasn't the right thing to do. And I can't go back and change what I did. I had to provide a place for my house to lay my head and sleep. And my animals were in here, and I needed to clean my house. So I did. So I've been having a lot of problems with my, some respiratory issues, and my eyes just progressively getting worse. So, because they hit me not only with tear gas, but they headshotted me with a concussion grenade. I don't have the other piece to it. I found it out here, but part of the concussion grenade, it's on the live stream. It is what it is, brothers, sisters, things happen, and it is what it is. But there's a 16-minute live stream, and at 45 seconds after the state police showing up with the warrant, they swatted my house. You can see the whole thing of what's going on here. They headshotted me with a concussion grenade and hit me. I had somebody said they slowed it down. I don't remember it hitting me in the face. He thinks it bounced off of the screen and hit me in the face. I don't remember it hitting me in the face. He said, and I've seen it, that it didn't even flinch. I just shut the door and came inside. So, but I'm a veteran. I mean, I've been around a lot so I didn't react. So I'm not exactly sure. I've only ever watched it 2 times, and only recently watched it again. It will show. I didn't in my feed. It'd show my live stream. I only watched it after they let me out of jail. And so I don't know. I didn't slow it down, but it did hit me in the face enough to cause, or the concuss to ruin some of my hearing. I still hear, but it's just not the same hearing. I just have such an issue with this line. It feels there's like a hair. There's a hair. It looks like there's sand and hair in my eye. I don't know how to explain it. And so at first I didn't know what it was. I'd forgotten. I'm just a little bit in shock from the whole thing. And especially when they put me in jail, and they don't shut the lights out in jail, in county jail. And there's this big waving thing around in my eye. I didn't know, like, what is this, and I couldn't figure it out. I just kind of dealt with it, and didn't really talk about it. But obviously, now enough people have went back and looked at the old live streams and said, you can physically see that your eye is starting to recess into, your head, and you're not taking care of it. You should go to an optometrist. You breathe, tear gas for now months, because it's still in here. 2 weeks. You should have had a professional cleaning company come in and, one of these, the state of Oregon is very aware you need a professional cleaning company to come in and clean. So it's what happens when you stand for the rights of the people, when you stand for the rights, of in the Constitution, and assert your rights. They'll attack you, and they've done this to other people in this community. This is a really unique community, 2.5 million acres set apart. It's the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. And so it's a very unique place to see a view of the stars. It's just, it's breathtaking almost every night. You know, the Milky Way galaxy will go from the, you know, in the horizon all from the west, southwest, all the way to the northeast. And it just, you know, and it tilts, and it's so gorgeous. If you have cameras and stuff, it is just gorgeous. I mean, it you can open up your aperture, you can see things out here that are just, I don't know, things that your eyes. I don't believe in UFOs. I don't believe in none of that stuff, and space farce or none of that. So yeah, I live like that, Maria. I live off the grid. You know, I make all my own power. I produce all my own, you know, carry all my own water. I'm not some keyboard warrior, you know. I spend my time every day, like, I got to get up, guys, and put some wood on the fire. I don't just get to turn the heater on. And I like wood heat, though, so. Yeah, no, I had to do it myself, honestly. I did. I cleaned it up the best I could. I don't have running water out here either, so obviously I didn't get it all out of here, and I have lots of split seams and stuff in this old cabin that I built here. You know, it's all made out of old rough cut material, and it's a very, you know, all fallen barns and decks and all that stuff. It's all, but anyways, it's only 10 by 40, and they launched 5 of these. You know, they're in the house, so I'm going to continue to try to stand in for this community until I can get this change of venue, and hopefully Father will keep me safe here. And I've been here because, you know, I'm here all by myself, and I'm not afraid of the dark. I only fear the Lord. I don't fear no man, or no man is going to, he said, fear no man that can take your flesh, only fear who can take your flesh and your soul. So my fear is only I'm not doing what the Father wants me to do, that I'm not girded in his service and doing something of my own, because we know that's idolatry. So it's a bigger cause that I'm hoping that will be served here, and that if I've suffered, so what? It's there are other people's I've suffered before me, and if this stops the suffering out here from these terrorizing of these law enforcement and judge and district attorney, who's just heavy-handed Gestapo mafia behavior I have proof of, and imprisoning people for crimes without, you know, like Tina, the lady who found money and locked her up 6 months later, she gave it back to the cops the very next day, followed every single procedure, still threw her in jail, terrorized her all the time she lost. She was going to move. She just terrorized by this. I've got people coming out of the woodworks, brothers, sisters. I put up an ad in the local community paper, or in the website and the forums and stuff, and it opened up a can of worms, and people are starting to come out of the woodwork and telling, and they've been afraid for years out here. This town, you can look it up, they're known for it. So I thank Father for sending me out here, and if it's cost me any pain or suffering, I'm a strong man. I'll figure it out. I'm still on my feet. I can still eat. I can still work. I can get around, even though I've had some, you know, stuff, veteran and stuff, busted my back, cut my accidents and stuff. That don't stop me. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. He said, you must endure to the end. So I take that word every day, and I sup with that word often when I want to end my life, which not like that. I'm just saying, I'm like, this is so much to handle. How can I ever accomplish all these things? I'm only one man, you know, I can't do this all on my own. I have him to give me that word, endure. You must endure to the end. If you want, sozo is saved. I'm a teacher and I'm a pastor, so I cling to his word. It's all I have in this life that keeps me. He's the wind in my sail. He's the one who keeps steering this vessel for me, because I'd have crashed this ship a long time ago. I know that. I don't, but I'll continue on again, and let me put some wood in the fire. We'll keep going here for a little bit. I got battery. I'm doing this for the my safety too as well. I'm a little uncomfortable. There's been a lot of traffic out on this road today, which I don't normally have people come down my road for weeks on end. Nobody will come down the road. I live out in the middle of the country, so something's going on out here. So I've called for a change of venue under this live stream heading. It's called Sixth Amendment, which I'm trying to do to eventually the hard part that I'm going to have to accomplish if that change of venue goes through is that they will remove this out of this court, out of this county. And I don't really have family members like that I keep in touch with because I'm out here doing me, and I don't know. I just don't have friends like that. I've never kept up in touch with anybody from high school or out here. I have acquaintances, but I can't be here. And I feel as if I'll probably have to leave the state of Oregon as well. I don't think I'm going to be able to even stay in the state. Hi, puppy doggy. I love you, biggie guy. There's my puppy laying there with the dad. He was there with us. He's just always hanging out with the dad. He's warming up. Oh, my biggest guy. Look how shiny he is. He suffered. He had to be taken from the house. He couldn't take the tear gas. Somebody removed him from the house, and he had problems for weeks after with some respiratory issues my dogs have. And he still has some issues with thinking I'm going to leave. He won't stop going towards the door because he thinks I'm going to leave him. And he's just not used to that. Oh, I didn't see Mr. Panner right there too. The kitten was over here too with him, just hanging out on the couch with the dad. There's the big guy. Oh, get back, big guy. Hold on, he's trying to give Dad a headbutt. He likes giving Dad's headbutts. Love you, big guy. I love you, big guy. I know. I love you, big guy. He likes to give Dad lovin's. Oh, lovin's. Oh, he loves his dad. What a big guy. You are my best guy. You're my best guy. All right, I got to put some more, put some fire on this, get something going underneath the coals here to get it. I love you, baby. You're such a good guy. So glad to have you back. So glad to have you back. Mr. Pants is too, huh? Mr. Pants, my favorite bone. My favorite bone. All right, we're getting the fire going here. Give me a minute. If I don't keep the fire going, like I said, it was 33 or 4 degrees in here this morning. Almost freezing, right on the edge. It was right there. I don't know. I have a pan sitting there. I know it probably 33, I bet. Okay, we're going. I got some. Can you scoot over, big guy, so I can sit there? He's right there in the. You guys see the fire flicker on him with the dad. All right, hey, appreciate you guys being in here. I'm trying to continually document. It's getting a little redundant, but it is what it is. Again, I believe for the safety of myself and my animals right now, you guys are so cute. The cat is rubbing on him, and he's kind of like he don't like that. He's just trying to love on you. He's just trying to love on you. He just wants to love on you. Let him love on you, Tiggy. You're such a good boy. Letting the kitty, look at the kitty completely upside down, his face. How cute is that? All right, cool. So, yeah, it sucks last time, guys, that my animals had to suffer because this, they can't even look and see before they executed that warrant, if Elijah had ever even done his, community service or not, which he had to have done. It's an impossibility now. So I know once it leaves this county and this state, that all the things that didn't get looked at will have to be looked at, including everything I've ever done. So bring it. I have no fear of anything. I'm boisterous. You don't like it? Too bad. I have a First Amendment right. I, defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I'm going to speak up when I see evil. Can't help it. It's what I do. So part of what he made me. You don't make somebody a veteran and then tell them to defend this country, and then something evil be going on and expect a veteran to be quiet about it. In my eyes, I don't see how somebody would, or at least a veteran. It's one thing to be, I'm not downing just a civilian or a citizen, but isn't that what the military there is to do, is defend their rights? So one of the most important is the right to free speech, redress grievances. And that's all I've done is redress grievances, and they don't want to listen to it. So good thing I haven't asserted my Second Amendment, huh? Could have legally, but I didn't. Proves that my sanity is just fine. Nobody can question whether I'm a sane man or not. I showed reservation, and I didn't strike with guns. They did, not me. So they have a history. So look at mine. Actually, I'm going to need some more firewood, guys. I'm not going to have enough to make it through the night, or in the morning. I'm sure going to have to stuff this a couple more times. Like I said, I have to keep this fire thing pretty cool. It's probably in the 30s out here right now, so. Give me a minute, and I have to go get myself some more firewood, and we'll just continue on here. So thanks for staying in here. You guys are pretty quiet, and that's all right. I don't really care. Jimmy Crack Corn. It's ain't about you guys, unless you can help or something, to sit in here home. It's a bit alarming. People get to sit in here and listen to this stuff and not go, hey man, I'll call somebody. I'll call my state senator. How long have I been doing that? And nobody's ever, hey, I'll help you. Not like that. Hey, I got no idea. Joseph has helped. Joseph was a little bit of, gave some people being here too, just as but outside. I'll call my senator. I'll call my congressman, man. That could be happening here. Look at what this veteran's doing out there for his country, for his community. No, just get a bunch of people to sit there and be quiet. Or say things that don't have anything to do with anything. I guess it's YouTube, right? It's not like this is, it is what it is. It's YouTube. What am I expecting? I don't expect nothing. I don't deserve nothing. All right, I'm going to go get some more firewood. Be quiet bunch. Actually, I won't. You guys are too quiet. Much love. I'm going to let her go, let you go. No, you're not talking, then I'll come back in another time or something here for the end of the night. Have a good evening. Thank you for being part of the Sixth Amendment documentary about the right to trial, fair trial under the criminal, if you were being criminally prosecuted, you have rights, you know, before you're ever convicted of a criminal offense. Maybe what if you have proof of otherwise? So a right to a speedy and fair trial is part of your Sixth Amendment, and I've covered that in this video. And for evidentiary purposes, that I filed a change of venue with the county clerk and with the supposed attorney that's not giving me any legal representation under my Miranda rights. Told him, if you are, now I see you're still in the courts, you filed to not be my attorney, but as of now, you haven't got the approval, so you haven't done anything for me yet, but you need to file for a change of venue today. So I never got a call from his office, and I don't think I will, but I did tell him Monday then that a change of venue is a request. So I feel a little bit under the gun here, because they could come do something this weekend if they wanted to. They're very unpredictable. They did send the state of Oregon to SWAT my house. I have all the proof that was unnecessary. It shouldn't happen. And so we'll see. Will the appellate court say, or what will happen? Only God knows. God creates all things, and God writes all things. So he did. He said, I'm the Alpha and the Omega. I create all things, everything that ever was, everything ever written, everything ever will be, and everything not written, good and evil. He said, I do all these things after my own counsel, for my own pleasure. So I don't question him. It is what it is. I know I have a long, long road ahead of me, but that's good. That's good. Difficult is the path, you know. Without resistance, a bird could not achieve lift. Isn't that beautiful? Little, he said, be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove, brothers and sisters. So please use your time wisely. And I think I'm going to have to, the timing on this is just, I do believe after 100% feel that this is the time when the Lake County investigator for my son's case, who is being brought to trial for 2 days, which should take a lot longer to look into the evidence on his case with 180 hours, said that they are being forced to take it to trial, or they're forcing us. They are forcing us. They are forcing us. Forcing, I thought they were supposed to be there to help them, provide them the counsel. Fair trial, brothers and sisters. That was the one that will take this to and allow the change of venue. I don't care if this judge here signs it or not. I will be going, if they don't SWAT raid this house again, filing Monday morning, even if I have to file myself for the change of venue to get it started. It does take them, you know, obviously judge has to approve the change of venue, but we'll be looking outside of this area, still within state, because I can't leave the state, but to try to further this for the protection of the community, for the protection of the state people that they swatted. I'm just one person in the state. They could have done that to anybody. That's crazy that a county that's not looking at the evidence could call in a state, and then the state of Oregon not look at the evidence. I 100% feel certain that if every 29 of them, if they're 20 plus, I don't know how many armored vehicles came out here of question, do you know why you went to that guy's house? I mean, why was he, what was the whole, not just go get him, boys. What was the, you know, okay, yeah, he was holding his son. He wasn't letting you have his son, but why? He said that your warrant was not valid. There was a reason why, though. He was not allowing that to take place. Did you ever question why? And that is the 180 hours of this case, of the community service that he had done. So all they have to do is look at and see if he did it, and he did it. And if they find out he did it, then everything was unnecessary. And they'll find out that he did it. There was 5 witnesses. You know, he couldn't leave the county until he did. They're just used to people standing up. So they usually get the railroad people. I will not allow them to railroad me, and I will not allow there to railroad my son, because they will throw him into prison. where you could get it from the bottom and the top. This is sick that people take the time to come in and do stuff like this, but that happens in prisons. People get their asses raped, innocent men, by going into prison systems because our judges and jury, or not the judges, obviously, or people taking a wrongful conviction because they're so scared. 90% of cases don't go to trial, brothers and sisters. So, and a lot of the times they'll threaten you, if you take something to trial, well, you can take this deal and we'll give you a year. If not, you're going to go to jail forever. You're going to sit in there until you rot in hell, is how they do it. Scare you. And a lot of people get scared. I can tell you that Elijah Werner is not scared. He's shown his perseverance. He can get no trouble, 42 months on a technicality. They're going to try to throw him in a 42 months. They threw him in jail, or 42 weeks, 4 years. What I'm saying, months, brothers, sisters, almost 4 years over a stupid technicality that they can make one phone call and clear it all up, So it is what it is. If the Father didn't want it to happen, it wouldn't be happening. So I have to keep my standing on my faith like Daniel, and know if he didn't want, no judge is going to reign over my son. No judge is going to reign over me like that. The Father has the final counsel. He says, I do these things after my own counsel. So he's my counsel. I'll continue to carry him like Luke 12:11. Though I be without counsel, he is my counsel. They'll throw you in front of their synagogues and their magistrates. Do not give thought on what your answer shall be. I will tell you what to say. So I know the Father will be with me. Men in black robes walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Faith I shall not want. I shall fear no evil, for the Lord are with me. I have to stand in that, brothers and sisters. If I don't, I'm going to falter, and I'm going to let the people down that are hopefully the voice that can't speak up. Some of us just happen to be that voice. There are many of the people that are scared out of their mind in this town, and they're starting to come out of the woodworks. This is a good thing to see. You know what I'm saying? So I better go, because I'm going to have to make some contact with some of these people too. I said I would call them back and talk with them a little bit more in detail and get some more documentation for the it's going to be a long haul. So if you'd like to help out, I have not received one single penny for legal fund, and that's okay. You don't have to donate. I just put it out there, it's there. Or if you have any information, please contact the, somewhere there's an email on how to get a hold of this by Predestined4light was the old account name, but that's the channel, the Gmail, and maybe have a suggestion on something that could be done here. I don't know. I know I'm doing everything that the Father hopefully has me girded to do, so that the innocent will be able to at least be seen if they were victimized, and be able to have a voice and their stories be told, so they don't go down victims unspoken and unheard of, and just go off silent in the end of the night. So remember, it says in the book of Psalms, I am a pastor and a teacher, and he says the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing about it. So I will not stand down. I'll continue to stand for the voices and be the voice for people who can't, and not hopefully of any of my own service, but of the will of the Father. And I thank the Father, and I thank Shiloh for this channel and this ministry to continue to have purpose until that day that I fulfill this, bigger purpose, that there's already a massive accomplishment by having this ministry is far superior. So I shouldn't need anything. This ministry was more than I ever could have ever had ideals of. I spoke to my son from a young age that I just wanted to scream the gospel from the highest mountain I could, and just maybe the world would hear it, somebody would hear it. And this is far beyond that. This is some one little mountain, and this is a worldwide ministry. It's still hard for me to wrap my brain around how many. My son was the one who pointed out between the TikTok channel and this channel, between the analytics, because I don't go through them. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to fellowship and sup. Like Brother Jim said, you can't be a loner, Tracy. You got to hang out with your brothers. Two or three gathered in my Shem, there I'll be in their midst. So you can't just be a lone wolf out there, buddy. So thank you, Brother Jim and teacher Pastor Jim, for helping for the creation through him, through the word. He said it through the word, not him. He said, this is what it says in the word. So thank you for the word, because Brother Jim told me that at Grace and Truth, and this channel was formed specifically off of that. So I do thank you so much, Father, for sending me Brother Jim and teacher Pastor Brother Jim Brown. And I hope that although I've had some bad mouth, foul mouth, a lot of cursing over here, that there's a gospel that's being heard, or people will come from here and go over there. They don't have to hear the cursing over here anymore. They could just go be with Brother Jim over there in the the family at Grace and Truth Ministries. So it's not a church, it's a ministry, and it's taught out of a classroom. Like I many times stand up with the whiteboard. Brother Jim only teaches with a whiteboard, and he don't answer no questions. They just have a live stream in there with brothers and sisters supping. So probably this channel would be a lot different if I just sat up here and taught, but I don't think it'll be the channel that it is, because I address trolls and I address lies and I address things that Brother Jim has too much work to be doing that, preparing his lessons for his Wednesday and his Sunday live. So go see Brother Jim over there at Grace and Truth Ministries. He is the richest man on this earth, far superior, makes Elon Musk look like a pocket fuzz lint, if you will. But he's not above another. He is a teacher. He has 37 years of studies on me. So he is quite the walking concordance, a lexicon, if you will. He's a stinking dictionary, and it's unbelievable how much, but you study for 67 years and have the absolute passion for the aletheia, the truth that Brother Jim has. So I thank Father for creating and Shiloh for this teaching of this, through daily cross that's taught over there at Grace and Truth. If you're not taking up your cross, brothers, sisters, you are wasting your time here. You're not doing what it is that a disciple of Christ is supposed to be doing. So are you a disciple of Christ? God will know you by your fruit. You know what I'm saying? Judge that shall be judged. So go by the law that you live by the sword, you die by that sword. And that sword is a belief in this covenant of the bride in this age of the heirs, where the kingdom of, the wedding feast of the Lamb, where the heirs will be crowned and they'll be given their inheritance, and they'll be kings, rulers over this earth, and they will rule. The meek will inherit the earth. Meek, not weak. So thank you, Father, for make me not shoot that man and the other day, and just keep pushing forward. There's a bigger cause that you're serving here, not of my own, not of Elijah's, not of my daughters, and not of even this town. Maybe there's a bigger cause too for the state. There's a state that's came in, the state police were involved, and heavy-handed. So that's not right either. So let your will be done, Father. Continue to be the wind in my sail, if not of the works of my own, but if only by your will, not of the pornea of my eyes and my own dirt wants, but of your higher purpose. You said born from above, without flesh. Then I'm not working in this flesh. That's not the works that are be done here. They're the works of the Father. So, and the Son, Shiloh, we have to be under this covenant. That's what's most important, is this Shiloh covenant. I don't want to leave Father out of this, but Father is going to be left out of the judgment. Isn't that beautiful? I hope you understand what that means. That's part of this Shiloh, part of the return, when he crowns the sons of God, those that do the will of the Father, the disciples of Christ. So I hope you're a disciple, and God knows it. So be not anxious, he said, only fear the Lord. Okay? So do what the Father is telling you to do, brothers, sisters. Shiloh in our head, Christ in you. That voice inside your head has been there since you were young. Please listen. It will tell you what you need to do. There's a reason why he says go to a dark, secret place and pray, because narrow is the way, not where there's a lot of lights and noise and where you can, sup with him. So it's been there all along. If you think about it, it's that nagging voice inside your head that tells you to start or stop doing something. People might think that's crazy, but he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. He destroyed the physical temple. He said, Christ in you. Paul said that, correct? And that your body is a temple. So he used to visit the temple one day a year, and now it's written on our hearts. not in a temple made of hands of stone, as he said twice, as he always declares 2 witnesses, but now in a temple, he said, written on fleshy tables of our hearts. So that agape is inside of us. If you'll just listen, he'll tell you what it is that you need to be doing. It's amazing. It's like a personal trainer, man. I'm trying to put it in simple terms for you. Just listen to it. If there's something you're not doing that he wants you to do, I'm sure you know what it is. Don't fool yourself. If it's not there, I apologize. I believe some people could become noseblinds to the Holy Spirit, the whole Kadesh, the truth that's inside of us. My son made me aware of that. It's like, Dad, people live next to the airport. They don't smell, or the dump, they don't smell the dump. After a while, they become nose blind. I'm like, I like that. He's like, hey, you never heard that before? I'm like, I understand what you mean. Like, live next to the airport. Don't hear we used to live next to the train track. Yeah. Nose blind. I'm like, oh, like that voice inside your head. If you don't keep feeding it, it'll go. I would hate to think that, brothers and sisters, that people don't have that voice inside their head. Let's be a lonely, or what is going on inside. I don't want to think about what's going on. People said, oh, think about that. Okay. Anyways, brothers and sisters, there is a voice that would tell you if you need to start doing something. Start doing this. You know what it is that I'm talking about. Start reading more of the book. Start doing this. Dude, stop doing this. That's him rebuking you. That's him inside you. He's not in some temple. He's not in the sky. Believe it or not, God is inside you, and he's never been in the sky, ever. God's never been in the sky. Shh, don't tell anybody. Actually, go tell everybody. Tell them the good news. The king is coming. He's going to crown. There'll be an inheritance of the heirs. The throne of God will be, yes, the heirs. The meek will inherit. In order to inherit something, somebody's got to die, if I'm not mistaken, and he hung on a tree. He said he would come back and prepare a place and pick up redemption, not Red Dead, guys, but, look up, your redemption draw nigh, the redemption of his bride. He paid the price. He comes back to redeem what he paid for. Sozo, but only those who would endure to the end. Saved, it's like a saving account. You can leave your treasure here on this earth and spend it, brothers and sisters, or you can have it and be meek, not weak. All right, much agape and phileo. I appreciate your time today in this evidentiary stream. We do have rights under the Constitution. Please assert those. More importantly, remember, Father is our judge. No, Father's not our judge. You better not put yourself back under that testament of old. Under this covenant, he made a new. And he would be standing as our mediator. It doesn't, like an attorney, brothers and sisters, think about it. No, Father, I paid that price. I have their sins covered, the sins of the world. That's what he was talking about. Not everybody said, brothers and sisters, please read the word. He's our mediator, and that's the only way I'm making it there. I've done things that I can't. The wages of sin is death under the Old Testament. So thank you for the mediator, Shiloh, who will come in and stand in as your mediator, as your attorney, if you will. And nope, Father, I'm taking them to the wedding. And that's so beautiful. Have you ever been taught that? I hope that you have your name called out in that book. Won't that be a beautiful time to be a king and have reign over this earth? But only the meek, brothers and sisters, will inherit the earth. I know. He says that. Remember, he said, you bring that child to me. You must be like a child to return to the Father. Children are pretty meek, aren't they? All right. Much agape and phileo. I am Pastor Apocalypse, Pastor Revelation. Whoa.